Hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo Mubarak and I'm going to be your tutor in this journey of learning how to create websites. I'm going to begin from scratch, and when I say scratch, I mean that you don't need to know anything or any language or any programming language to get started with this course. All what you need is the motivation to stick around until we accomplish the whole content in this course. By the end of this course, you'll be able to create your own website and web applications by yourself. So it's going to be interesting and simple and easy. All what you need to do is to follow along and practice what I'll be asking you to practice. So I hope you're ready to do or to take this journey with me. If you are, then let's get started. So as you can see on your screen, we already have HTML, and we're going to learn or to get introduced or to understand what is meant by HTML in this video. So we'll begin by the introduction. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Hypertext Markup Language, and it's the foundation of website and web application development. It allows us to create the content, and that will be understood by what? By our audience or our website visitors. And in this course, you learn how to craft excellent HTML with the pieces that HTML itself has to provide to us. So let's begin by defining what is meant by HTML. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, just as we've said. And HTML is the standard markup language for creating websites or web pages. Okay, HTML describes the structure of a web page. So in simple terms, HTML is the one that tells the browser how it should represent our website. And HTML consists of a series of elements that we're going to cover and look at practically. And HTML elements tell the browser how to display a certain piece of content. HTML elements label the pieces of content, such as this is heading, this is paragraph, this is a link, this is a table, etc. That is the work of HTML. It delivers our content to what? To the website. It does not perform logic, but mainly it delivers our content to the what? To the web, to the web browser. So here is a piece of HTML code. So this is the content that we're going to learn, and this is how HTML code looks like. At the moment, you may not be understanding what is going on, but by the end of this course or by the end of this video series, you'll be able to create these things by yourself. So with that simple introduction, we're going to meet in the next video where we're going to do our first web page. So I hope you're ready to do that with me. If you are, then let's meet in the next video. Thank you for watching up to this. Don't miss the next video. Hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo Mubarak, and I'm going to be your tutor in this second video of creating web applications. So today we're going to look at HTML editors. A HTML editor is a program that is specially designed for coding HTML and possibly CSS or other variety of programming languages. So in simple terms, HTML editor or HTML text editor is a simple program or software that is designed just to help us when writing our HTML. So it includes features like streamlining our coding workflow, and here is a list of existing popular HTML editors. The first one is Brackets, Atom, Visual Studio Code, Sublime Text 3, Notepad, Vim, and Komodo Edit. There are so many other HTML editors that you can find there. So what you do, you can just simply go and search on on Google and find out, or any search engine, and find out other existing HTML editors. But for us, we'll specialize in Visual Studio, this third one. This third one, and it's what we'll be using to create our HTML code. It's the one that we're going to use in this course. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how we install the Visual Studio Code, and we start implementing the HTML markup language. So I hope you're not missing that video. So let's meet there. In this video, I'm going to show you how we can download and install Visual Studio Code and use it as our text editor. So to do that, you just go to any search engine, and preferably Google, and type in VS Code or Visual Studio Code, and then press enter. So when you press enter, you'll get search results for Visual Studio Codes, and you'll get something like this. In fact, if you write exactly this is what you'll get. So what you're going to do, you're going to download VS Code so you can install it on in our computers. So in these search results, click on download, and you'll get a page like this. So according to the operating system that you're using, you have to select the relevant Visual Studio Code version. So at this moment, I'm using Windows machine, and it is a 64-bit machine. So I'll click here on 64-bit so you can start downloading the other Visual Studio Code. So if you're using Ubuntu, you can download the relevant one, and if you're using Mac, you can download here the Visual Studio Code version for Mac. So let me download the relevant one for my computer. So I'll simply click here on 64-bit so it can start downloading. And then you'll be redirected to a page like this one, and it will take some time to load. It depends on your internet speed, but if you want to download directly, you can just simply click here and then to start downloading. So mine is here, so I'll say keep the download and to start downloading. So I'm going to pause the video as it is downloading. After finishing, I'll do what? I'll resume the video and install it together with you. So my Visual Studio Code has finished downloading. It is here. So I hope yours also finished. So I'm going to install it. So right click on it and then say run as administrator, or you can simply double click on it, which is the same thing. So it will ask me to allow it to install on my computer, and I say yes, and then it will do what? It will start the process of accepting the user license. I say yes, and then I'll say accept the agreement, and then say next, and then click on next. It's going to install in this folder. I say next. So all what you need to know, you need just say next. So I say yes anyway, and then I say next, and then if I want to create a desktop shortcut, I can click here and then say next and then say install. So by doing that, VS Code will start installing on our computer. And you know the reason why installing the VS Code is to use it as a text editor along the way when you're creating our web applications. So you have to wait for a minute as installed, and there it has successfully installed on our computer. So you can click on launch and say you can select launch and say finish, so you can start working straight away, or you can just simply come here to start and then go to the VS Code. So if I click here on finish, and while I've selected the launch, it will open VS Code straight. And there it is. I already have some other projects opened it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my desktop, and the shortcut is there. So I'll double click on the shortcut. Okay, there's another one that's already running. First close this. I'll double click on the shortcut and then to be able to open. Okay, so for me, I already have another project there already open, so I'm going to close it. Close window, and when you open your VS Code for the very first time, it should be something like this. Okay, so you'll be able to see something like that. So that's what happens when you open a VS Code for the very first time. So in our next video, you're going to see how we create a very fast HTML web page. But I assume at this point you have successfully installed the text editor, and when we talk about strict setup, of course, for this course, we are meaning VS Code. So I'll assume that you successfully installed VS Code on your computer. If you found challenges while installing this VS Code, just simply put your challenge in the comment this, and then we'll do what? We'll see how to help you. So let us meet in the next video and we see how to get started by creating our very first HTML project. Hello and how are you? Welcome to our HTML course, and I'm Muhindo Mubarak as your tutor. In today's course, we're going to look at HTML basic examples. In this movie, of course, we'll practice some basic HTML examples, and don't worry if you have some problems or if you don't know any tag that you're going to use at this moment. So HTML document, all the HTML document must start with a what? With a document type declaration, and this is how we declare a document of HTML, with that less than sign and then the semicolon and then doc type of HTML. So the HTML document itself begins with the what? With the HTML, and ends with the what? With the HTML tag. And the visible part of the HTML document is between the body tag. Okay, this is what you call a tag. Okay, so what the people will be able to see, or what the user will be able to see, is what will appear between the what? The body tag. Okay, so with that much said, let's go and see and practice what we've just talked about. So let's go to practicals. Now here, this is my desktop. I'm going to create a folder where I'm going to be saving my projects of HTML, or my files of HTML. So I think also you have to do the same. So you go to your desktop and right click on it to bring options and say new, and then say HTML folder, right? So in that folder you can write HTML, and then after creating the folder, let me bring it here. Here's my folder, as you can see. So after creating the folder, you are going to open it. Okay, so inside here is where we're going to be saving our files of of HTML. Okay, so there are two different ways how you can create a file of HTML. The first way is just right click on it in the folder and then say new, and then come and say text document, and then you select everything on this text document, and then you give it a name. For example, this one I can name it as one space HTML basics. Okay, and then I have to put .html. Okay, so when I put .html, it means that I'm changing the extensions of the file. So this file should be taken as a what? As a HTML document. Otherwise, if you cannot see extensions or the extension of the file, but it is recommended to be able to see it as a programmer, so you can differentiate the difference between files. So to do that, you just simply come to view and then come and click on options here. Click on view and then options, and then after clicking on options, click on view again here, and then look at come and check this, whether it's hide extension for known files. Okay, hide extension for known file and check it. Okay, if it's checked, just uncheck it and say apply. Then you'll be able to do what? To see the extensions of the file. That is very important if you're if you're a programmer. So we have created our first HTML file. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open it in a text editor. Okay, I'm going to open it to our text editor, and you know our text editor is what? Is Visual Studio Code. So there are two ways how you can open it there. The first way, you can drag and drop it in text editor. The second way is to go to your text editor and then click on file, and then click on open file, and then here you'll have everything for you on your computer. So I have to select desktop, and then you see this is the folder that we just created, and then our HTML file is there. Okay, so I'll double click on it to open it, and you'll see this is our HTML file and there is nothing there. So I'm going to begin by writing the HTML structure. Okay, so to do that, I'll just simply write HTML and then push and click on tag, and I'll have to begin by putting what we call the body, and then inside this body I'll just simply say hello. Don't worry if you don't understand anything here. but I'm going to explain it. Okay, I'll explain it. Okay, this is just a simple examples that shows you how we write the HTML. Hope they can see now. Okay, so I'm going to come to our project. Okay, that is our browser. I'm going to minimize this one. So to open the file that you've just written in your to your browser, you minimize it and then you go to your folder. Of course, our folder is on desktop, and then you'll find there HTML. So I'll open the HTML, then I'll drag and drop this into the browser like this. Okay, I click on it and hold, then drop it into our browser. Okay, so if I click there, now I'll be able to see my HTML code. So let me expand it so you can see. So you can see hello. Okay, so if I come here and type again, that's so we have now two things. We have the text editor where we're editing the content from, and we're having the browser where we're previewing the content. Okay, so this is the browser, which is Google Chrome, and then have VS Code as text editor. So that's what we call HTML. And now let me first write here my heading. For example, I can say H1 and say this is my first heading, and I save by pressing Ctrl and S. To save, you press Ctrl and S. Then I can go back to the other project, which is this one. So I click on refresh to see the changes. Okay, this is my first heading, and you can see the changes. So whatever we write in this file should be reflected in the browser when you click on refresh, and if you have opened that particular file. So that is how we write a basic HTML. So I can come here and write a simple paragraph and say P like that. I'll explain all those paragraphs, everything there, and I can say this is my simple paragraph. I save. Okay, make sure that you always save. To save, you just press Ctrl and hold it, and then press S. So if I come this side and refresh, you can see this is my first paragraph. So that means that we have successfully created our HTML web page. Okay, we have successfully created our HTML web page. So in this video, I'll show you how you can add their images, how you can add their tables, and all the rest. Okay, but at this point, we'll stop from here, and we'll meet in the next video where we're going to go and learn more about HTML. Thank you for watching. Hello, and how are you? My name is Mohindo Mubarak, and I'm going to be your tutor. In this video, we're going to look at HTML elements. So we'll begin by defining and understand what is meant by HTML elements. Then we'll go into the practical example. A HTML element is defined by a start tag, then you add some content, and then you close it with an end tag. So the HTML element is everything from the start tag to the end tag. So the makeup of the whole content, the beginning tag and the content at the end of until the closing tag, that whole thing, we call it an element. So here's an example of HTML element. We begin with the start tag, and then we put there some content, and then we close it with an end tag. So this is how we open a start tag, and then we put here some content, and then we put the tag name that closes this tag. So the whole of this thing is the one that we call HTML elements. So here's an example, or here are some examples of HTML element. For example, you can write H1, and then you open it with less than sign, greater than, and you close with a greater than sign, and you give this tag a name, and then you put the content there, and then you close it like this. So to close it, you just put the less than sign and the /, and then you give the name that you used to open it, and then the greater than sign, and then everything that is inside here is what will be the content for this tag. So the whole of this is what we call an HTML element. Here's an example of another HTML element. Okay, so we have other type of HTML elements, which is the nested HTML element. A HTML element can be nested. It means that elements that can contain other elements are the ones that we call the nested elements. So in simple terms, anything that can contain another thing is one that we call what? You can call a nested. So if a tag has ability to, or if a tag is contained into another tag, that is what we will call a what? A HTML element. All HTML document consists of nested HTML elements. And the following example contain 4 HTML elements. For example, you can see here we are having this HTML element, and then the body, and then the h1 tag, so, and the p tag. So all these are what? Are 4 different HTML elements. So in the video that we'll use to practice, okay, in the practical example, I'll show you how we can nest these elements. So with that simple introduction, then let's go to our practicals and we see what we've learned. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open my browser here. I'm in my text editor, which is called VS Code. I hope you can also as well open it. Previously we created this file, and we just drag and drop the file alone here. But here we're going to create a what, and now we're going to see how we can drag and drop the whole folder that we are working with, and then we use it from the text editor itself. So to do that, you can just simply click on this Explorer icon here, and then you say Open Folder. Or you can open the folder that you created, and then you drag and drop it here. So I'm just going to click here, Open Folder, and when I open folder, you know the work that we are doing is saved on desktop. So I'll click on desktop, and this is the HTML folder that I want. So I click on it only one time, okay, only one time, and then say Select Folder. So by doing that, this text editor, it will help me to organize all my files here in a way that I don't want again to go to the File Explorer to create the file by myself. Everything that I write, it will be automatically be saved. It will automatically be saved here. So now let us create a what? Let us create another file. Okay. So when you write here a file, of course, it will be originally saved in the folder, but you can access it from here. For example, if I click here, you see the file that we did at first. I hope you have understood that. So let us create another file. Okay. So you can simply just click on this plus, or you can simply right click here and say New File. So this is going to be 4, and then HTML. It's HTML what? HTML elements dot HTML. Okay. Okay. So see, I put underscores because it's not advised to leave spaces in HTML elements. In HTML links. So you see, it is 4, and then I put HTML elements and then dot HTML. So I press enter so that I can have my file there. So I mean that this file, even though it is reflected here, but the reality is, if we go to our folder, which is this one, you'll find the file it has been created. So that one will save us. So if I come to desktop, come to HTML, you see the file has been physically created here. So that one will save us to going this side and the other side to create the content. To create this HTML, to create these files. So what we do, we open the whole folder within the text editor. So we proceed to the real business. You're going to look at the example of HTML elements. So to create a HTML element, as we said, we always begin with a tag. But before we begin with the tag, let us create a basic HTML structure. So that is the one that we'll be following. So I'm going to go here in the previous file, and then I'm going to create a basic structure. So to create a basic structure, I'm going to grab here everything, and then I'm going to create a basic structure of HTML element. So what we do, all HTML file, they begin with the less than sign, and then the exclamation sign, and then doc type. Okay, like that. You write the word doc and then type. Okay, and then you put you put space and then put HTML and then you close it, okay, and save. So every HTML element will begin with this. So this one declares to the browser that everything that we're going to write now is a HTML element. So by doing like that, another thing that you write is now the HTML itself, which is HTML, like that. So if you press enter, this VS Code Studio, it will help you to do what? To close the tag. Okay, so we may not need even to worry about closing the tag. Okay, so there it is. So we begin with that, and then this, and then after we put the body. So I write body like this and then press enter. So this is a simple structure, or a structure of a valid HTML file. So every example that we'll be using, that we'll be looking at, will be coming here and copy this structure and then use it, other than repeating ourselves. Okay, so I'm going to save and copy it, and then come to this new file that we just created and then paste it here. You see, these files are arranged here in a way that I can even close this one. Okay, so after doing that, I want to increase the font size. Okay, up there I can see clearly. Okay, so let us put here now our first HTML element. We said that you can as well just write as a h1 tag by just simply open the bracket like this. I mean the curl bracket, and then put h1 like this, and then you close it, or by putting the greater sign. So the advantage of using text editor, it will help you to do what? To close it for you. Or also in another way, if you want to write the whole thing by yourself, you can just simply write h1. Okay, h1, then press enter, and then you'll be able to do what? To get the tag. Okay, so for example, I can say this is my first heading. Okay, so it means that this is your first heading. Okay, then I save, press Ctrl S. Then we're going to switch to the browser to see how it looks like. So to switch to the browser, I'll just simply come and there's no open in browser here. I don't think it is there. Okay, just press Alt and enter until you find your browser. Okay, so I'll switch to the browser, see how it looks like. This is my browser, but the file is not open, right? The file is not opened. So what I'm going to do, you can press Ctrl and O. Okay, press Ctrl and hold it. Ctrl, hold it, and then press O. And then by doing that, you'll be able to open a certain file. So I click on HTML and I open this file that I just created. Okay, the second one. So if I do like that, the browser will help me to show me what is really what will really be shown in a browser when this file is produced. Okay, so you see, this is the same file, but this is how it looks like. Okay, so that's how we create a tag. So let's create another element. So to create another element, you can just simply come here. So if you want to know how to switch from one tab to from one window to another, press Alt and hold it, and then the tab key. Then you'll be able to switch from one window to another. Alt, hold it, you just hold and then press the tab key. Okay, so I come here and write maybe a p tag like that. You see how I write it? Just write p, then the VS Code will suggest for you, press enter. Or if you cannot do that, then you can write it manually by writing a less than sign, write p, and then a greater than sign. It will do the same thing for you. So I can say this is my simple paragraph. Then remember to save, Ctrl S, then switch to the other browser and then refresh. You can see this is my simple paragraph. Okay, so so this single thing, this one, is what you call an HTML element, and then the whole thing, these are nested. So you see this one is inside this, so we call that one a nested tag. Okay, so this is a nested tag. This is a single element, and this is a nested HTML tag element. This is a nested HTML element, but this is just an HTML single element. So I hope you have understood and practiced this. If you have, then that's great. Let us meet in the next video where we're going to go a little bit deeper in HTML. Thank you for watching. Hello, and how are you? Today we are going to look at HTML attributes. My name is Mohindo Mubarak and I'm going to be your tutor. So HTML attributes. HTML attributes provide additional information about HTML elements. Right now, if I talk about HTML element, you must be knowing what you're talking about. So if you want to add more information or more rules to a certain HTML element, we use a HTML attribute to define that particular rule or information. All HTML elements can have attributes, and attributes provide additional information about the element. Attributes are always specified in a starting tag or in a start tag of a HTML element. So attributes usually come in a form of a name and a value, a name and a value, a name and a value. As you can see here, this is an example of an attribute. So the attribute will have a name and then the value. So that's how we define attributes in what? In HTML element. Thank you. Let's go into practicals and we see what we've and we practice what we've just talked about. So here we are. So I'll switch back to our text editor. This is it. Okay, so I'm going to create another file called HTML attributes. Okay, so right click here and say new file. Okay, so I say 5 and then put full stop and then put like this, HTML attributes. Okay, HTML attributes. Okay, why am I giving them numbers? Because I want our files to be organized in a way that you can know where we start from and where we are at the moment. So I'll press enter and then we'll have HTML attributes there. So let's see the example of creating a HTML attribute. We'll begin by copying this basic file, okay, and then come and write it here. Oh, you may not even copy it. Actually, even VS Code can help you to write for you the basic structure of HTML. Just write HTML like this and then press HTML5. They'll write for you everything that you may need to know about, I mean the basics or the structure of the whole HTML element, of the whole HTML document. So our task is just write the content here in the what? In the code, okay, here in the body. So let's see what is meant by HTML attribute. We say that HTML attribute will define more rules to a certain what? To a certain HTML element. So I'm going to write here like my h1 tag. I say this is Mohindo. Okay. That this is Mohindo. Okay, this is nice. Okay, this is nice. Okay, so I save it. Okay, I save it. Then I'm going to open this one in our browser and we see what we mean. So if I come to our browser, where is our browser though? It is here. I'm going to open this file that we just created, this one. Okay, so to do that, I'll just simply say Ctrl O. Ctrl, you press Ctrl and hold it and then press O, and then you navigate to where you saved the file. For example, ours are saved on desktop HTML, and then this is the folder. So this is the file. So you can see this is nice. Okay, now I want to add more rules. Okay, you want to add more rules. For example, I want to say this should be red. Okay, I want to say this should be red. Oh, the whole thing should be red colored. So to do that, I'm going to add a rule. Okay, so I'm going to add more information. So you see the more information that we add there can be defined by what? By a tag. I mean by an attribute, and the attribute is always defined in the starting tag or in the opening tag of a certain HTML element. So I'll come here in front, press the space, and then write what we call a style. Don't mind if you don't understand this. When we proceed, we'll explain everything. So I'm going to say style like that. Let me repeat it. Just in small letters, style, and then equal sign, and then double quotes. You open them and close them automatically. VS Code will help you to do that for you. Okay, so after writing style, I'm going to say color. Okay, color, that's how you write color in HTML, COLOR, and then you put the semicolon. So that's an attribute. You see, this is an attribute and this is the what? This is its value. So I can say color, it should be red, and then put a semicolon. Okay, color should be red and put semicolon. Let us switch back to the browser and see how this looks like. That's our browser. refresh. Beautiful. Can you see that it looks green? So if we come back and define and say this is yellow, okay, blue, okay, blue, like that. Save. Remember to save. Come and refresh. Beautiful. It's blue. So what made this to look blue? It's because we defined a rule, or we defined more information to make it look blue. And how did we define it? We define it through the tags, and we use what we call HTML attribute. So anything that will be passing in this first tag of a certain element is what we call an HTML attribute. So I hope you've understood it. We'll learn more about HTML attribute. This is just an introduction, but I hope you've got the concept. So don't just watch this movie as a just watch this tutorial as a movie. Watch as you practice. Let us meet in the next video where we're going to look more about HTMLs. Thank you for watching. Hello, and how are you? In this movie, we are going to look at HTML headings. My name is Muhindo Mubarak, and I'm your tutor. So let's get started. So HTML heading are titles or subtitles that you may want to display in your web page. So if you want to put a certain title or a subtitle in your web page, you define those titles and subtitles using HTML headings. HTML headings are defined with a H1 tag up to H6 tags. So we have tags which begin from H1 up to H6. So H1 tag defines the most important heading, the most important heading, and then H6 tags define the least important heading. So as the headings decrease from H1, H2, H3, and also the importance decreases that. So HTML, this is how HTML headings are. For example, we have H1, H2, H3, H4, and that's right. So this is the most important. And if this one is inside this, or this one is nested in this H2 tag is nested in H1 tag, it means that the H1 tag is the main heading, and then H2 tag is what? Is a subheading, if they're in the same division or in the same section. So one will become the subheading of the other, or subtitle of the other. So that's how they are. So from H1 up to H6, H1 is the most important or the most biggest, and then H6 is the least important. So with that said, let's go into practicals and look at what is meant by HTML headings. So I'll jump straight to our code and then come here and open a new file, right click and then say new file, and I'm going to call this one number 6 and put underscore HTML headings. Okay, HTML headings. Okay, hope you can do that too. So I'm going right here, my structure HTML, and select HTML5, press enter. Everything will be written for me. So here I can put the title, though I've not explained these things. HTML headings, like that. So this is what will appear in the top. Okay, so here I'm going to put now my content. Okay, my content will come here. So we say that HTML heading starts with H1 tag. So for example, we can have let us say a H1 tag like that. Let me show you. Can have our H1 tag, just write H1, and then can say this is this heading 1. Okay, so the most important heading in your document is surrounded by what? By H1 tag. So let's go ahead and see how it looks like. So I'll come to our browser, which is here. I'm going to press Ctrl and O, and then select this file that we just opened. I just get it. So you can see we're having our H1 tag there. So let's go ahead and create the second one. So you can simply say H2, say this is heading 2. Okay, so let us go and see in the browser how it looks like. Refresh. Can you see this is a little bit smaller than this one? Okay, heading 2 heading. So let's go ahead and duplicate this. So to duplicate, just press Ctrl Shift D. No, not that. You press Ctrl, you press Ctrl and Shift, and then no, Alt and Shift and then the down arrow. Okay, Alt, hold it, press Shift and hold it, and press then the down arrow, the down arrow. So I'm going to come here and change this one to H3. Come here, change this one to H3, and then here also H3. So it's going to be H4. Come and make sure that I open H4 here, H4, and then can put here H4. I mean 4. Come and make it this one 5, and then this one 5, maybe this one 5, and then the last one is 6, and then this one is what, 6, and this one 6. So we're going to see how they're going to appear in our browser. Save. Okay, I've written in properly. Come and refresh. You can see the least sized one, or the least important, is having the least size. Okay, and the most important is having the biggest size. And HTML supports from H1 up to H6. If you write your H7, H8, it will not do what? It will not be allowed. For example, if I put here H7, it's a sin. In fact, it's not existing. H7 is not existing. That is a sin. It's a crime. So H7 is not there. It will not be. It will just be taken as H6. I hope. You see, it will be taken as nothing. Okay. So H7 is not supported. The list heading is H6. So you can use this one to organize your document titles and subtitles. Okay. So those are the ones that we call HTML headings. Don't just watch as you practice. Let us meet in the next video where we're going to look at HTML paragraphs. Thank you for watching. Hello, and how are you? In this movie, we are going to look at HTML headings. My name is Muhindo Mubarak and I'm your tutor. So let's get started. So HTML heading are titles or subtitles that you may want to display in your web page. So if you want to put a certain title or a subtitle in your web page, you define those titles and subtitles using HTML headings. HTML headings are defined with a H1 tag up to H6 tags. So we have tags which begin from H1 up to H6. So H1 tag defines the most important heading, the most important heading, and then H6 tags define the least important heading. So as the headings decrease from H1, H2, H3, and also the importance decreases that. So HTML, this is how HTML headings are. For example, we have H1, H2, H3, H4, and that's right. So this is the most important. And if this one is inside this, or this one is nested in this H2 tag is nested in H1 tag, it means that the H1 tag is the main heading, and then H2 tag is what? Is a subheading, if they're in the same division or in the same section. So one will become the subheading of the other, or subtitle of the other. So that's how they are. So from H1 up to H6, H1 is the most important or the most biggest, and then H6 is the least important. So with that said, let's go into practicals and look at what is meant by HTML headings. So I'll jump straight to our code and then come here and open a new file, right click and then say new file, and I'm going to call this one number 6 and put underscore HTML headings. Okay, HTML headings. Okay, hope you can do that too. So I'm going to write here my structure HTML and select HTML5, press enter. Everything will be written for me. So here I can put the title, though I've not explained these things. HTML headings, like that. So this is what will appear in the top. Okay, so here I'm going to put now my content. Okay, my content will come here. So we say that HTML heading starts with H1 tag. So for example, we can have let us say a H1 tag like that. Let me show you. Can have our H1 tag, just write H1 and then can say this is this heading 1. Okay, so the most important heading in your document is tagged, is surrounded by what? By H1 tag. So let's go ahead and see how it looks like. So I'll come to our browser which is here. I'm going to press Ctrl and O, and then select this file that we just opened, that just created. So you can see we're having our h1 tag there. So let's go ahead and create the second one. So you can simply say h2, say this is heading 2. Okay, so let us go and see in the browser how it looks like. Refresh. Can you see this is a little bit smaller than this one? Okay, heading 2 heading. So let's go ahead and duplicate this. So to duplicate, you just press Ctrl Shift D. No, not that. You press Ctrl. You press Ctrl and Shift, and then Alt and Shift, and then the down arrow. Okay, Alt, hold it, press Shift and hold it, and press then the down arrow, the down arrow. So I'm going to come here and change this one to H3. Come here, change this one to H3, and then here also H3. So it's going to be H4. Come and make sure that I open H4 here, H4, and then can put here H4. I mean 4. Come and make it this one 5, and then this one 5, maybe this one 5, and then the last one is 6, and then this one is what, 6, and this one 6. So we're going to see how they're going to appear in our browser. Save. Okay, I've written in properly. Come and refresh. You can see the least sized one, or the least important, is having the least size. Okay, and the most important is having the biggest size. And HTML supports from H1 up to H6. If you write your H7, H8, it will not do what? It will not be allowed. For example, if I put here H7, it's a sin. In fact, it's not existing. H7 is not existing. That is a sin. It's a crime. So H7 is not there. It will not be. It will just be taken as H6. I hope. You see, it will be taken as nothing. Okay, so H7 is not supported. The list heading is H6. So you can use this one to organize your document titles and subtitles. Okay, so those are the ones that we call HTML headings. Don't just watch as you practice. Let us meet in the next video, where we're going to look at HTML paragraphs. Thank you for watching. Hello, and how are you? In this movie, we are going to look at HTML styles. My name is Mohindo Mubarak, and I'm your tutor tonight. So, what is meant by HTML style? The HTML style attribute is used to add style on an element such as color, font, size, and etc. So if you want to change the color of your certain HTML element, you have to use what? You have to use style. You want to add the size, the appearance, or the display of a certain element. If you want to modify it, you have to use a HTML style attribute. So HTML style attribute, setting the style of a HTML element can be done with a style attribute. The HTML style attribute has the following syntax, and that syntax is what we're going to look into into our example. So in simple terms, a HTML style will help us to modify the way how our elements of HTML appear in the browser. So let's go and see how we can implement that. So to do that, I'm going to create a new I'm going to create a new file. Right click here, you can just press here and then give this file a name. So it's going to be 8._ and then HTML style.html. Okay, so I'm going to put here my basic HTML structure. There it is. Can put here the title, HTML styles. That's the title. Okay, so after doing that, let's see how we can do this styling. So to do the styling, we just simply come here and write. For example, I'm going to put something that will say I am red, another one will say I am blue, and another will say I am green. Okay, so to do that, I'll just simply say p tag and say I am red. So this one will make it red, and then come and say p tag I am blue, and then come and put another p tag and say I am green, right? Okay, so save, go to our browser, and then open Ctrl O. I can as well drag and drop the file here, HTML styles, so you can see I am red, I am blue, I am green, but they are almost same style, right? So let us see how we can change their coloring. So to do that, you just go to our code, and then we're going to add an attribute of style. Okay, so when you talk about attribute, you know what we mean. So I simply add here style, and then you just define color as red. Okay, then you come here, the second one, add another style tag, and then write here color as blue, and then come here, write another one style, and put color as green. Boom, save, Ctrl S, come to the browser and refresh. You can see I am red, I am blue, I am green. So how did we define these rules? We define them using what? Using the styles. So let us go ahead and add some more style, add some little styling. So to do that, you can maybe add the color, the size. So to add the size, just after the semicolon here, you add like size, font size or size, font size, font, and then dash size. Then you can say maybe 20 pixels. Okay, save. So come and refresh. Can you see this one is a little bit bigger? Okay, let's make maybe 30 pixels so you can see some difference. Okay, come and refresh. So this one is much more bigger than these others. And how have we done that? We have done that by defining the rule of using what? Using HTML style attribute. Okay, so using style attribute, you can define more rules, more rules. The font size, the font color, the many things that you may want to define how this thing should appear. So you can use HTML style attribute. So that's what is meant. That's what is meant by HTML style attribute. I already know these things in the head, so I don't need again to demonstrate with the slides, but I'll share with you the slides so you can go ahead and do what? And read deeply through the slides. So I don't need to again demonstrate using the slides because I already know them in the head. So let us go ahead and see what is meant by HTML formatting. So here we have our folder open, this VS Code. I'm going to open another file which is going to be new, number 8, and I'm going to put underscore HTML underscore formatting dot HTML. So after doing that, I'll write our structure of HTML, which is HTML5, and then I'm going to put here HTML formatting. HTML formatting, that's going to be our title. So we begin with bolding. So if you want to write a word and make it bolded, what you do, for example, I'm going to write here a simple paragraph and say today was my best day in a month. So if I do like this and I just run this one, what I'm going to expect is it's going to be a paragraph. Okay, so let us execute it. To execute it, of course, we'll have to open our browser, and here's our browser. I don't need slides, I already have these things in my head, right? But I'll share with you the slides so you can do what? You can follow along from slides. So let us go ahead and do what? And open the file by pressing Ctrl and O. Okay, and then come to desktop, and then come to HTML5. HTML, which is here. So I'm going to go ahead and open. It was supposed to be 8, right? Did I save anyway? Number 8, HTML formatting. Save. Come to desktop, you can see it here. Number 8, HTML formatting. So I'll open it. So So you can see today was my best day. So what if I want to bold these ones? If I want this one to keep them bolded, for example, best day, I want to bold it, so I have to format it. So to format, to bold something in HTML using formats, you just simply do what? You just simply surround that text that you want to bold with a B tag. So I'll put here my B tag and I put that text. That is a B tag, right? You just write B and press the tab key. It will be opened and closed for you. See? I just write B like this and then I press the tab key. I just write B and then the tab key. Then it will be opened and closed for me. So if I come and refresh now, you can see the word best day has been bolded. So that's how we bold stuff in HTML. In HTML formatting. There is other way. If in case you want to underline a word, for example, you can say P and you say I love you so much, darling. So if you want to underline the word love you, you just simply surround it with with the U tag, right? So U and then put the love and then come and refresh. You can see I love has been the word love has been has been underlined. So that's how we format text in HTML. If you want to do to put something in italics, you just simply put like this. I will never forget you. So if you want to underline to put the word never forget in italics, these two words, you just put the I tag and then surround it with the word that you want them to be in italics. Come and refresh. You can see never forget. Never forget has been underlined. There are other more like writing something small. To write something small, you can just simply say that is a small thing. So I can refresh. If I want to keep this word to be small, really small, than other letters that are with it, you just simply surround this small word with a tag called small. You see, tag called small. Just open that small, the tag called small, and close it. Then between it you put a word that you want to be reduced the size. If you come and refresh, you can see it has this word small is really smaller compared to other words that are in the same paragraph. There is other way. What if you want to mark something? If you want to mark something, you can simply do like this. This is very important thing. So if I want to mark the word important, if I want to mark this word important, you just simply surround it with a tag called mark. Okay, mark like this. Is it? Yeah, it's a new tag, so I have to open bracket and for it, and then close it. So if I come and refresh, you can see the word important has been. So without wasting much time, we're going to begin by looking at HTML lists. So we use HTML lists to create lists in web application or in websites. If you want to create a list, either ordered list or unordered list, we use what we call HTML lists, and that's what we're going to look at. So I'm going to create a new file and call it HTML list. So I'll simply come here to my file and create new, and I'm going to call it number 19. Just simply come here, create new file, 19 underscore HTML underscore lists.html. So there we go. I'm going to create here my HTML structure by selecting HTML5, and then I'm going to put here HTML lists. Then after doing that, I'm going now to create our list. So to create a list, as how it sounds, we use it just write lists. So if I want to create a list, there are two types of list. You have the first one, it's called ordered list. Ordered list is the list with numbers, which is numbered. It can be Roman numerals. It can be other way of numbers. Another type of list is called an ordered list. And an ordered list is the one which you can use points or bullets to create that list. So let me go ahead and create here an ordered list. So to create an ordered list, you just simply create a tag of UL, okay, which stands for an ordered list. And then you start adding their items. So to add items in your list, you just simply write LI. LI stands for list item. So there are going to be items inside our what? Inside our list. So let me go and add there maybe mangoes, some fruits, mangoes, and add there maybe lemons, and add there maybe jackfruits. So that is our unordered list. So this, by doing like this, we'll have created a list that is not ordered. So let's go ahead and run this file and you see what we'll come up with. So I'll come to my browser. Let me open a new browser. And open a file by simply clicking Ctrl O, and then come to desktop and look for HTML and look for the last file I've just created, this one, 19 lists. So when I open it, you can see I have that list of bullets. Okay, so that's how you create a list in HTML. So, and that's how to call an ordered list. That's what you call an ordered list. You just simply write a tag of UL, and inside it you put LIs, and inside those LIs you list what you want to be listed in this format. So we have another type of list, we call it ordered list. As we just said, ordered list, we use it to do what? To count, like we use it to count, for counting, okay? So let me say here, I had maybe some heading and call it fruits. So I'm going to put here maybe most popular, okay, I can say top 3 populated countries in Africa. So you realize that when you're creating lists, some lists you don't need to order them, and some lists you may need to order them. For example, here we want to list the top 3 most populated countries in what? In Africa. So it means that the order will matter. If you, for example, creating a music application, a web application, a music application, and then you want to write maybe the top 10. So the top 10 songs, it means that you'll have to, the numbering will do what? Will matter. So let me list here the most populated countries in what? In Africa. So I'll simply create my ordered list. So to create ordered list, write OL like that, okay? Then write list item LI, okay? So the most populated country in Africa, of course, Nigeria. It is followed by Ethiopia, and followed by Egypt, and then Congo. But I said 3. So these are the top populated countries in what? In Africa. As you can see, they are OL, so it means that they're going to be, it's going to be ordered. What we call ordered list. So let me go ahead and refresh my file. Refresh. You see, these are on top, they're just fruits, but this one are top 3 populated countries in Africa. The first one, you can see it is having 1. The second one, 2, 3. We are not the one who wrote this 1, 2, 3, but because we created the ordered list, that's why we're able to get this numbering automatically added in our list. So next time we want to create a list, first consider whether it needs numbers or not. If it doesn't need numbers, then you'll go for an ordered list. If it needs numbering, then you have to go for the ordered list. So this ordered list, we can still change them to another listing type. For example, you want to use A, B, C, D, something like that. Okay? Maybe put here maybe H3 steps, or I can say options. Okay, options. So options is going to be ordered list, and then maybe I can put li. I can put maybe social media. Okay, social media. I can put maybe, now we have maybe Facebook, I have Twitter, I maybe have TikTok, whatever, talk. I don't know how it's written, like this, TikTok, maybe. So if I save, come and refresh, this is also ordered list. Okay, so if I want to change the type of numbering, you just simply come and put here what you call type. Okay, so input type, you have these possible types. You have 1, 2, 3, or you have A, B, C, D. So you can have 1 up to the numbering, so it will be in numbers. Here, if you put type 1, it will be the default one, like this. You see? So if you want it to start from capital A and A, B, C, D like that, just put capital A. It will be A, B, C, D in capitals. If you put small a, it will be small a, B, C, D in capital. If you put Romans like capital small I, it will be, you see, we are changing the numbering type. So that is how we create a listing in, we create listings in what? In HTML. So when your free time, come and play with that. Okay. So we proceed to block and inline elements. So in HTML, all the elements that we have, they have two types. It is either a block element or an inline element. A block element is the one that will spend 100% width of its container. I repeat, a block element is the type of element that will spend 100% width of its container. Then inline element, it is the type of element that will just spend, it will stop where its content stops. So if it is having, maybe where the content stops, if it's having the content is less than the full width of a container, that's where that element will stop from. But the block element will spend 100% of the width of the container that is containing it. So to do that, I'm going to elaborate by creating a new file called HTML blocks. So I'll simply come here and create another file. Right click, new file. So it can be number 20 underscore HTML blocks.html. So after doing that, I'm going to put here our HTML structure, and then I'm going to put here HTML block. Okay, HTML lab block and inline elements. Okay, so I will say that the inline element will create 100% width of its container. So we have different types of block elements. Let us begin with block elements. For them, they will spend 100% width of what? Of its container. So to do that, I'm just going to simply create a block element. So as you proceed, you will have to know which one is a block element or which one is an inline element. So each element of HTML lies under one of those two. It is either inline element or a block element. So let's go ahead and create a block element. So paragraph is a block element. For example, if I say simple paragraph, okay? Paragraph 1, simple paragraph 1. And then I create here another simple paragraph 2. So what you're expecting, even if I put it here on the same line, you see, what you're going to expect, this one is going to come on what? On new line. Even though we put them on the same line and save, okay? So let me go ahead and open this. You can see, simple paragraph is completing the whole line, and this one is completing the whole line. In other words, let me put here just some simple style. If you still remember styling, I'm going to put here some styling, style, and we see where a certain element stops from. So I'm going to say, I'm going to create a class. Oh, you guys may not be understanding what. Do you look at classes? It's going to be the next thing, in fact, after here. So to create a class, just put a dot, and then you give the name of this class. Don't mind about the class. We're going to explain to the next topic. So to create a class, just put a dot inside the style, and then you give it the name of this class. Maybe I'm going to call this class red, and then I define this class by having background color of red and text color of white. Okay, and I'm going to define another class. I'm going to call it what? Blue. And then it's going to have the background color of blue and the text of white. So let us see. We are going to see where this HTML, where this the word simple paragraph stops. So we just simply put here a class. We give it a class, and we have defined these classes here. So I mean that if I give it this element a class of red, it's going to implement this. And if I give this one a class of what? A class of blue, it's going to implement the second one. So let's go ahead and refresh. So if you refresh, you'll see this red, even though the content stops from here. Can you see? The content stops from here. But you can see the red starts from here up to here. It spans the whole container. It spans the whole width of the what? Of the container. So this type of element, we call them what? We call them block element. The one that spans 100% of the width of the container that contains them. We call them what? We call them block elements. If I create another, that's what meant by block element. So we have a list of block elements. A paragraph is a block element. Is a block element. Address is a block element. HR is a block element. LI. So every item that you're going to use in HTML, it will lie under one of what? One of the two. It is either a block element or an inline element. So go and search and find out examples of what? Of block elements. Let me put them here in comment. This is how you comment in HTML as discussed. So this is a list of block elements. So address is a block element. Article is a block element. Is a block element, not broke. Is a block element. Aside is a block element. Blockquote. So all these ones that you see in this list, they are what? They are block elements. So we have another block element called div. So everything that we do, you'll have to, you say this one, this div, we'll use it so much when we proceed. So everything that you look at, it will either be a block element or inline element. So these are the list of block elements. You can go and search them and find them. HTML block elements, you'll find them. Let me put here a H1 tag, a H2 tag, and call all the heading tags, they are block elements. So heading 1 up to heading 6, they are all what? They are all block elements. They'll spend 100% of the width of an element, of a container that it contains them. So let me name this one as what? As block elements. So let us go ahead. So this, I'll share with you maybe this code one day, and then you'll be able to see them. So let us go ahead and create an inline element. So to create inline element, we have different examples of inline elements. Among inline elements, we have a span tag, we have a link, we have a B tag, we have image tag, input tag. All of those are what? They are what? They are inline element. So let me go ahead and create here a heading 2 and call this one inline elements. So we have said that, for example, a link. So let me create a link. If you still remember, we looked at links. So I'm going to create a new link here, and I'm going to make it href to hash. Okay, and you remember we discussed about links. So if you did not practice, then you should be lost. But if you practice, then you should be understanding what I'm talking about. So I can say this is a simple link. So if I save, I come and refresh, you see this is a simple link. Now let us determine and see where it stops by giving it just a class. Okay, and so it stops. So I'm going to just simply come here and give this link a what? A class, maybe of red, because I already defined here classes. So let us give it a class of red and see where it stops. So if I come and refresh, you can see that. Can you see that? Where the content of the link stops, it is where the link also stops. It means that even if I create here the second link like this. You see, this is the second one. Let me call it simple link 1, and then I call this one simple link 2. Let me give this one blue so you can differentiate them. Class of blue. Come and refresh. Can you see that where this content stopped at, it's where the second one started from. So this type of elements which does not spend 100%, as you can see here in paragraph, the content stops here but it spends 100% up to this point. So this kind of elements, we call them inline elements. These kind of elements that spend 100% of the width width of a container that contains them, we call them block elements. So you should learn how to differentiate the two. These are called block elements. These are called what? Inline elements. So you have many examples of inline elements. So an abbreviation ABBR is an inline element. A block, a B tag, let me list them here. A B tag is an inline element. Okay. Let me comment them. So A tag is inline element. ABBR is inline element. Acronym is inline element. B tag, if you still remember the B tag, the one that bolds something, is inline element. This element that you're seeing here, all of them, they are what? They are inline element. A button is an inline element. A site is an inline element. A code is an inline element. So when you practice, always consider and check out if an element is either inline or block element. So by this definition, you can now tell an element that just spends a minimum space that of content that it contains is called inline element. An element that spends 100% width of a container that contains it, we call them block elements. So that's a simple definition. So all HTML elements lie under one of these categories, either an inline element, either a block element or inline element. So you proceed to classes. So what is a class? What is a HTML class? We use HTML classes. Attribute is an HTML class is an attribute that we use to specify where some rules, or that we use to group so that we can implement some rules of either CSS or JavaScript. So a class can help us to group elements. As you can see here, I created for you a class called red, and then we use that class to what? To paint different elements here. So that's how we use a class. We use a class to target elements of what? Of HTML. I repeat, we use a class to target a group of HTML elements when you're writing either CSS or JavaScript. So let us go ahead and elaborate HTML classes. So I'll simply create a new file and name it HTML class. So I'll come here and create a new file, name it number 21 underscore HTML classes.html. So I'm going to create here our HTML5 structure, and then I'm going to call this one HTML classes. So if you have your content and you want to organize it, you want to design it, you will always find that you need HTML classes to design those content. So to create a class, you simply define it, okay? So to define a class, you come here in head and write style, okay? So you can say, I'm going to create a class called what? Called a product, okay? I'm going to create a class called product. So to do that, you just simply do like this, put full stop. So when you put full stop, it means that you're going to define a class, okay? So you give a class a name. I'm going to call it product. You can give it any name that you want, but that name should be a single string, and then you should not have also a dot. So open the curly bracket and then do like this. So in here, I'm going to define the properties of my class. So I can say this class should have a background color of what? Of maybe black, and it should have the text color of text should be maybe green. Okay, then you should have width, okay, of maybe 300 pixels. So I'm defining my my class. So we use a new element that we have not heard about. We call it div, which we said also it is a it is an inline element. I mean, it's a block element. We use container elements to specify where our rules should start and where they should stop. But these container elements, they don't display on our screen. One of the container elements that we have what we call div. Okay. We have what we call div, and another element another container element we call it span. So these are the two container elements. They will not appear on our screen, but we'll only use them to structure our content. This one is a block element by default, and then this one is is an inline element by default. This one will spend 100%. This one will spend minimum as possible. So let us go ahead and create our product. So I'm going to create here my div. So we have said that div will not appear on the screen. For example, if I write like this div will not affect anything. So let me go ahead and open the classes. This one here. You can see, you cannot see div. It cannot do anything there. But its purpose is to define where the rules of either HTML, of either CSS or JavaScript should start and where they should stop. So let's go ahead and give it, maybe inside this div, it is a container now. This is a container will start from here up to here. So let's go ahead and create maybe some h2 tags and maybe call a name of a product called maybe MyFi. I'll say MTN MyFi, and then give it price, maybe 31,000 UGX. I can begin with UGX, and then maybe warranty, two years. Or you can say 12 months. So that's our product. So that's our product. If you come and refresh, it is surrounded by div. If you come and refresh, this is just a simple product. Okay. So I can create even see maybe two products. I can say maybe this. Let this one become the second product. Call it Airtel SIM card. Maybe it is 2,000, 3,000, and warranty is 6 months. So if you come and refresh, can you see we have these two here? Okay, this is a first product, this is a second product. This is a first product, this is a second product. So we're going to target this product and make them appear better. Maybe we're going to give them some design. So what we're going to do, we have written our classes. So I've written a class called called product, which will have maybe background color of green and text color of white. Okay, and maybe let us leave that. We can even give them border. This is our right border, just put 1 pixel, then say solid, and maybe what else do you define the color? Red. So that's how I write the borders. So we want to design this product to have some good design. So we have defined here our class, and this is how we define a class. Just simply put dot and the name of the class. Now this class we have not used it. So once you define a class, you can use it on on multiple elements. They can be even 1,000 elements, but you can use it. So I'm going to use this class on these two products. Okay. So I'll just simply put here and give it a class, and give it a product. Okay. I'll come and also give this another product a class, and call it product. So that's what is meant by class. We just use it to do to target some content in HTML. So if you come and refresh, beautiful. you cannot see the difference. So let me put here maybe some BR tag to separate the line. So if I refresh, you can see we have. But what made this? Did we write the CSS 2 times? No, we wrote it only 1 time here and defined this as the class, and we're able just to implement this class in different items, and it worked. So that is how we write CSS using a class, and then we just use those classes after defining them. So after doing that, we are going to proceed to creating what? An ID. So an ID, we also use it to target elements of HTML. So you can define as many classes as you want, as many classes as you want, and then you can use them in many instances, or in many on so many elements as you want, as you've seen there. So it will depend on your creativity and how you can use this knowledge. But the big thing is you should get the concept. So once I've defined that, we're going to look at another thing called an ID. So an ID, for it to use it to define a single element in a whole HTML document. For example, in this document that we just created, this one, we cannot have 2 elements with same ID. That one will make an error, and that's not the purpose of an ID. Every element inside our HTML document, it must have a single ID. It must have a single ID, but you cannot have multiple IDs with the same names. So if, let us say, we are going to create here, we're going to give all the title. I mean, we're going to give maybe this. We're going to create here maybe a seller. Okay. I'm going to put here maybe our H1 Mohindo's shop. So this is the title. Okay, and expect the title to be 1 on the whole HTML content. So if I want to now style this one, since it is only 1, of course your document will always have 1 title. So if I want to to target this document, I have to give it an ID. I mean, this element, I have to give it what? An ID. You can use classes, but if you want to identify it uniquely, you have to use an ID. So to use an ID, you just simply put ID and then the name of the ID. I'm going to call this ID title, or I can call it my title. So if we save and refresh, everything will be okay and nothing will change. Why? We have not defined the rules. Okay. So I'm going to create now an ID, how you can target it using CSS. So to target an ID, so here we use the dot to target a class. So to target an ID, use the hash, others called pound. Okay, use hash like this, and then write the name of the ID. So I'll come here and give maybe my ID color of green. So it means that the text in my ID is going to have the color of what? Of green. So, and you have to use this ID only 1 time. Don't come and create another element and give the same ID. Okay? If you want to define another ID, it's okay. But a certain particular ID with a certain name, it must work only 1 time in the entire HTML content. In the entire HTML what? Entire HTML document. So you can see we're having our ID there that is pointing only the title, and then these are classes. So I can even come here and increase the what? The font size, maybe 20, 30 pixels. So if I come and refresh, that's 30 pixels. I want to resize it, 50, maybe 40. 42. Okay, let me leave that. Okay, so if I come and refresh, you can see we're able to target the ID. I mean a certain element using an ID, and we're able to target multiple elements using classes. Okay, so you define class 1 time and use it many times. You define ID 1 time and use it only 1 time in a certain document. Don't use the same ID on multiple what? On multiple elements. I hope I'm loud and clear. Okay, so we can use IDs on titles and the rest. So we proceed to, we have looked at HTML classes and what? And IDs. So let us proceed to another thing. We're going to proceed to HTML forms. So this is a very, very serious part of HTML when you start dealing with forms. So why do we need forms? So we need forms to collect data from users. So at this moment, if you're really curious, you would have started asking yourself, now what if I want users to register on my website? I want to collect the content or the names or the information from users. How can I get that information? How can I allow people to enter information in my website? So to collect information from your website, we use what we call HTML forms. HTML forms can collect text input, can collect text area input, can collect buttons, can collect options, can collect many things, many different elements. Okay, so use HTML elements to do what? To collect data from users or from the public. So let's go ahead and create and look at these HTML elements, different HTML forms. Okay, so I'll just simply create here another file. You can simply click here. So I'm going to call it number what? It's file number 22. 22. Sorry. File number 22 HTML underscore forms dot HTML. Okay. So after doing that, let us go ahead and create our structure of HTML HTML5, and we're gonna call these ones HTML forms. Okay, save. Let us come and open it here. Ctrl O, and then put here. Okay, so after doing that, let us look at how we can create HTML forms. So to create HTML forms, we use what we call the HTML tag. So the HTML tag will allow us to start a form. So to start a form, you just simply write the word form like this, okay? And then you write a tag like this one. So in between here is where you're going to put what? We're going to put what? HTML form elements. So those HTML form elements, they are different form elements that will allow us to collect data from where? From users. So let's go ahead and create our first form. So you can see this is a form tag that I've just created here. Let us go ahead and collect our first element. So let us look at different elements of what? Of HTML. So we have what we call input. So this input, you just simply write an input like this. Okay. And then you give it a type. We'll look at different types of what? Of inputs. This is very, very important. You should really be careful. You should really be serious about these HTML forms, because our application that we'll be creating will be much more depending on the data that the users are entering. So you have to understand different HTML form elements that you have to use in your projects or in applications. So you can see input, and it's having a type of text. So it means that that is going to be an input that allows text. Can you see that? If you have never done that, now you can start. I am able to do what? To type something inside the browser. I can search, I can do anything. So that's how, and this is just a simple input tag that will enable us to create a space that someone can enter a word and send it to you, or send it to your server. So after doing that, let us look at different types of input. So we have a text input, as you can see it there. We have another type of input called radio. So these radios, you can choose one of them. So to do that, let me give here a name. Maybe we're going to call it sex, and value, I'm going to call it male, and create another one called female. Save. So for this element to be radio, you must give it what? Same names. So if I come and refresh, value, value, to submit value. So can you see? We can call this one male, put a BR tag, and call this one female. Save, come and refresh. Put your SIBR here. They are inline elements, that's why I see one is following the other. Save, refresh, you can see we have male or female. So the meaning of radio elements, you can pick only one. You can either pick this one or this one, because you cannot be both unless you're what? Unless you're transgender. So I can either be male or female. And how can we do that? We use that by the power of input of type of radio. So we proceed. We have other types of input. Another type of input is called a checkbox. We use this checkbox to collect, most especially, an element which can have multiple choices or a single choice. So to write a checkbox, just write input and give it a type and then call checkbox. So for example, you can say agree or accept our terms and conditions, something like that. So if I come and refresh here, you will say I have a checkbox where I can either check and I say, okay, I've accepted the terms and conditions. So terms and conditions. So that's what is called by what? By HTML checkbox. And that's why I say, if you really never practice this, please practice and make sure that you write in them by yourself, so you can understand how these things can help you when you're creating different applications. After doing that, let me go ahead and create another type of element, which is called button. So this input can also be a what? Can also be a button. Okay. So just simply give it a name, maybe submit, and then give it a name called what? Called button. I mean value called whatever. So you can call it maybe button, maybe save. So you see the main point here is the type of button. The type is what? Is button. So I've looked at the 4 different types. We have text, radio, checkbox, and the button. So those are 4 different types of what? Of HTML. Can you see? This is a button of HTML input elements. So if I come and refresh, you can see we have a button. So this button, you can even put the text here inside the value, and that's what will be reflected inside the what? Inside the button. So you see, I'm able to create an input, I'm able to create a radio, I'm able to create a what? A checkbox, I'm able to create a button. So that's how we create those elements of input in what? In HTML. So we're going to look at another important thing called label. So a label, it helps us to label something so that I should be able to click on it. For example, you see here, when I'm viewing, I may fail to tell which one is male. Can you see? I cannot click on this text. I cannot click on this text. But if you want this text to be clickable, let me say, for example, you have something called name. Maybe a Peter called name. And after name, we collect the sex. And after sex, I put 6 here on top. Sorry. Yeah. And then this name should come also on top here. Okay. So we have name, we have sex, and the sex has 2 options, either male or female. We have another type called checkbox, maybe accept our terms and then maybe submit. So by doing like that, we'll have designed our simple form. Just a simple form. Can you see? Name and then sex, like maybe here on sex I put beer tag. So if I come and refresh, have name, sex, and what? And accepting the terms and conditions. So you can realize that if I click on this name, it's not clickable. So if I want it to be clickable and be linked to this input, when I click on name, it should come here. When I click on male, it should come here. When I click on female text, it should come here. To do that, you need one more thing called label. So the label will help us to point or to specify a certain input by text. So if I want this label of name to be connected to this text here, what do? I first give this text what? An ID. And you know an ID must be one in the whole HTML document. So I can call it name, okay? I can call it name. Then I'm going to connect this word name to this one. To do that, I will surround this word name with a new tag called label. So to create label, we just simply write label, label like this. Then between here, you put the value, which is name. And then you see here, there is an attribute that comes with the label. In fact, if it does not come, you can write it, which is coming with the label. Inside this label, there's an attribute, and that attribute is called for. So this for, it is asking you what is the ID of where we should connect this label. So if you want to connect this name, the word name here, this label of name, to anything on bottom, you can as well do that. It's okay, as long as you're using the right IDs. So I'm going to use the ID that I've just defined here and put it inside here. I hope we are together. So by doing like that, it's going to, this name part, can you see? Refresh, can you see? When I click on name, tap, it takes me to place where I can write a name. Okay? And I click on name, tap, it takes me there. So if I want to maybe connect these male and female, I can just simply put here label and then give it an ID of what? Of maybe male. And then I come and make sure that my input is also having an I say it is for male, and then I come and make sure that this input of male is having an ID of male. So if I come and refresh, you realize that now if I click on male, it selects for me this. You see? But if I click on female, it's not doing anything. Why? Because we have not set the same thing for female. Let us do it faster. Female should not feel bad. So I'll do that and then come and paste it here. And then after female, I'm going to give this female an ID. The input, always remember to give the input an ID to where you're connecting to. So ID, I'm going to call it female. And call this one also female. Okay? So this one is going to connect with this one. So if I come and refresh, you can see now if I click on female, it is speaking. Click on male, it is speaking. Click on input, it automatically selects for me. So that's what you call a what? That's what you call a label. And that's how you can write it. So we proceed to checkbox. So I've looked at checkbox and submit buttons. I've looked at them. So we proceed to attributes. Input attributes. So in HTML, these elements have different what? Have different attributes that we can use to do what? To modify them. The first one, I've already looked at them, and that is what? Those are the first one that we have looked at. There are two: the type attribute and also the ID attribute. So these are the two attributes. Though the name is also an attribute and the value. So all these are what? Are HTML attributes. So if you want to create an HTML attribute, you have different ones. Of course, among them we have what we call the placeholder. We have what we call placeholder. We have what we call we have what we call a name. We have what we call value. We have what we call, apart from those placeholders, I've forgotten others. Okay, but those are the placeholders that we use when implementing HTML form elements. So we have, this is just one type of form elements with with 4 categories: radio, checkbox, a type of button, and type of what? Or an input. So let's go ahead and create another file for what? For HTML elements, input elements. So the other, after looking at the input, this one that we just looked at, you have another type of element is called select. So we use select to select, of course, as you can hear. You use select to select either a single option or a multiple options. So let's go ahead and create a new file called select. I'll simply come here and then or let me keep the same thing. So let me create another. Let me put here a horizontal rule. Horizontal rule, just simply put HR. In fact, this element, they're supposed to be inside this form. They're supposed to be inside this form. Okay. So let me go ahead and create some select element. Okay. So I'm going to just put here maybe my h2 and call select element, and maybe put here some HR to separate it from others. Put br. Okay. So we have an element called select element. So this select element, it helps us to write, to pick option from either a single option or a list, to either pick a single option or a list of options. So let's go ahead and show you how to create a select element. To create a select element, you just simply write select as it is, and then select as it is. Let me write it from scratch. Just open the tag, write select, okay, and make sure you close it. So you can put here now the options, okay. So to put the options of select, we use what we call option. So you just write another tag called option like this, and that's when you can put these elements inside select. So maybe let us say maybe your favorite phone. So you can put maybe iPhone, Samsung, Nokia, Motorola, and maybe Sony, Ericsson. So if I come and refresh, you'll see this is what we created. Okay, let me give it a tag and and an option. So you can just simply put here a label. Label. It's going to be for phones, and we're going to put here your best phones. Assume that you're collecting that from users. So I'll make sure that I give this one an ID. It's select, not select. Select. Okay. So I'll make sure that I give it an ID, and then give it an ID of a phone. So when I click here, it should be able to expand for me this. You see, we have discussed about labels. So if I come and refresh, you can see your best phone, and when I click here, I have a drop down. Nokia, Samsung, Motorola. If I go for Motorola, that will be picked. So that's how we create drop downs. We use a tag called what? Called select to create a what? To create a drop down. I hope we are together. You have to pause the video and then do it by yourself, not just to keep on watching without doing shit. Okay? So this drop down, we can as well select multiple options. You see here, I'm selecting only a single option. Okay? So if you want to select multiple options, you just simply add a tag called multiple. So you just simply come here to select, come at the last part, here at the end of the select, within select, where is it? The label is inside select, that's bad. Okay, within select tag, just put an attribute called multiple. Leave it, don't initialize it to anything. Just put multiple. So if you do like that, your application will allow the users to select multiple options. Can you see? I'm able to select multiple options. I can press Ctrl and hold, and I'll be able to select multiple options. So that is how select multiple works. So we proceed to text area. So we use text area. Let me create also another boundary. Okay, so I'm going to create here another label, and I'm going to call this one maybe your details. Okay, so here I'm going to create what we call a text area. Text area, we use it to collect a large amount of information. For example, if someone is going to explain something and expecting a big story from them, then you have to put them in text area. You should realize that this input, this is how it will be. Okay, so it is just a single line. You cannot press enter. When you press enter, it submits this form. But if you want to allow someone to write freely anything that they want, maybe like details, so you just simply create what? A text. You have to create a text area. So let's go ahead and learn how to create a text area. So just simply text area like that. So when you initialize the text area, these are things that you may need to put: the name, the ID, the number of columns, and then let me first remove these ones. It should not confuse you. Okay. Save. Come and refresh. Can you see? That's what you call a text area. This one that you see on top. You see? I'm able to type multiple lines. So if you want to, this select area, this text area has different what? Different properties. So among the properties that we have what we call calls. You can guess it. These calls will be used to define different columns. Okay? The number of columns that you want on your text area. So if I want to define, maybe you should have, you see here it is by default having 2 columns. If by default I don't know how many number of columns. So the columns, they are number of columns, they determine width. So if I come and say maybe you should have 10 columns, so if I refresh, the text area will be what? Will be squeezed. So if I say maybe you should have 40 columns, so you see, you can have 40 columns. Okay, so you can write, press enter, write. I think columns, they are the number of letters. So after doing that, that's what you call columns. You have another attribute called the rows. So just simply add another attribute called the rows. Okay, rows. Sorry, I'm writing code. Rows like this. Okay, so the rows will determine the number of rows there should be in your what? In your HTML text area. So if I want this row to, this text area to have 3 elements, 3 lines, so I can come and add there 3 and refresh. You see, it is increasing. If I change it maybe to 5, save, come and refresh, you can see it is increasing. So that's what I mean by text area. It is just like an input area. An input text, an input, but the difference is this one supports even entering, pressing an enter. Can you see? Okay. It also supports, but the input only have different types of what? Of input. So that's how we write a HTML text area. We use it to collect maybe someone's detail or anything that may need details. So we proceed. We proceed to different attributes of input. So input, as we discussed, they have different attributes. So among the attributes that the input has, we have things like placeholder. So if I come here on top and write placeholder, this one is going to define something that we're going to observe here. So if I refresh, this is what we see. Okay. So if I give this element a placeholder, I can describe the purpose of that element. You should write your story here. So if I save, come and refresh here, can you see that thing in the background? That yellowish thing? It is not text, but is what? It is the content that we've just put. I mean, it is just a directive that tells a user. You may not even put labels. You may create an application with just this placeholder. It is just holding this place as how it is, as how it says. So if I come and start writing, that placeholder will disappear. Okay. So you can use placeholders to define your input. Even if this one I use it still will work. But we use text holders to define the input to the user of what will be their purpose. Okay. So you see, that's how it is. But if I start typing, it will do what? It will disappear. So there are placeholders. Let me look here in the syllabus if I have another thing. We have another element called read only. Read only is an attribute that will allow a user only to read but not type. For example, if I come and add it here, read only, and I save, then if I come and refresh, you see, I cannot type anything. It is blocked, as it says, read only. You cannot write other shit there. So if you want to just read only, sometimes you may need to block a person from logging in or any scenario like that. If you want to block a certain input, you can just simply add another attribute here. Okay, you add another attribute here, and that attribute is called disabled. Okay, for it will not even be submitted. It will be there, but it will not be submitted. Can you see disabled? I cannot even click on it. When I try to click on it, it will fail. Even read only is better than disabled. Read only will allow you to at least point, but here disabled, it will not allow you. We use them in different scenarios, like when you don't want the user to enter that thing manually, but you want him to see it in the form. You can create that form and give the disable part attribute. So disabled, I've looked at it. We have the size attribute. So size attribute will limit the input. I'll have what you call type. So this type can be so many. So if you want to see all the options, just press Ctrl. Come and click on type and then press Ctrl and press space. You see? These are different types. You can collect the date, you can collect passwords, you can collect the range, you can collect. This one will not collect them, but it will be your homework to come and play with them. Just come and search HTML input types. HTML input types. The answers are already there. Just click here and you'll get the whole answers. Okay? Click anywhere, you'll get the whole answers. So, but they are here. They are the different input types. Just press, create your element of input, come in between there, the type, and press Ctrl and space. You'll be able to do what? To get the list of types. So assume that you want to collect date. Just put there date. It's a type of date. Come and refresh here. Can you see? My input has been changed to date. So I can as well pick the date. If I want to collect something like color, just put there the type of color. Refresh. I'll be able to do what? To pick a color. So if I want to collect maybe if I want to collect another thing, just put Ctrl and space. We have button. I'll look at button, date, time, email. So if you want to validate your fields, maybe they should be only emails and not allow another thing. Just put email, save, come and refresh. You see, this one will be an email. So if I write anything, it will not allow me if I try to submit. Unless I do what? Unless it is email. So another thing, you may want to write a password. So just put a type of password, refresh. You see, if I come in password and try to type, everything will be hidden. Okay, everything will be hidden. So that's how we create even the element of what? Of passwords. And that's the attribute that you give. So the remaining ones, you will have to find them by yourself. But you can create other inputs such as which can have a type of a number, and that will allow only numbers. And then you can go ahead and create how to validate number, the minimum, the maximum, the required part. You can go ahead and do it and find them out. So with that much said, you have things like autofocus. But this one I give you as a what? As a homework, which are really simple. But the main important things I've explained them, and I hope you've understood them. Hello and welcome to our other lecture of learning how to create websites from beginner level or from scratch. Today we're going to proceed from our previous classes. If you're new here and you have not watched the previous classes, then I really recommend you to go and watch the past 3 classes so that you can be on the same level with us. We began with introduction to HTML and we stopped at HTML forms. And I hope you guys have been practicing, because watching these things like movies without practicing, it is equivalent to writing on water. So with that simple introduction, today we are going to look at how we can create our GitHub repositories and then save our information to GitHub. And also we'll go ahead, if time allows, and get introduced to CSS. After getting introduced to CSS, we'll also get introduced to CSS Bootstrap, the simpler way of writing CSS classes, or the simpler way of implementing CSS. So we have a lot to cover today, and you're going to take this journey in 7 minutes. So I call upon your attention. Try to be as much attentive as you can in these 70 minutes, and then after you can go ahead and do other thing. So let's get started. I'll start counting the time. Okay, after 70 minutes we'll go ahead and end the class and do other things. So as you've heard, you're going to get introduced to GitHub. So if you don't have any information about GitHub is the way how we can control our source code or using internet. So if your computer get lost, you should be able to have a place where you can restore your code. Or if you want to collaborate with multiple people, you should have a place where you can do everything on different computers, but all your source code is saved together. I mean, in the same place. So that kind of software or that kind of technology, we'll call it source code version control. Okay, we'll call it code version control. So we have version control. One of them, the popular one, is called GitHub, a place where you can create repositories, or you can create your code and then save the code, the copy of your code on GitHub. And as I've told you, it will help you to collaborate even with multiple people. So at this level, I want to be able to trace your performance and also trace your work, if you really guys you're doing something or you're not doing something. So the simpler way for me to trace if you guys are doing stuff is through using GitHub. So what we'll do, we'll create I'll teach you how to create GitHub accounts, how to create your GitHub repositories, how to commit and push your repositories to GitHub, and then how to add contributors, and then you'll add me as a contributor. So if you add me as a contributor to your source code, I'll be able to trace and see if you're doing something or not. Otherwise, if you don't do that, then it will be hard for me to trace you. So that is why I saw it very important at this level before you proceed to start creating to start learning how to use GitHub technology. And you add me as contributor, and I'll be able to trace your performance, if you're doing something or not. So with that much said, I'm going to begin by showing you about how to create a GitHub account. So what I'll do, I'll launch my browser, and here is my browser. So once you have your browser, just simply come and search GitHub, as you can see there. So in search GitHub, you'll get the first result, where they'll explain you what is meant by GitHub. They'll explain to you what is meant by GitHub. GitHub is a provider of internet hosting, software development, and version control using Git. It offers the distributed version control of source code, whatever. So in simple terms, it is being used by 73 millions of developers or users, and we use it to just control the versions of our source code, or of our code, or our story, or anything that you can store. So that's why we need what? We need GitHub. So to use GitHub, the first thing you have to install what you call Git. Git is the software or the technology that works with GitHub to communicate, and that works with your computer to communicate with what? With GitHub, the software. So the first thing that you're going to do is to install Git. So to install Git, you just simply come on internet and search Git like this. Just search Git download. Okay. So in search Git download, you'll get this one. You'll get this. So go ahead and click on download Git. Okay. So when you click on download Git, you'll get you'll be taken this place. So at this place, you'll have to select your computer. If you're using Mac, you go for Mac here. As you can see, I'm using Mac, so I have download for Mac. So just simply click for Mac and then to start downloading. If you're using Windows, so you just simply click on Windows and then be able to download. If you're using Linux, still you can use, those who are using Ubuntu, you can still use this version. So if you're using Windows, automatically they will detect that you're using Windows and the button of download for Windows will be here. So if it's not detected, you just simply click on this Windows icon and then you'll be able to select and download. So for me, I'm using Mac, I'll just simply click on download. So when I click on download, Git will start downloading, you see? It is going to start downloading and I can get that download at this point. But for me, I already have it, so I'll not do what? I'll not download it. So what you do, you download this Git, and after downloading it, you install it. If you're using, for example, if you're using Windows, for me of Mac, I have to run a command. But if you're using Windows, just click on Windows and then you'll see, click here. Can you see? Click here to download. So if you click here on the click here to download, it will start doing what? To start downloading straight away to your browser. But for me, I already have this stuff, so I don't need it. Okay. So, but for you, you'll have to download it, and then after downloading it, you click to install. You double click on it, you open it to install it, and then when you click on installing, you just simply click on next, 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 next. So you'll be clicking on next, it will be installed in your what? In your computer. So installing Git is really straightforward. Just because I'm not on my Windows machine, I could have shown you, but it is really, really straightforward. So after installing Git, the next thing you'll have to install what? GitHub software. So to install GitHub software, simply again come to your Google, to google.com, and then search GitHub. So after installing Git, you have to install now GitHub. So click on GitHub and then click on download GitHub. Okay. Sorry, click on download, search download GitHub download. So GitHub download is just a software that will enable us to communicate with our what? With our GitHub accounts. So go ahead and click there, and then you see here I have download GitHub for macOS or macOS. I already have it. So if you're using Windows, automatically select Windows. But if you're using Windows and they did not show you, you see there is also an option here. So you go ahead and download GitHub. So after downloading, you see it has started downloading. After downloading, you install it. To install it, you just simply open what you have downloaded here and then click next, next, next. It is really straightforward. If they ask you to install, when you're clicking next, when you're installing this one, they'll ask you to install GitHub command line. Go ahead and say install GitHub command line. So after downloading and install those two softwares, Git and GitHub, you'll have a software like this in your computer. Software like this one. You just go to start of your computer where there's all programs and write Git. You'll be able to have a software like this one. Okay. So you'll have something like this. Okay. So this thing is my GitHub software. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to create my GitHub account. Okay. So to create a GitHub account, if you don't have one, you just simply come to the browser. So after making sure that you have downloaded GitHub, then next thing is to create a GitHub account. So I'll simply come to my browser here, and then after opening the browser, let me open it incognito. I just simply search GitHub. So if you search GitHub, you'll get this first line of github.com. So you got this link first link, github.com. So you click on github.com and then you'll be taken here. So you'll have something like this, okay? So if you're coming for the very first time. So here is where you can create your what? Your GitHub account. Okay? It's on internet. So you should be connected to internet, of course. Then you'll be able to create your GitHub what? Your GitHub account. So to create a GitHub account, you just simply click on what? Click on sign up. So this sign up, they'll ask you to create a GitHub account. So to do that, you just simply enter here your email. Okay? After entering your email, you click on continue. They ask you to enter your password. So you enter a password that you will not forget. After entering the password, you click on continue. They will send you a link in your email to confirm. So you go to your email address inbox, and then you'll find there the link for the password for the GitHub, or they'll send you a code. Copy that code and paste it somewhere here where they'll ask you to do so. So after pasting it, you will be able to have your account of what? Of GitHub, which is really straightforward. Okay? So for me, I already have one, so I may not need to create another one, but those are the steps. Enter your email, enter your password. They send you the link to verify your email. You verify it. After verifying it, and then go ahead and log in. After logging in, you'll be able to have your what? Your GitHub account. So let me open the browser where I'm logged in with my GitHub. So this is where I'm logged in. So if I come to github.com, you should be able to see something like this. Okay, you should be able to see something like this. Okay, so once it's something like this, then it means that you will have created your GitHub account successfully. So the next thing is for you to create a repository. So a repository means a copy of your project or your source code on what? On GitHub. I repeat, a repository means a copy of your project on what? On GitHub. So since you're learning HTML, I'm going to create a copy of my HTML project on GitHub. So it's going to be like a new project. So I'm going to create that copy right now. So to do that, this new repository is here. So I'll click on new repository, and then they'll ask me what is the name of my repository. I'm going to call this one, I'm going to call it learn underscore HTML. So that is the name of my repository. So this is where I'll be saving all my codes that I'll be using to practice what? To practice HTML. Or I can say learn web. Let me say learn web. So everything I'll be saving it here. So web, HTML, and everything I'll be saving it here. So after doing that, now the next thing is now to do what? To create this repository. So I'll leave it as public. After leaving it as public, I will go ahead and say create repository. Okay, so I'll click on create repository. So it will start creating for me the repository, and once my repository is created, I'll have something like this. So this means that under learn it with Muhindo, which is my username, there is stroke repository. Otherwise, if I click on learn it with Muhindo and I click on under repositories, I'll see different repositories that I've been creating. I have this one, learn web. You see, this is just the one that I've just created 16 seconds ago. I have this one, I have this one. So now I have 3 repositories. So for you, if it's your first repository, you'll have only one. So let me go ahead and open my first repository, learn web. So I have this first repository, but there is nothing. So why have we created it? We have created it so that we should be able to keep a copy of our code on internet. So we have to find a way how we can send our code here. Okay, we have to find a way how we can send our code here. The code that is on our computer or on a local machine, on the computer, right? We should have a copy of it here so that we should be able to share it with other people. They can be able to access our code on internet. Even we can even collaborate with different people, right? So after doing that, let us go ahead and create our and see how we can send our code here and have a copy here on the repository. So to do that, I'll come back now to my desktop. Okay, so this is my desktop. Now the next thing, this is our software that we just downloaded. So the next thing that I'll have to do is to log in into this software that I downloaded. So to log in, you just simply come to GitHub or click on File if you're using Windows, and then you click where there is word Settings. But if you're using Mac, you'll see the word Preferences. So I'll click on Preferences and I'll get this one. So if I'm not logged in, let me log out here. If I'm not logged in, you'll see github.com. So you just simply click Sign In on github.com, not GitHub for Enterprise. GitHub for Enterprise is the one which is paid, but for me, I have a free version. So I click on Sign In. So I click on Sign In, they'll ask you to sign in with your browser. You say yes, and then they'll take you to your browser. Then you'll have to authorize. But for me, I already authorized, so they'll take me just directly. So after authorizing, you should be able to have your account there, or you should be able to successfully log in your in your project. So after doing that, it means that I've successfully logged in my project. So the next thing is now to connect this project that we just created with our with our local computer. So to do that, I first make sure that so here it will have our list of projects that we created. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to add the repository which is on internet. I'm going to add it on computer. I'm going to add this repository that I've just created, this folder. Okay, I'm going to add this folder to my computer. Okay, so I hope we are together. To do that, you can just simply click on repository and then not repository on file, and then say new repository. Or you can simply say add clone repository here, Ctrl Shift Co, clone repository. So when you click on clone repository, it means that you're going to get the repository from internet to your computer. So if you're already logged in, you can click there, and then you can even have your repositories here listed. So if I say learn web, you see my repository is already there listed if I'm logged in. Another way, you can just simply click on URL here and then come and copy this link. Okay, you see, you copy this link. So I can copy this link and then I come and paste it here. So those are two ways. You can either use this one, you see, learn web is here, the new repository that I just created, or you click on this use link. So one of the way will work. So let me use this one. So I click on learn web. So after clicking on learn web, the next thing, I can just simply paste here the URL. So after pasting the URL, the next thing is to, if you're using learn web, the next thing will be, if you're using the github.com, after selecting the repository that you want, the next thing will be for you to select the path where you want this repository to be saved on your computer. So I click on URL, I paste here. The next thing is to choose where I want, and you know this link, this is the link that I just created, and this link is the link for your repository, this one. You can as well copy this link on top, or you can even copy this one by just simply clicking here, and then they'll copy it for you. So I hope we are together, right? So I paste that link here in the URL, and now the next thing will be for me to select where this project should be saved. So you select where this project should be saved. So for me, I'm going to put on desktop, but in my folder of GitHub. So for me, what I do, I always put my projects in a GitHub folder. I create a special folder called GitHub. It can be anywhere in your desktop, anywhere, but it should be somewhere, right? And it should be organized. So for me, I always create my folder. I call it GitHub. So in that folder, I save there my projects that are on GitHub. So this is my folder of GitHub. You can see, you can as well create yours on desktop. You can create it anywhere. So let me go ahead and create and open this folder of GitHub, which is here. And every month for me, I create a new folder for GitHub projects. So for example, if I go to May, if you are in month of May, I'll just simply come and create a new folder, which is 2022 _ May, which is 05. So if I do like that, I'll have my things organized in form of months. So everything that I start in a particular month, I put it in that particular month. Right now we are still in April, right? This is the last day of April. So this project that I'm just going to create, I'm going to save it in this month of April. Okay? But all of them, they are inside the folder of what? Of GitHub. So I hope you are together. So after making sure that I have my folder of GitHub, now the next thing I'm going to, I've created this subfolder. Now the next thing is I'm going to do what? I'm going to set this clone or this new project that I'm getting from GitHub to be in the folder that I just created. So I'll click here on choose. So you click on choose the folder. So my folder is on desktop. So also if yours is on desktop, is okay. If yours is in another folder, no problem. So I'll click on desktop, and then I'll go to the folder where mine is GitHub, and then I go to the month of April 2022-04. So all the projects that I'll start in this month, they'll be here. And the project that will start in next month, they'll be here. So let me select the where this month where I am. So I'll just double click on that. But this is optional, organizing your things in this form. You can also find your effective way of organizing things, even which may be more better than mine. So I'll go ahead and select. Then after selecting, so it means that my folder is going to be saved here in the subfolder called Learn Web. So everything is well set, and then I go ahead and click clone. So after clicking clone, it will process. You should be well connected to internet. After processing, then they will have connected this folder that you just created, this folder which is here. You see, there is now a new folder here under 2040. You see, there's a new folder that just created, that has been created by GitHub. So they have connected this folder with what? With this GitHub, with this repository. Okay, they have connected this folder with this repository. So after doing that, now this folder is empty. I'm going to put there now my works. So since it is about Learn Web, remember we have our HTML projects, our HTML files that we have been using to practice. We have our HTML file that we've been using to practice. And remember, I told you that every topic that I teach you, you should be creating for it a separate file. For example, I expect you at this level should have, if I open, this is my folder of HTML, right? If you open your folder of HTML, you should have something like this. Can you see? Really well organized. And let me show you. You see? This is what I have. So I expect you also to have something like this. One intro, this. So these are the topics that we have covered. So if you're really serious student, I expect you to have all these files, separate files. So if I open this one, it will take me to my browser, and you see this one. This is where this is what I practiced on that day. The HTML, I think here we're learning about links. Okay, so I expect you also to have that stuff in your in your computer. So if you're really following what I was teaching you, but if you're not following, of course you won't have it. So I have all my organized source code of HTML, but saved in a folder called HTML somewhere on my computer. So since I already have that folder, what I'm going to do, I'm going to move that folder where it is and put it in the folder where I can have a copy on internet. Okay, so in my new folder of GitHub. So what will I do? I'm going to go to my new folder of GitHub. So I'll just simply click on desktop and then come to GitHub. This is my folder of GitHub. Then I go to where there's a folder of Learn Web, which is here in April. Here, Learn Web, it is here. So I'm going to drag and drop all my exercise files that I was practicing and put them here. So they are here, HTML. So I'll just copy and paste them here. So when I paste them here, it means that I have moved them in a folder of GitHub. So after moving them in a folder of GitHub, the next thing for me is to push this folder that I've just put in my new folder of GitHub to this source code. I mean to Inline Web. I repeat, after copying this folder to my repositories folder that we just created, the next thing is for me to commit those changes or that new folder and push it. Pushing means to get the local changes of the folder or the local files or the files that are on your computer and push them to internet or to your repository on internet. So once you push them, it means that now you'll have changes in your in your project here that is on internet. Let me repeat for the last time. After putting my folder here in the repository folder that we just created, the next thing for me, it will be to push or to commit and push those changes to my to my web, to my online version. Okay, this is the offline version. Now I'm going to push them to to the online version. So after copying that and put it there, and then I close. So I make sure that I've selected the web. So if you selected the web, now you'll be able to see these Chinese things. It's not Chinese really. You'll be able to see these new things here. We call them changes. These changes, they are the changes in our folder of GitHub. You see, I've selected the Learn Web repository. You can switch the repositories from here. If you want to select another repository, you can switch them from here. So you see, in this repository, I now see some new things, these new files. So why am I seeing these ones? I'm seeing this one telling me that, hey, in your folder that is connected to a repository of GitHub, or to a repository of GitHub, there is something that has changed. So they want me to be able to save those changes. And I see those things inside the what? Inside the software of GitHub. I hope we are together. Why? Because I just copied all my HTML files. You see? Let me come again. You see, it is here. If I come to here, come to this Learn Web, you see this is the HTML files. So I copy all my previous HTML files that we are using for practicing. I copy them to this folder of GitHub that we just created and connect this one. So if I copy them, now GitHub will automatically know that there is something that has changed in our what? In our folder. Okay? And these are the files that have changed. So if I close and I come to GitHub software, it will tell me that, hey, this and this and this and this has been what? Has been changed. So now what I have to do is to commit. Commit means like you confirm. You confirm, yes, I'm the one who changed this stuff. Okay? I am the one. So that means committing. Then after committing, you will push. I'll explain what is meant by push. So I'm the one who has changed these files, so I have to commit them. So I make sure that I select all of them, okay? All of them that are selected by clicking on this one. So and say, maybe I can put my first comment, I call it first changes. And then I click on commit to main. And then I click on commit to main and everything will be done. Okay? And there will be no more cry or complaint here. So after committing to main, it means that you have confirmed with GitHub that you are the one who changed those files on local machine, on computer, or offline. So after doing that, then we have to push or publish and push. Push means that these changes should be now saved on the online version or on our computer, on the GitHub version on our computer. That's what is meant by push. Push means to send. It means like we have finished, like the way you can type a WhatsApp message. After typing on WhatsApp message, you have to send it. That is the same as pushing, okay? So I've finished creating my changes. If you come to GitHub, you come to this new folder, you see, there are changes there. After doing that, now I have to push them. So to push them, after committing them, you just simply click on publish branch. So publish branch, you click on this file, I hate it. Just click on commit and then publish branch, okay? So when you click on publish branch, it will process and then send your branch to your what? To your GitHub. So after doing that, you see they see no more local changes. What does it mean? They mean that there is no offline changes. So if you have any offline change, let us say like I come and edit a file here, or I add a new file, GitHub will automatically know and they'll tell you here that there is a new file that has changed, and they'll ask you to commit it and push it. So I've pushed. So after pushing, let me come back to my web. Okay, so I go to my browser where there is my repository of HTML here. So if I refresh, I should be able to see now a branch. You see, I have now the first branch. So you should be able to see something like that. And in that first branch, there is my folder of HTML. So this is the website. You see, this is the website. This is not our computer. So if you click on HTML, can you see everything that was in our previous folder has been created here? Okay, everything that was there has been done. What has been created? So that is really beautiful. So it means that all the changes that we had on our computer, anyone in the world can now do what? Can access them. Even if you lose your computer, you can be able to get your what? All your changes. Okay, that is so beautiful. Okay, so after doing that, it means that now you're good. You can even go to another computer, log in to your GitHub, and then pull. So when you pull means to get the versions from internet. It just like you clone. You can go to another computer, a laptop, or another computer. Just log in to your GitHub, install GitHub software, login, and then clone. So when you clone, it means that you'll have again the same code on that computer. You can edit, work. When you finish, you push. So you'll have contributed here. So you can work even on 20 computers, or 5 computers, or 6 computers, or 3 computers, while your code is being saved in only one place, and all your changes will be in one place. So isn't that beautiful? It's really beautiful compared to the way how we are doing things. You have to copy it on a hard disk, on a flash disk, and then carry it. When you change it from this side, you have to again copy it from flash, which is really painful. But here you push and pull, push, pull, push, pull. So if you make a change here, when you go to your local machine, you just simply pull. For example, if I come here and change, let me change it. So here I'm in a browser, right? I'm in a browser. I come here to comments and I put here, and let me just change here and say I'm going to click here on edit. I'm editing from internet. Here, this is the internet, right? So this is another computer. So it can be another computer, right? And I can say this is amazing. And then after I save, I commit and save from web. Okay, so this is another computer. I commit and save. This, like, I'm editing from internet. So I just saved this file. So if I click here, there's one file has changed. So after doing that, so I come to another computer, to the original computer, this one. So if I click here on fetch, it will tell me that, hey, there is some changes on what? On web. So this is in the case, like in case someone contributed to your code, or your colleague wrote something and he pushed. So for you have not got these changes to your computer. So when you come to your GitHub and click on fetch, it will tell you that, hey, there's some changes on web. So what do you have to do? You have to pull. Pulls means to get the version from internet to your what? To your local machine. So I'll click on pull. It will process, and then my local version, all the files that are on the local computer will be updated. And the good thing here is it does not update everything. It only updates the file that's changed. It does not update everything. Only the file that changed is the one that is what? That is updated. So even if you have thousands of files, it will logically, it will smartly only update those ones that what? That had some changes, which is so beautiful. So after reaching that level, now the next thing that you'll have to do, you're going to add me as a what? As a contributor to your web project. So to add me as a contributor, what will it help? It will help me to know if you're doing stuff or not. Okay? So when you'll be making changes from my computer, I will be able to see that, hey, this guy is working or he's not working. So to add me as a contributor, or you can add another person as a contributor so that you can start working on the same project, you simply click on what? On settings. Okay? Click on settings. So you first browse to your project. Mine is repository here. Click on web repository, learn web. And then under learn web, there is this one. So I just simply click on settings after reaching the specific repository. And then click on collaborators. Okay? So in collaborators, you enter your password to confirm that you are the one using, or you are the one adding the collaborator. Then after, you scroll down here, you'll find a button which is straightforward and clear that asks you to add people. So I'm going to add a person. So here you enter my email. Okay? My email, or you can even search me. So my email is ugnews24@gmail. So that's my email. So you invite me. This is one E only, okay? With Eugenius24 with a Z. And then you invite me. Or you can even enter my username. Learn it with Mohindo. It will be some suggestions here. So as one word, you'll be able to add me. So, but because it is my own project, so I cannot add I cannot add myself. So let me invite my other account. So I have this other account, Mobahood. You see, there are some suggestions. So even with the picture. So when you search me, learn it with Mohindo, you'll see my picture of Eugenius24, which is red picture. So I click here, invite this guy as my collaborator. So when I click on add to this repository, add about this repository, I will get the email that will confirm that you have been added to to this repository. Okay, so that's what you're going to do also. In this class, you're going to add me as a contributor to your repositories, that I should be able to know that if you're doing shit or not. So after doing that, then it means that you have successfully created your repository. So you can see here, you can click on show in Finder. You can even open with VS Code. So from here, you can simply click on open with VS Code, and then GitHub will help you to load that project or to load your folder in your VS Code. But you can as well open it manually, something that I already showed you how to open a certain folder in what? In VS Code. So you see, I have there my first files, and this one, and there are a copy of them on what? On internet, which is so beautiful, and a copy of them on what? On internet. So lastly, a VS Code. You can also as well use VS Code to do what? To manage your source code. I mean to manage your GitHub account. So in case you don't want to use this software, still VS Code can also do the same thing. So VS Code, you just simply come here and click on this icon and then click on login. So here I'm already logged in, so I don't need to do it. Just click on sign in. So when you sign in with GitHub, you just click on sign in with GitHub. It will ask you to enter the code, which is straightforward. When you sign in with your GitHub account here, you can as well use VS Code to push on what? On GitHub. How? So here my project's already there. You can even clone. So if your project is not on GitHub and click here, they'll ask you to clone a project. And the steps are almost the same. So let me come ahead and change some files here. So if I change the files here, this is intro. I can say simple thing from VS Code, and I save. So once I save, it means that I've made some changes in a file. And once I made a change in the file, and you see here, there is a 1 here. Okay, they tell me, hey, there's some change that has been made. So I just simply click on that one and write if I want. And if I also come to GitHub software, it will tell me that there is something that has been changed, and you can see there. So this time you can simply commit and push on GitHub using GitHub software. But still VS Code can do the same stuff. So I'll just simply come here and click on this one. Okay, so I want to commit and push. So to commit, I can say maybe from VS. That's my commit VS Code. That is my commit message. Then to commit, you click on this check or the tick. So when you do like that, you have committed, but you have not pushed. So to push, you just simply click here on the word sync. So this sync, if you've not installed a plugin, it will be the word push. It will simply do what? It will simply push your source code to your internet. You see, it's pushing. There's something that is disturbing. Okay, mine is disturbing, but it works still. So you just simply click on push. So when you click on push, here it'll also work in your case, but for me I have some problem. So if you click on push, still it will be the same thing, and then your online version will be updated. So how do we do this? When you're going to code, of course, you always code in sessions. You can start, for example, from 8 p.m. up to maybe 12 p.m. That's a single session. So what you do, you write. When you finish, you have to leave your computer. So before you leave your computer, you have to make sure you commit and push. So after committing and push, so you may commit once and push once. After committing and push, it means that your online version, it's going to be what? It's going to be updated. So if you want to see all the files, just click here. This is the files. This is GitHub. Files, GitHub. Files, GitHub. So I have all my files there in the folder of what? Of HTML. So at this level, I'll hope everyone will be able to reach it. And in case you're stuck, you try again and again until you make it, because we have already done it. So you will not be the first person to do it. So it's not magic, right? It's not magic. So if you just face some challenges, try like 20 times. 20 times, that should be the attitude. So if it fails 20 times, then come to my inbox, but don't come to my inbox before you try 20 times. If you give up before 20 times, then it means that you give up, But don't give up before you really reach this point. So we are at that point. So let us now start today's topic. So today's topic, we are going to get introduced to what we call CSS. So in the previous class, we talked about CSS, and then we said that we use CSS to design our project. If you still remember, if I come to this file, styles, you see, we talked about external styles and the what. So we use CSS to design our project. And if you still remember, we discussed about classes, where we said that a class, you'll be able to define some rules only one time, and then you can be able to implement these rules on different blocks of your project. So CSS is another complete day or another complete programming language. Very popular, because the only way that we can design our websites. So that is CSS. So you can come and learn about CSS, okay, here in W3 Schools. Everything is already there, written for you. So this CSS, it has a shortcut where you can okay, it's better for you to come and learn here CSS and know the basics of CSS. But I'm going to give you a shortcut where you forget the existing classes or the already created classes and just implement them. And there is we call it a framework. So there is one CSS framework that we're going to get introduced to, and in that framework it's where we're going to learn how to design and make our website look much more beautiful than the way they were. So that framework is called Bootstrap. So you can simply come to W3 Schools and click on Bootstrap. So this Bootstrap, it is having 3 core versions: Bootstrap 3, Bootstrap 4, and Bootstrap 5. This is the newest and the latest. But for me, I'm going to teach you Bootstrap 4. So click on Bootstrap 4, and then you'll have all the notes that you're going to follow here. All the notes that you're going to follow, they'll be here. So your task is just to put to put your ass down, and then and start learning. Otherwise, if you don't learn, then you will not know shit. You will not understand things. You have to sit down and learn. And once you learn something, then it will be in your head forever. Otherwise, if you don't learn, then you'll keep on mediocring every day. Okay? First, put pause to TikTok. Put pause to Netflix if you have an account. Put pause to YouTube, and first use these 3 months and learn something. But in your free time, of course, when you're really bored, you can watch a single movie. You can check some interesting things. But in these 3 months, sit down and learn stuff. You see, all these notes are already there waiting for you. But you are busy on TikTok. Then after some time, you cry that you're broke. Really. Anyway, though this is not the only journey. Anyway, I have to sit down and start learning. So you said that you're going to get started with Bootstrap. So Bootstrap, it is what is the definition of Bootstrap anyway? Let me search it. What is Bootstrap? Bootstrap. Just search it on Google. They will tell you what is meant by Bootstrap here. Bootstrap is a free open CSS framework directed at responsive mobile fast front-end web development. It is a HTML, CSS, and JavaScript based design template for typography, forms, buttons, navigation. So in simple terms, Bootstrap is a framework that will help us to create beautiful websites without too much hassle, and while using good practices. So we're going to get started with how to implement this Bootstrap in our projects. So to do that, I'm going to create a special folder in our project, call it Bootstrap. So you see how I've been organizing my things. I have a Learn Web. Under Learn Web, I have HTML. So here I'm going to create another folder under Learn Web. Come here, new. No, not new file. New folder. Okay, and I'm going to call it Bootstrap. Okay, so I have two folders under learn web. So this is just the same as coming to a GitHub folder. The same as coming to a GitHub folder, come to your folder where you're saving your stuff, learn web, and then create a second folder called Bootstrap. So in case your friend wants to learn through your notes, they can find them well organized. The notes for HTML, they are there. The notes for all the practice files for Bootstrap, we're going to save them here, which is really beautiful. Okay, a beautiful way of organizing stuff. Other than creating a file, today is on desktop, tomorrow it is on disk C, tomorrow it is in flash disk. You should be able to put your things together. Also, maybe when you also teach someone, then they should be able to relate. Okay, or you can even do better than me. So I've created here my folder of what? Of Bootstrap. So as we've had, Bootstrap is just a framework. It's just a class. It's just a file with classes of what? Of CSS. So we are going to download that file of Bootstrap. Okay, so let us go ahead and download that file. I will not be much into here, right? So I'm just going to simply come here on my Google and search. Okay, maybe a little bit faster, but try to be a little more attentive. Okay, so we're going to download a file of what? Of Bootstrap. So I'll come to Google and search download Bootstrap 4. Okay, not Bootstrap 5, but Bootstrap 4. Click enter, and then click on this first search result, download Bootstrap 4. Okay, click there. So you'll see here Bootstrap 4 can go to Bootstrap 4.6. 4.6 also. Okay, so this one, Bootstrap 4.6. Okay, Bootstrap 4, it's okay. So there you'll have to download Bootstrap. So you scroll to download Bootstrap. You may not find. Okay, click on download. So when you click on download here button, and the download button, you'll find here compiled CSS and JS, and then you have source files. So source file comprises compile Bootstrap with your asset pipeline by downloading CSS what. Okay, so this one, it has everything, so many things, even the one that you don't need. But for us, we just need this first one, simple one. Okay, so let's go ahead and download it. Click on download. It is just a simple file. It's not like Flutter SDK. Okay, so it has finished downloading. So I'm going to open where it is, show in folder. So this is where it is. Okay, so it is a zip file. Okay, it's a zip file. So after getting this file, I might just get the whole of it and put in my in my project. So I click on copy. Okay, copy. Then come to your GitHub folder. Come to your folder where you saved your Bootstrap. Then paste it. Okay, it is even too huge. I can even. Okay, so after doing that, it is still zipped. So we have to unzip it. We have to unzip it until we get exactly what we want. Okay, so to unzip, so if you're using Windows, right click and then click on unzip. For Mac, we just double click and then to unzip stuff automatically. So once you unzip it, you'll have something like this. Okay, you'll have something like this. You'll have CSS and JS. Okay, don't look at anything. Just come to CSS. Okay, come to this unzipped file, come to CSS, look for this file where there is bootstrap.css, this one. Okay, don't get lost in with any other thing. Look for this file, bootstrap.css. In fact, that's the one that we're supposed even to add only in our project. So copy that file, copy it, and then come to your folder. In fact, it's the only thing that you had to copy. So and click there, or go to your folder, right? So for me, I know where mine is, under GitHub, under 2022, I mean Apple, under Learn Web, under Bootstrap here. So I'm going to paste it here, paste it there. I've pasted bootstrap.css. If you cannot see extension .css.html, if you cannot see those things in Windows, I've already explained how to unhide extension. Go to views on your folder, go to views, go to options, go to scroll down, click on view, and then scroll down. You'll see something where there is hide extension of known files. It is checked. Uncheck it and then click on apply. Then you'll be able to see .css, .html. So in simple terms, just copy this one, bootstrap.css is the only thing that you'll copy. Copy it and paste it on top of your bootstrap folder. You can even delete these other things. Let me delete this one and delete this one. All what I need here is this. Okay? All what I need here in your bootstrap file, in the bootstrap folder, is this one. Don't confuse yourself, guys. Okay? Don't confuse yourself. I don't want that. It's not good to confuse yourself. I can even do it again just for your sake. Let me do it again because I don't want you to start disturbing. Okay? Now, after downloading your folder, your file of bootstrap. Okay? Where is it? Here, bootstrap. Unzip it. You know how to unzip. Okay? After unzipping it, where is the unzipped version? Okay. After unzipping it, let me get the unzipped version. See on desktop. Okay. Bootstrap. It is here. Bootstrap for distribution. Open it. After open it, you'll find there are two folders, CSS and JS. Open CSS. Okay. Look for bootstrap.css. Copy that, Ctrl-C. Come to your folder where there is your HTML files. Not HTML, but where we create the new folder of Bootstrap. We're going to put Bootstrap things. Come desktop, wherever it is. So come there. I'm trying to explain as if you're babies. No problem. Bootstrap, paste there. Okay? Paste there. So this is the bootstrap.css is the only file that you need. Forget about the rest. Okay? So if you come to your project here, if you come to your project here and open Bootstrap, you should be able to see this file, bootstrap.css. Okay? This one. You should be able to see that. So whatever is inside there, don't touch. It's not your business, right? Whatever is inside bootstrap.css, don't open, don't touch, just leave it. Okay? So after doing that, then it means that you have successfully downloaded Bootstrap. Okay? File. So the next thing is for me is to create now my first file that I'm going to test Bootstrap. So I'm going to create new file here. Click on this folder, new file, and I'm going to call it one_test.html. Okay? So that is one_test.html. So after doing that, I'm going to write my HTML structure and then put here, say, bootstrap test. Okay. So after doing that, I have now to come here to body, and then inside the body, I can put here my H2 or my H1. I can say bootstrap test. Okay. And then after I come out of this H1, I write my P tag and then put something like lorem. Write lorem and press enter. Lorem, and press enter. Then you'll have something like this. Okay? You'll have something like this. Okay? You'll have something like this. Okay? So let's go ahead and run this file. So run this file. Can I click here? Okay, okay, so to run this file, I'm going to open it in the browser. So to run it, just simply come to our folder of Bootstrap, or you can just simply come to Google Chrome. Open here, new file. just simply open your Google Chrome. Mine is here opened. So after opening Google Chrome, the next thing you're going to open the file that we just created. Okay, so to open the file, press Ctrl and O. Okay, Ctrl and O. Press Ctrl, hold it, and O. You already know that. Come to desktop where you saved your file. So for mine is saved on desktop. Come to GitHub, and then come to this. Navigate where your file is. Learn web, bootstrap, where there is this file 1_html that we just created. Open it. So when you open it, you'll have some. Okay, so this is what you have. Okay, so there it is. Okay, but you can see we have not imported bootstrap. So we have bootstrap file, but we have not imported it. So to import bootstrap file, now come back to your HTML or the text editor, come in the head tag, and then write the word link. Okay, write link in small letters. You'll be able to get suggestions. Press enter, and then here under href, now here href, you put the name of this bootstrap file. So what you're trying to do, you're trying to import these classes of bootstrap into your what? Into your project. So you can just simply write bootstrap.css. Okay, bootstrap.css, then save. After saving, now come back to your Google Chrome and refresh. So this is how it looks like before you put bootstrap. Okay, now let us refresh. We have now put bootstrap. Let us refresh and see how it looks like. Click on refresh, tap, boom. Can you see? Things really look much more nice. There was space that here was on the towards the end has been removed. The font style has been changed, and then so if you see that there is something that is like this, then you know that you have successfully imported bootstrap. But if you cannot confirm from there, just still come and write this inside this class. I mean inside this inside the body tag. Okay, and the body tag, write the word class, the attribute class, and then in the class write the word bg, and then put dash, and then write the word danger. Okay, write something else. Okay, write bg, then dash, then the word danger. bg danger. bg danger, like this. Okay, so after writing bg danger, put space and then text white. Okay, text white. Write these two things. bg danger, text white. Okay, so that one will confirm with you whether it is you have successfully imported bootstrap or not. Just come and refresh. Come to our project, refresh, boom. Can you see? Can you see? So if you did not successfully import bootstrap, you'll not be able to get that, which is so beautiful. If you come here and put bg success save, come and refresh. Don't mind about what they mean or not. You'll have something like that. So don't mind about what they mean or not. We're going to explain everything step by step. So at that point, you should be able to tell, yeah, I did it. Like you have successfully imported bootstrap. So that is a simple introduction to what? To bootstrap. So now let's go ahead and now start getting started with what? With bootstrap. So we are going to begin with what we call containers. So a container is something that contains your content, as just it sounds. So we may need to make sure that our things are well organized when we are creating what? We are creating our containers. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a class. Create a new file called container, just like the way I've told you. Like every practice thing, you have to do what? To use a new file. So after testing that you have successfully imported bootstrap, then you're going to proceed to another thing. So to do that, I'll just simply come and right click there, new file. I'm going to call it 2 underscore containers. I can just put bootstrap containers, bt underscore container. Why am I putting bootstrap bt? Just for the sake of bootstrap, but let me remove it, it's useless. Containers dot html. Okay, so here I'm going to write my HTML container, and then I'm going to put here my just containers. So let's go ahead and import bootstrap. So to import bootstrap, we just simply copy this. Okay, before import bootstrap, let us first do something. So I'm just going to do the same thing that we did here. Copy that body, just copy the paragraph and the heading. You can as well type it again, save. Now let us go ahead and open this file. Okay, so we'll come to our Google Chrome and click Ctrl O, and then after clicking Ctrl O, we go ahead and open this file that we just created, 2 containers. So if you refresh, you see we have that one. We have not put bootstrap. So let's go ahead and put bootstrap. So to put bootstrap, we just simply copy this, or you can simply write the word link and then write there the word bootstrap. Okay, so save, come and refresh. So everything is beautiful. So now our bootstrap containers, they help to organize our content and keep it in a place where a user can read things in a simpler way. So you have 2 types of containers. We have one is called container, and another one is called container fluid. We're going to look at what they meant. So if I want to implement containers, so I'll just simply come to my body, and then I click on class. I add class, and I add there the word container, and save. Make sure that I write the correct spelling. So if I refresh, you can see my content, it was starting from end up to the end, but right now it has been reduced. So this container, it just uses the good practices of how a website should be like. For example, when it will be really hard if, let me show you. Let me remove class of container and I show what I mean. I've removed the class of container. So if I refresh, so it can be hard for someone to read a sentence beginning from here up to here without a break. Okay, so it's good practices that someone should read sentences which are not too long without being without being broken or without being wrapped. So that's why Bootstrap, they sat down and saw that, hey, we may need a class called container for keeping the content of the user into their right angle or the right range of where they can read content properly. So that's why I came up with a class called container. So this class container can implement it anywhere. So let us go ahead and implement it here. Just simply write container like that. Okay, container like that. So I can simply put, okay, come and save, refresh. You can see there is some space that has been left here, and this space that has been left here. So right click, and then click on inspect. So inspect can help you to test and see how your things will look like on different devices. So if you click here, they will show you how to look like on the mobile. If you click there and then click here, you can click on responsive. You can move here and see how things will look like on different computers. Can you see? So if I click on here, instead of responsive, I click on iPhone. So it means my website will look like this on on iPhone. If I click here and I click on Samsung, it means that my website will look like this on Samsung Galaxy. So you can see that Bootstrap is intelligent, even though on the big device it left big space before the beginning of the line. It was intelligent enough to tell that, hey, if the device is Samsung, it's a phone, you should not leave too much space, because the phone has less space of screen width. So you can see relatively on the phone there is a small space that has been left, but our content does not touch the border. It does not touch the border of our of our device. For example, if you remove this container, class save, come and refresh on this device, can you see the content is touching the border, which is not really good practice. Okay, someone cannot read. It's not good practice. They think it looks smart, does not. Container, if you add their container, save, come and refresh, you can see there is some border that has been left from the some space has been left from the borders. So that is the work of container. And if you even close, you can close it from here, this X, to go back. So if you go back, you see even on a big computer there is a bigger space that has been left, but it makes things look really nice. Okay, but it's optional. It's not necessary that you should always use it. So that's the meaning of container. I just brought it so that you should understand what is meant by container. So if I cut all this and then put div, and then insert that div, paste there, and then div, I told you, is just a container also, something that you can use to create where our rules should start and then put stop from. So in this first div, I can say div 1. So that's what I put container in div 1. So if I come and refresh, we'll have div 1 and container. So if I go ahead and create here, and I put here, so this is div 2, right? This is div 2. So have div 2 container, and you can see things have started looking beautiful compared to where at beginning. So now it means that we can now do what? We can implement our classes of Bootstrap. So let me go ahead and change now this one to another type of a container. We have another type of container, it's called container fluid. So to implement container fluid, for it to it will spend the maximum width of what? Of the container that's containing it. So I simply add there the word fluid like this. Okay, fluid. Save, come and refresh. So you see, this second div is as maximum as possible. This first div is having some spaces, okay, in the margin, and this one is having as maximum. So, but even though this one will try to keep the content is within the within the container itself, it is also important to keep the content within the within the container. So I have those two types of container. This is a container, and this is container container fluid. So we go to typography. So typography means that how the content will look like in Bootstrap, or how the text of Bootstrap should look like. So Bootstrap has different typography and how it organizes different content. I mean different text and how they should they should look like. So you can use typography either to work on a plain text or on a specific specific text field of HTML. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll simply come here and create a new file. So make sure that you're creating in a Bootstrap file, in a Bootstrap folder, because right now we're having two folders. So click on Bootstrap folder and then click on this plus here. So that's one as simple as creating a new file. So it's going to be 3 _ typography Bootstrap typography.html. Okay, so after doing that, let me keep this file as a basic file. This file number 1, I'll be just using it as my basic file. Okay, let me remove these others. I'll be using it as a basic file. So I'll be coming and copy, and then I paste, so that I should start from there in the next file. So so we're in on Bootstrap typography. So typography, so I'm going to just put here maybe container. So let's see now how H1 will look like. Maybe we can say heading 1, and this one is H2, and this one is H3 and H4. 3. So Bootstrap will automatically format these things for ourselves. So I'm going to go ahead and open the file, Ctrl O, and then I click on typography. When I click on typography, let me put here container. Write this correct spelling, save. So that is how different headings of Bootstrap look like. This is heading 1, heading 2, heading 3. So they automatically formatted like that. So on top of those headings, Bootstrap even created for them created for them classes. So in case you have for example, your paragraph, let us say P, and say this is my simple paragraph. So come and save, come and refresh. Of course, that is your simple paragraph. You see, that is the size of paragraph. This is the size of of headings. In fact, this is heading 3, right? So this is a simple paragraph. So this Bootstrap creates still classes for these headings. So in case you don't want to change the tag, you want to keep it as paragraph, but you want it to appear like heading 2 or heading 1 or heading 3 or heading up to heading 6, So if you want to appear like one of those, you can as well come and add that class here. Class, instead of changing the tag name, you can as well simply put here h1. So if I put h1, save, come and refresh, you see, this h1, this is a paragraph, but you see, it looks like h1. So Bootstrap gives you ability even to use these headings or to use typography as same as what? As a typography of, to use the names of the tags as a typography of what? Of a certain particular tag. So you see, I'm putting here. So if I put here h2 as a class instead, come and refresh, you see, it is going to appear also like what? Like h2, even though it is a paragraph. So our time is over. We'll start from there in the next class. But I will show you some few things. So when you finish, programmers, we're no longer users. Before you leave, you have to commit and push. So before you leave, come to your GitHub. So our programming session is over. So before you go, come and commit. So you see, these are the files that we have not saved. That we had not saved. Now come and say new changes. Or can say last changes. You can write anything that can help you to remember. You can even write date, say the changes of this date, something like that. So, and then commit. After committing, then push. You're done. Once you do that, then you go and sleep. You can do anything, but don't leave your computer before you commit and push. I repeat, don't leave your computer before you commit and push. Why? Because anything can happen. So you have to practice that if you want to become a developer. Always practice. Commit and push before you leave your PC. So it means that if you commit and push, that means that those changes have been saved to our what? To our GitHub web. So if I come to a GitHub, I can even see what? Your changes. So that's it for today. So in your free time, do what I've taught you, and then do the task that I'll give you. Then if you want to learn more, come. This is the syllabus that you're going to follow. You're going to follow W3 School syllabus. Come to w3schools.com, go to Bootstrap, and then click on Bootstrap 4. And then after clicking on Bootstrap 4, start learning. I've given you a kickstart. We call it a kickstart. I've shown you the use of Bootstrap. I've shown you why we need Bootstrap. I've shown you how to download Bootstrap. I've shown you how to unzip Bootstrap. I've shown you how to put Bootstrap in the right folder of your project. I've shown you how to import Bootstrap. I have shown you how you can implement the classes of Bootstrap. So that is really enough for you to get started and even teach your Bootstrap the remaining topics. What you do, come, open this, sit down, learn. Each file you learn, like you see here, every file, every topic, it is having its specific what? Its specific file. So also every topic, I repeat, every topic that you learn, create a special file of it like the one I'm doing here, so that you should be able to trace. Okay, so if I'm going to learn about maybe colors, okay, of Bootstrap, the first thing to do, create a file called colors. Where are you going to practice from? After creating a file of colors, and then start reading. So you read here, this means the class. When you're implementing this class, don't copy this dot. So you read. After reading, maybe now you want to test, then go to your file of colors. Now write what is there and save and refresh, and open that file in a browser and refresh and see if it is the same thing, it is working. If it is working, now try to change this one to any idea. How can you use these colors? Try to change it to another idea. Once you understand, you go to another file. You go to another file, another topic. Create a special file for it. You create a special files for it. In fact, me, I'll be checking files. I'll not be checking like all of them mixed in one file. I'll be checking, you know what? Did he try this file? Did he try this file? Something like that. So you see, go to tables. Now start learning about tables. How Bootstrap you can implement tables, how you can style tables. You practice, finish that one, go to images, like that. So what I'm trying to tell you, I've already given you the kickstart. Now it is about your attitude, your motivation, your, how should I call it, your aggression, to see how you can use this knowledge to even learn, because the content is already there. So come in your free time, learn. Another one can learn for 30 minutes. Another person can learn for 10 minutes. Another one can learn for 3 hours. Another one can learn even for 4 hours what I've taught. So if you sit here 4 hours practicing these things, you can even finish the whole of this first section in one day. But I don't tell you to do that, but you can try. So it depends on your attitude and how much you need to learn these things. But if you still wait until the next class, it's also okay. No problem. But what I would advise you to just practice even before that. When I teach you in the next class, you already have idea of what I'm talking about. So with that much said, after finishing, commit and push. So you see, after I've pushed, if I come now to my repository of Learn It with Muhind, of Learn Web, and I come to Bootstrap, you see, Bootstrap folder is already there. And I can see my new files. Can you see? They're the new file that just done what? We just created. So when you'll be pushing on this side, you'll be seeing if you're doing things or not. So we stopped at the point where we started looking at Bootstrap. So if you're really new here and you've never practiced anything, I really recommend you to go to our previous videos and watch them and practice them until you reach this point, so you can proceed with that. But if you've been practicing up to Bootstrap level, then it's okay. You can go together at the same place. So without wasting much time, we're going to review from where I stopped at in the previous video. As you can see, I've already opened the project, and here it is the Bootstrap folder that I used to do what? To practice in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open this Bootstrap folder in the VS Code, so I can start looking at different topics of Bootstrap. So I've opened my VS Code is here. So to load this project, I'm just going to press Ctrl O, and then go to desktop, and then go to GitHub, and then go to Bootstrap. Sorry, this here, and then Learn Web, and then Bootstrap. So this is where I save mine, and I'll go ahead and open it to load, and that is what we practiced in the previous classes. So let me go ahead and open it in the browser and see what's stopped at. So I'll come to the browser and press Ctrl O, and then navigate to where my project is. It's on desktop, on my GitHub, and then in the Apple Mac, and then Learn Web, and then Bootstrap, and then one of these files. So we stopped at this point, or could look at these different leaves, and look at the container fluid and just container. So that's what we practiced at the previous video. And if you come here, you see that I've opened these files, and we have this file and also this one. So if you've been following, you're not lost. You know where we are to at this point. But if you've not been following, I really recommend you to go to the previous videos and also. But still, if you have some good codes on Bootstrap, on HTML, still you can proceed with that without even watching the previous video. So this was the third video, and I'll say that we'll be following W3 School's syllabus of Bootstrap. So I'll go ahead and open my W3 schools.com, and then I'll go to the tutorials, come to Bootstrap, and then Bootstrap 4, and then typography. So these are the notes that I referred you to. Go and check out. I hope you come and check them out. So we're going to proceed to colors. Okay. So in Bootstrap you have different colors, and these colors are organized in this format. We have a primary color, which is a blue color, as you can see it here. Then we have a success color, which is this red one. Then we have this info color, which is the light blue, this one that you can see. And then we have the warning, which is yellow. We have the danger, which is red. And then we have the secondary color, which is kind of gray. And then the dark color, which is black. And then the light color, which is white. So those are the colors that we have in Bootstrap, but it does not limit you from using your own colors. But these colors are named in Bootstrap in a way that we can refer to them. For example, in Bootstrap, if you want to refer to background, you have to start with a class of BG. So if you say BG in Bootstrap, you refer to what? To background. And if you say text, so as I've said that even if you say this is dark background and you don't specify it, of course, to not look dark. So if you want to say this one to have a dark background, what you do, you have to add the dark class, or the class that is specified to be dark. So how shall we do it? Just simply come here and add class and then say BG. So if you want to refer to dark, to background, you just simply put BG and then dot and then the name of the class of Bootstrap. So you can just simply come and say here BG dark. So if you say BG dark, this is going to have a dark background. So if you come and refresh, you see we have the dark background. So you can simply say BG dark and then say text white. So BG dark, you see, then the background is dark and the text is what? Is white. So I can come and say this is danger background. So I can simply say danger, save, come and refresh. You see, this is danger background, and it looks white. So you can as well come and say this is info background. So the color of info will look like this. Okay, so that is how we color. So if you want to target the background, just put BG and then the color context. If you want to put, if you want to target the text, you just need to put text and then the color context. By doing like that, you can target or play with different Bootstrap colors to color your project. If you want to understand these colors, they are simple. As long as you practice them, you live and memorize them with simplicity. For example, let's say this one is what? Is BG primary, and then you can say this is primary. So come and save and refresh. You see, this dark, which is primary. So you can know them in your head, and this is their what? Their name. Okay. One text, you want to target the text, just put text. You want to target the what? The background, put BG. Okay. So by doing like that, you'll be able to understand different colors of Bootstrap. So come in your free time and do what and practice these colors. So proceed the next topic, which is Bootstrap tables. So Bootstrap can help us to design our tables, as you can see. So we have this class called table, and it will do this magic by making our table look good before we do anything on it. When we add this class of table, what on our project, on our on the table in our project. So we have table stripped. Table stripped, we will make one color to be, we'll have the table to be stripped. One row to be kind of having the background of gray, and then the other row having the background of what? Oh, that is not gray. That is table stripped. We have another one called table bordered. We will put borders on our table. We have another one called table hover. This one will make our table to be hoverable. So with that said, let us go ahead and see how can we make this. So to do that, I will go ahead and create another file called bootstrap tables. So I'll come here to our files and come and create a new file. Okay, I'm going to call it number 5 underscore bootstrap tables.html. And then there I'll put our HTML file and then come and say bootstrap tables. And then after doing that, just going to come here and now create our simple table. So don't forget to import bootstrap. So I can come ahead and copy just this link. Import bootstrap and then come and add it here. So let's go ahead and create our tables here. Okay. So I'll come in between the body and create our table. So just write table, and then this table, of course, will have a header. So I'll say t head. And then in this t-head, I'll give it tr, which is table row, and then I can put table head. It's going to be the head content. So I can put maybe ID, and then put maybe name, and then maybe put country, and then maybe put gender. Okay, gender. Okay, so after doing that, I'll come after this table head and then define the table body, which is t body. Okay, t body, like that. So between table bodies, I'm going to start inserting the what? The rows. So just simply put tr and then put td, table data. So in this row, we begin the ID, maybe 001, and then we come and put the name, maybe Hindu Mubarak. And then put the gender is male, and then put the country maybe. So after doing that, we create another row. Okay, so you make sure that these are matching with this one. Just go ahead and create another row. So I'll just copy this and duplicate it. Okay, so it's going to be 002, and come and put maybe Boambale Mohidin, and maybe he's male and he comes from Kenya. And then come and put 00 what? 03, and then put Joanne Doe, and she's female, and she comes from UK, and then is UK country? And the SA maybe it comes from UK. Okay, so we come and put another person 4, and then maybe put here Juliana Kanyomozi, she's female.
So let's go ahead and continue with our syllabus of W3 schools. So I'll go ahead and open W3 schools, and then I select both tutorial, and then I come to what is Bootstrap CSS. That is CSS. We have Bootstrap 4. No, it's Bootstrap reference. Okay, Bootstrap 4. And then we stopped at lists. Okay, group lists. So we're going to begin with cards. Okay, so what is meant by cards? Bootstrap cards, they are user interfaces that we may use to present a related group of data. For example, you want to present a product. A product may have a photo, a product may have a name, a product may have price, a product may have an action button where they can say maybe add to cart or check out or buy now. So that information, Bootstrap thought that we may need a organized user interface, user object or element that we can use to do what, to put all those things that are related together. So they come up with a user interface called what? Bootstrap cards. So as you can see here, this is what meant by Bootstrap card. You can see it is having a photo, it is having a name, and it's having some text and then some action button. And all of these things are organized and put together in the same section. So I'm going to show you how we can use these Bootstrap cards in different ways. Okay, you may not use it only for showing a single user. You may use it to show different things, single product, single item, anything. But the concept is, it helps you to present grouped data in a better layout. So let's go ahead and create our file by simply coming to our project and create a new file here. I'm going to call it number 13 underscore bootstrap cards.html. So there we go, and I'm going to copy my basic file and paste it there, and then I'm going to change this one to bootstrap cards like this, and then I'm going to remove all the garbage that is here. So after doing that, let's go ahead and open this file that has nothing so far. So we'll just simply come to our list, press Ctrl O, and then open bootstrap cards here. So there's nothing there, but you can see on the title there is bootstrap cards. So after doing that, let's go ahead and see how I can implement the card. So the card, to create it, you just simply create a div and give it a class of card, and then you put card body, another div inside, and then you call it card body. By doing like that, you'll have created just a simple and basic card. So let's go ahead and create a card. So I'll just simply come here and then create a div and give it a class called card, and then I'm going to come and create here another div and give it also another class. I'm going to call it card body, and I can say this. So here between this card body, I can write maybe my h2 and say this is a simple card, and I save. When I come and refresh, you'll have something beautiful like that. You see, it is just a user interface with some border around it, and that border is kind of rounded, and this is having some padding, and it presents our things in a better way, as we can see there. So we can as well limit this card maybe by giving it a width. For example, here it is spanning 100% of the container that contains it, but you can go ahead and give it a limited width. For example, you can just come here and write your simple CSS by writing collapse this guy, by writing style, and then give width, and then maybe you can say maybe 30% of the container that contains it. So if you do like that, you will come up with such a card. You can see that's a card. So after doing that, let me change this one maybe to p tag. Okay, so if I come and refresh, I'll have this. Okay, so after doing that, let's go ahead and see what other things that we can do with card. So this one was just simple card with its body, card body. Okay, so let's proceed. We have a footer and a header. So a card can possibly have a footer and a header, and this is how it looks like when you give a card footer and card header. So to do that, you just simply come and create here, for example, here a div, and maybe call it card header. So you can think creatively how you can use these user interfaces to create your project. So I give it class and call card header. Okay, card dash header. Okay, like this. Okay, so let me duplicate this one, come bring it on bottom, and then give this one card footer like this. Okay, so I can also come and put your card footer. So sorry, this one should be also the body, right? They should be also the body class. Okay, so you see we have card header, and then we have card header there, then we have card body, and inside card body there is some content that we want to put there, and then after we have card footer, and then under the card footer we have the content inside the card footer. So if I come and refresh, you'll have something like this. Can you see? It's beautiful. Have the card body, and you're having this kind of user interface, and then we can use it also creatively to see how you can implement it in different ways. Okay, the card header, the card content, and then the card footer. Okay, So after doing that, you can simply do that by writing this simple code, and then you can see we can as well give these cards colors. Okay, you can give a card a color of background of primary. You can change it to warning, you can change it to any color. Let's go ahead and do that. So you can do that by just simply coming here and give this card a class already there. We can say give bg primary, then we'll have our primary color in that way. Can you see? So if you know that you're going to use bg primary, then you have to make sure and take care of text. Okay, text color, let it change to be white. So if you come and refresh, have all the text in white, and then you're having that kind of card with a background of primary color. So you can change this one to danger and play with it to E4 to anything. Okay, you can as well even just put a background in a certain specific section. For example, I might want these backgrounds only in head, so I'll cut that and put this one only on the head class, and then you have something of this kind. You see, it's beautiful. So we proceed with Bootstrap cards. So we have looked at Bootstrap cards title. So you can as well give it card title. For example, if you want to create a simple heading on this card, and then you can give it as well a title. So I can come here and give this one maybe card title. Okay, so that's how I create a card title, by just simply adding a class of card title on an element that you want to work as a card title. So if you use a card title, it means that maybe you may not even need a header, something like that. But you can creatively think and see how you can use these things in different ways. Okay, so after that you can proceed to card images. So card images, the images that we include in the card. So a card can have a bottom image or a top image. So the top image will look like this. You see, it's an image, but it is having some kind of corner on top and makes it match with our project. So let's go ahead and see how we can implement card images. Okay, so I can come here and just say I can say look man primary school, and then I can say then you can write here some information about that school, whatever it is. For example, I'm just putting information about a school. So, and then let us see what we have so far. So if I save, I come and refresh, you'll have something like this. Okay, so if I want to remove this card header, of course you can as well remove it and leave it. It's just an optional thing. So let me go ahead and comment it, and then I'm going to put here an image on top. So I'll first determine if I have some image in my project. Of course, yes. And this is the image. These are the images. You know, we put them last time. So let me go ahead and put the card image on top. So I'll put the card image on top. Just simply come on top of the card, and then give your img, and then put the src of your img. My img is inside img stroke 1.jpg. So if I come and refresh, I'll have something like this. Can you see? The beauty is here in the corners. Can you see the corners? This image has not responded. Let me show you. Let me make it kind of 50%. You can see this image has not responded. It is kind of crossing with the corner. If you can zoom clearly and see there. So if you want to say to this card that no, this image belongs to you and want it to be on top, then you have to add this class. Okay, card img top. See, card img top. That will make this sure that this image is designed in form of a top, but not as it is right now. So you just simply come and add it to your image class card img top. So if you come and refresh, you'll have something like that. So you see, now the image is no longer crossing the card, and it is going the same as card. It's having the same user interface. Okay, so you can as well change it one maybe to 3, to 2, whatever image that you want to use. Okay, so that is how we create Bootstrap cards and add images. Okay, so if you have something like this, let me show you. Okay, you see that card, you can as well do that. So I can come and reduce maybe the width and make it maybe 30. Okay, so if you come and refresh, you'll have something of that kind. So you can have here another card, another card, another card, and then you can have multiple of them in the same in the same form. So you have card stretch, we have card bottom footer, you have card image footer, then you have overlay cards where the image will be put behind the text, and you can also as well practice all the remaining cards. But what you should know, cards are very important user interfaces that you always need in a different project. So make sure that by the time you leave this topic, you should have understood and know why we need cards. So let us proceed. So we proceed with Bootstrap forms. So we use the user interface for Bootstrap forms to make our forms user interface look better. Come and learn more about Bootstrap forms here on this page. Bootstrap forms. So today we're going to look at something new which we call Bootstrap grid system. So Bootstrap grid system helps us to organize our content in our website with simplicity, and it helps us to make responsive web application. So Bootstrap system has Bootstrap grid system has 12 layouts. Let me open here where I can get these notes and then read much more. It has 12. You can come to W3 Schools and then go for Bootstrap 4, and then come to Bootstrap grid system. Then you'll be able to get all the interesting notes that you may need to learn about Bootstrap. So a Bootstrap grid system, it is a system that helps us to divide the columns, our web page into columns, and those columns can be divided up to 12 columns. So it is up to you to play with these columns and see how you want them to be rendered on your web page. So you can see here they're divided into 12. So you can come and read these notes in your free time, and then these 12s you can play with them. For example, you divide them into 4, 4, 4, and then you have 3 sections, or you divide them into 6, 6, because 12 divided by 6, then you will have 2 sections. So those spaces you can use them to create your content. So that that's the system that we're going to look at, and we're going to see how we can use it. So in fact, Bootstrap, it was invented most especially for this column system. So it is very important, and you need really to understand it. Make sure that before you proceed, you've understood really what is meant by this column system or the grid system. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new file in our project, and I'll use it to elaborate this grid system. So I'll come here and then create a new file. So I'm going to press Ctrl N and say Ctrl S, and then I can just simply come to this file and just click here on new and make sure that I'm in the same folder, and then I'm going to give it number 15 _ bootstrap grid system.html, and then you know the reason why we are giving them the numbers, because we want our all content to be organized. So if we come to the code another day, we should know where we are according to the numbers. Or if you share with the code with your friend, they should know where I started from and how you went on organizing your content. And that is possible through numbering our content. So I'm going to include Bootstrap in our project, so I can just simply come here and copy some of these things and paste them there. So I'm going to include Bootstrap. Of course, this is just a basic HTML that we already looked at. So here, this is a head, and here I'm including the Bootstrap CSS file into our project. And then here, this is just a container, and then there's nothing there. So if I just put here the word lorem, I'll simply have, let me go ahead and open this project and we see what we have so far. So I'll come to the project, to the web browser, and then press Ctrl O and open the project, the file that I've just created, which is file number 15. And if I open it, you see, that is what I have, which is just a blue screen with these words of lorem ipsum. So I hope everyone can do this at this point, okay? Including the Bootstrap into your project, and then be able to do this. So after doing that, let us go ahead and see what is meant by Bootstrap grid system. So what I'm going to do, I'm going just to create here a simple grid system. So to create a grid system, you have to be very, very attentive. The first thing that you begin with, you have to create a row. You create a row, then that row you go on dividing it into what? Into columns, and then those columns are the one that you can use what? To put there your content. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create the first row. So I'm just going to create a div. So you know what means by div? It's just a what? A section. And then here I'll just come and give it a class and give it a class of row. So if I come here and put here some content, of course, it will be just nothing but what? But content there. So once you give a class of row, it means that you have created what? A single row, and you're going to split it into what? Into columns. And those columns are the ones that you call what? We call grid. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to put here, for example, 2 columns, okay? So since we say that the maximum number of columns that you can divide in a Bootstrap grid system, they're up to 12, okay? So if I want to put 2 equal columns, what does it mean? I have to create another div inside here. And you know what's made by a div? A div is nothing but a what? But a container. So I just simply come here and create a div, okay? And then I give here a class of row. Sorry. A class, okay, of column, okay? So these columns can be divided into 12 possible ways. So I can just simply say call. So that's how we divide the columns of grid system in Bootstrap. Call, then you put a dash, and then you put a number. So I've said that I want to divide this section into two main sections. So what does it mean? It means that I have to do what? I have to calculate. So 12, if I want 2 columns, it means that I have to divide 12 in a way that I should have 2 as the response, which is 12 divided by 6, and then you'll have 2, of course. So it means that you have to put here 6. So it means that this is going to be half of the grid or half of this row that you are creating. So if I come and put here something, of course, you may not see it. For example, okay, if I come and put here lorem, of course, okay, let me remove lorem. Of course, if I do it like this and I leave this thing empty, you will not see anything, okay? And if I come and maybe, okay, I'm going to create now the second column that there should be 2 equal columns. So I just simply come say div, and then come and put here class call dash 6. So I know 6 plus 6 is equal to 12. So it means that these 2 columns, they will fit into this row. And these 2 columns, because 6 plus 6 equals to what? Equals 12. So if I come and refresh, of course, I will not see anything. Why? Because I have not put there any content. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create here my simple classes that will help us to differentiate our divs, okay? So I'm going to create here my simple class. Of course, just simply write style. This is the header style, if you still remember, okay? And then to create a class, of course, we begin with a dot, okay? So I put there style dot, and then I give a class. So I'm going to call it my div, and then open curly bracket, and then you can specify there how your div should look like. So here I just want to give them height, okay? I'm going to give the height. So anything that will have this class will have the height that I want. So I can just simply say height, and then give it maybe 40. I can give it maybe 200 pixels, okay? 200 pixels. So it means that every div that I'll give this class, it will have 200 pixels as what? As its height. So I'm going to copy that, my div, and I'm going to give it here, okay? To this one. So I mean that this column it's going to be, of course, column 8, and it's going to have all the properties that I've done here, that are given here. But still you will not see anything. Why? Because it is still white and there's no content there. So if I want to differentiate, of course I have to give it maybe a background color. So I don't know whether I've covered background colors. Yes, of course we covered them. So to give a background color, I can say BG danger, if you still remember these things, okay? BG dash danger. So by doing like this, we'll have our div with background of danger, and then it should have a height of 200 pixels. So if I come and refresh, you see we're having something beautiful of that end. So it's beginning from here up to here. But if I want to see the full width, then I have to remove this part, this container thing, and also this padding thing. Okay? So if I do like this and come and refresh, you see it is half, okay? Because it is the row will spend the full one, the full width. And then if I want to divide that row by 2, Of course, if you want to get two columns, two possible columns, then you have to divide the row by 2. And to divide the row by 2, of course, you have to put 6. So 12 divided by 6, you'll have to get 2. That's why you see we're having a div that is spanning a width of 2. So if I come here and also give this one a class of my div. Why did I give my div class? Because I want it to have the height of 200 pixels. And then I give it bg, maybe success. You know what is meant by success, okay? So if I come and refresh, we'll have something like this, which is beautiful. So it means that we can now separate our space into 2, okay? We can now separate our space into 2 equal parts using the Bootstrap grid system. So that is just a glimpse, and that's something small, and it just gives you a picture of what you can use with the Bootstrap grid system. Okay, so if I want to add their content, of course, I'll just simply come here. For example, and just write lorem, and then maybe I can come here and give maybe text and give them white. Okay, text white. Okay, so it means that I'm going to have there my simple text, and you can see this text is not crossing this side. Can you see this text is not crossing this side? Why? Because we limit it with the class of Bootstrap of col12, and that means that wherever this class stops us is where this thing will also stop. So that is what is meant by what? By Bootstrap grid system. That's just a simple introduction. So can use it to do many things to organize our layouts. So it means that if I want to, that is one, just that's one task. So I can put here, so 2, I can simply say 12 out of what? Out of 6, which is 2, of course. This is called 6. I can put called 6. And then I can also put here called 6, just to show, to elaborate, okay? So if I come and refresh here, of course, I'll have something here called 6 and called 6, okay? Something that has been divided by 2. So let us go ahead and create another row, and we see how we can play with it. So to create another row, I'll make sure that I'm out of this row, and then come here in bottom and create a div, and then give here and then I give here row, and then come and give it a div here, okay, and then give it a class of call call. For example, now the question is, what if I want to have 3 equal divisions? Assume that I want to have here 1, 2, 3 equal divisions. What should I do? Can someone, so it means that here I'm going to give a call of how many? Can I get an answer from you guys? If I want to divide if I want to have 3 divisions here, so it means that here I should give a call of how many? Call then how many? If the maximum is 12 and I want to have 3 divisions, can I have sharp brain to give me an answer there? Call?
Yes.
Call what?
It is called for.
Very good. That is very, very good. Thank you. It is called for. Because you know, 12 divided by 6, we will get 3. Thank you so much for that great answer. So I have to put call for. So if I come, let me just give here maybe the bg, my div, okay, and then I give it maybe bg info. So I just want to have some difference, just maybe put here empty 5. Okay, so it means that call for. So it means that I'm going to have something that will have a division of 3, because 12 divided by 4 is going to be 3. So I can duplicate this one. I can just duplicate it. I know how to duplicate. I already discussed that. Okay, Control Shift and the arrow down, you will duplicate. So let me put here bg success and maybe bg dark. Okay, so it means that I'm going to have 3 equal columns in this row that I've just created. This empty is just a margin top. So if I come and refresh, can you see? We're having 3 equal columns. So it means that if you want to create your simple paragraphs, or if you want to separate them into 3 different columns in your website, then it means that you'll have to do what? You'll have to use like that to separate them. Okay? So that, I hope you're getting now the concept of why we need what? Grid systems. So even though it is on the mobile phone, let me come to inspect. Just right click on the screen and then go to inspect and then click on mobile phone. Can you see? Still they'll reduce. Here we have 3 columns and here we have 2 columns. So and how are you able to do that? By doing this one as call 6 and this one also doing it as what? As call 444. Okay, so that's it. That's the grid system, the basics of it. Now if you want to now play with it, for example, you want to what? To have maybe here 2 and here 2 and here something in the middle that's going to balance with it. You can still do that. You can simply come here and say, let me create here another one as we're getting the concept. So I can just simply come and say div. You shouldn't memorize that all the time. You should be balancing calls, okay? So I can simply come and say div and give row, and then come and say here another div and give it a class of my div. Why do I give it a class of my div? Because I want it to have height, okay, my div, and then I give it a class so that's going to help us separate it. So I can as well say call 2, okay, and then give it maybe bg dark, and then I also here I'll create another div and give it a class of my div. Why do I give my div class? Because I want to have the height, and then also give class of call 8, okay. So I know 2 plus 8, that is 10. How many remaining? Remaining 2. So I can as well come here and create another. Let me give it a bg warning. So I can go ahead and give here another div and give it a class of call what? Call 2, give it my div, and then give it of bg maybe info. So what does it mean? It means that it's going to balance still. This plus this equals to 4. This one plus this one equals to 4. And then when you add there 8, no, it's going to balance. Yeah, when you add 8, of course, it's going to be 12. Okay, so it's going to be 2 plus 8, which is 10, and then plus this one's going to 4. So we'll have something like that. So if you refresh, you see, let me put here some margin top. Okay, MT 5. If you come and refresh, have something beautiful like this. Okay, so you see, you can play with these columns. So I mean that you can put here your content, and here you put another content, and put here another content. It's just up to you. So you can play with this grid system. So I can as well come here and change this one maybe to 3, and then this one also to 3. So what's going to happen? 3 plus what? Plus 8, that is going to be 9, to be 11. Plus this one is going to be 14. So it means that it's going to be out of the what? Out of the bootstrap grid system numbers, okay? So the maximum is 12. But you can say according to what I've done, it's going to be, the total is going to be 16. So what is going to happen? Let us see. So if I come and refresh, can you see? This one was dropped down. Why? Because we're remaining with a space of only 1. Because this one plus this one is 11. This one is 3. This one is 6. This one is 8. So this one plus this one, it's 11. So there is remaining only one space, or a space of one column. So if that one column does not fit there, the next column will just drop. The next column will just drop to the what? To the next line. So you see, it did not fit there and just dropped here. So I hope you see that. So it means that if you did not do your mathematics properly, or if that's what you want, and these columns, the total, they go beyond 12, the next div goes to the what? To the next row. You can see. Because this one is 3 plus 8, that is what? That is 11. So 1 is remaining, and then to drop down in case it is more. Because here we again wanted to fix here 3. Guys, are you getting the concept? You may not do it exactly right now, but are you trying to relate, trying to see? These are just division that we're going to be putting there. What? To be put there, or to be putting there our content. So I don't know whether you're getting concept. Hadi, are you there? Are you following? Hadijat? Hadi, are you following? Okay. Gillian, are you following? Gillian Morgan.
Yes, I'm following, sir.
Okay, are you getting the concept? You may not memorize the code, but are you relating the concepts? Or you're totally lost?
But I've just joined now.
This is your first class?
I've just joined.
Okay, no problem. Philemon, are you getting the concepts? Nyombi, Philemon, are you getting the concept?
Yes, I'm getting it.
Okay, that's good. Of course, you can watch these videos again. Of course, I'll share the link after the class. You can rewatch them and practice at your own pace. You'll understand. So, if I refresh, you see, that's how it is. So, if it means that if I wanted this one to fit here, so it means I had to change this one to 1. Call what? Call 1. So if I come and refresh here, can you see? It is now fitting because it is now can now sum up to 12. Okay, so that is a basic introduction to what? To Bootstrap grid system. So you may see these colors, but they may not make sense here. But when you start designing our projects, you'll find them very important because in these colors, it's where we're going to put what? It's where we're going to put our content. Okay. So if I come here and let me show you another example. If I come here and create another div, now here I'm not going to do what? To put the colors. So I just simply come here and put class and then put a row. And always make sure that you surround your columns with rows. And then come and put your div and then put your class call what? Call 6. Okay, let me put call. You can as well use other numbers. Call 7. So it means that if I say call 7, how many are remaining? I'm remaining with what? With 5, right? To make 12. So I can write here my content. So you see, my content is there. So if I say, okay. So if I want to finish, I can just go ahead, put here a div and put here another class and put call what? Call 5. It's the one remaining. And I also put there some other content. So if I come and refresh, you'll see we're having this. This is 7 and the content of 7 is not crossing to this 5. Otherwise, if you don't have this grid system, so how could you separate your content? It will be really a little bit challenging to separate your content. But if you have this div system, you can really use it to separate your To separate your content. So make sure that you practice and practice and practice until you get this first concept that I've taught you about about divs. We have not done, about Bootstrap grid system. We have not gone so deep, but this is the most basic. If you know the maximum is 12 and what happens in case you go beyond 12, then you'll understand and how you can play with them to separate the section of your width. And knowing that as you're not just limited, you see this was just an example, but this is now the implementation part of it. Okay, so you can put the pictures on one side and then you put the content on the other side. So something like that. When you proceed, we'll find these divs very, very important. So you can come and learn more here. Okay, so now we're going to proceed now to responsiveness. For example, assume that you're making a website, okay? And let me come here to this website. You're making a website. So if you make a website and you have a screen, of course, these people will, of course, your website will be accessed on both mobile phones and computers. So the computer has a very wide screen, as you can see. Okay, it has a very wide screen. So what does it mean? It means that you'll have enough space where you can render there your content. But a mobile phone does not have too much screen, as you know. Okay. It does not have too much screen, as you know. So what does it mean? It means that you have to be so smart to consider that hey, this website that I'm creating, it will be used both on mobile phone and computers. So if I come and change, if you want to see how your website will look like on the mobile phone, just right click and then say inspect. Okay, then you see here an icon of mobile phone. Just click on it, and then you will be able to switch here mobile phones. For example, if you want to see how your website will look like on Samsung Galaxy, click on what? On Samsung Galaxy. Okay, on iPhone, on whatever. So if I say Samsung Galaxy, it will look like this on Samsung. Okay, so can you see our content is not really responsive? If you have ever heard of the word called responsive, the ability of the of a website to be compatible on both devices and the content remain relevant. Can you see? This was supposed to reach here, but you see, if I'm having content here and content here and content here, it will not look good because the lines will be broken even as for a whole word ends. Okay, I hope you can see here, but it will really look good if this one if intelligently the website knows that I'm now on the mobile phone and then makes each of these things to be one column, one full column, each column to be a full column. Otherwise, if for example we had separated this one into 6, our column will really look messy. Why? Because content are being divided, even if we're on a small screen. But if you want to make sure that you consider the small screen, then you have to know that at this breakpoint, instead of showing them 3 columns, I should show them what? I should show them 2 columns. Let me give you an example. This is my website, one of my news website. Can you see here? I'm showing 3 columns, okay? Because I know I'm on a laptop and I have a big screen. So there is this column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm dividing it into 5 columns. But it will not be smart as how I know the phone is small and I keep on showing even 5 columns on phone. The image will look so much tiny and the content will be broken and they may end up losing losing sense. Look at YouTube. Okay, before you were users, of course, before you were users, you did not mind about it, but you're now being turned into developers. So your website will really will really matter. Okay, so you have to know everything. So before you did not care, of course, YouTube you can access on the mobile phone, but you did not care. But right now you should look at this. Can you see? I'm having 4 videos per rows. But if I go to mobile phone, let me change it to mobile phone. Right click, inspect, and then I change this one to Samsung Galaxy and refresh. Can you see? Is YouTube showing me 4 videos per rows? Why? Because it will be not smart to show me 4 videos per rows. Everything will be will be too small and I cannot have a good website to look just ugly, okay? And it may lose meaning, okay? But you see, they intelligently know that, hey, is now on the mobile phone. And then they start showing me 1 video per per row. 1 video per row. So to do that is what we call responsiveness. I've shown you. So if I go back to the big screen, can you see? They're showing me now again back 4 videos per row. Let me show you my news website. I'm showing like 5 news posts per row. If I come to inspect and then can you see? I also intelligently know, hey, now this time the guy is on on the mobile phone. I reduce and I start showing 1 post per row. 1 post per row. But it will be dumb to keep on showing 6 posts per row. But when I know he's on the computer, I do I optimize. I use now the spaces. I skip on But you can do it. Everything will work. But the user experience will really will really matter. So let's come back now to this, to our website. So I've learned that we can separate them. Now let us see now how we can do the responsiveness part. Okay. So I'm going to create another file that we're going to use that to elaborate the response, how we can do responsive web applications. So after you have understood what is meant by call 1, call 2, call 3, now you go to the what? Responsiveness. Let's check the time. Okay, so let's go to responsiveness. So I'll come this very file. I can save it as, because I have it, so I'm going to save as Ctrl Shift S. Ctrl Shift S. Bootstrap grid system, and then I'm going to put here, I'm going to add responsive. And I'm going to change this one to what? 16. So here I'm just going to rub some garbage so I can have a fresh thing. So I have 2 files. One's for responsiveness and the other one is previous one. That is saved as Ctrl Shift S. This grid system is very important, you guys. You should practice it as much as you can and make sure that you understand it before you even proceed. So I'll save and come back to, I'll save and then come to my project. I'm going to open the file that I just created. So I'll just simply say Ctrl Shift O and then come to file number 16, which is this one. Open, and then there is nothing there. So we're going to look at what? We're going to look at responsiveness. So here you must be very, very, very attentive at this point. So Bootstrap, it divides our our gadgets or our system into what? Into 5 classes or into 5 different breakpoints. The first one is called call. Okay? Call is call, the one that we've been using, it starts working from a very small screen, from small size screens up to the what? Up to the maximums. That is call. The second breakpoint of a screen is called SM, or what we call small devices. This one starts from what? From 576 pixels. So every phone which has 576 pixels width, every device, okay, that has a width of 576 pixels, we categorize it as a what? As SM, small device. So what are these phones examples of these phones in our real life? Examples of these devices in real life. These are for things like phones of buttons, Mapesa. Those phones which have buttons. They're the one which has 600. If you want to target that phone, if you want to target the device that's accessing a website that has a width of 576, we'll use SM, the term SM, then we'll be targeting those ones, okay? So it means that examples of real world phones, these are the small phones which have buttons, these buttons phones. You know, there are some button phones which can access internet. So those buttons phones, they have that small screen, which is having 576 what? 76 width pixels at their width. The next one is called MD. We call them medium devices. So medium devices, these are smartphones now. Our smartphones, which having 764 pixels width, okay? So our smartphones, of course, has a bigger screen and bigger pixels than the one with buttons, So those ones are the one that we call MD, medium devices. So if you want to target smartphones, we'll use a class of what? Of MD. Then the next one that has the other width that we can target is called LG, large devices. The one which has 992 pixels width, okay? And these are the normal laptops, okay? A laptop, like a normal laptop. If you want to target how your website should look like on a normal laptop, then you'll have to term that one as LG, large device. Then you have XL, extra large. Those are the big screens like iMac, TV. You know, there are some TV like which can access a website, a projector which is really huge, and they're accessing a website which is super huge, which is having like 12,000 pixels. I mean, 1,200 pixels and above. Those are the ones that you call what? Extra large devices. So if you want to target how your website should look like on extra large devices, we call them LG or XLG. Okay, so that's how Bootstrap helps us to target different websites and decide how our website should look like on those different screen sizes. I hope you are together. Now, the classes above can be combined to create dynamic, flexible layouts, and I'm going to show you how it's done. And then each class scales up. So if wish to set the same width, SM and MD, you only need SM. Okay, we're going to look at that. So let us go ahead and see now practically how we can play with these responsive classes. So remember, call is the most minimum. SM, we are targeting small devices and above. MD, we are targeting medium devices and above. And LG, we are targeting extra large devices and above. So let us go ahead and do that and elaborate what we've just spoken, okay? So I'll come here to the class that I just created. And then I'm going to create here a new row. So I just say div and then come and say class and then say row. And then we put here some empty 5. And then let us now look at this. I'm going to just simply say div and then give here a class of call. Let me share that I want to divide them into 2. So 6, and then give here my class of what? Of my div, so that I should have it as height, and then give it a background color so I should be able to see it. BG danger. Okay, so I'll duplicate it, and then I'll come and change this one maybe to BG info, and then we'll have 2 equal divs. Okay, this is what we just practiced a few minutes ago. 2 equal divs. So if I come and refresh here, I'll have something like this. Okay, I hope this is self-explanatory and everyone understands this. Now let us now look at this. How can we change into responsiveness? Okay, so assume that I'm creating a website. I'm putting 2 videos. One video here and another video here, just like YouTube. Okay, one video here, another video here. Now, what if I want when someone accesses on this website on a single website? I mean, on a mobile phone, instead of showing them 2, I should show them one video per column. So let's see how it's done. So if I come and change my width to a mobile phone size, click and inspect. Can you see? It is still, so this is how it looks like on Samsung Galaxy. Can you see? It looks still there too. In fact, if you want to also play with the width, of course, if you want to play with the width, click here on this toggle, remove the phone. You can toggle here, can enable the phone, disable the phone. So click here and change responsive. You see here you have responsive. So click on responsive. So when you have this responsive part, you can change the width to your own width. Can you see on top here? Here on top, you can see there. So there, you can change the width. Can you see the pixels? I hope you are seeing here. Now these pixels, width. You can change your width. So you can see how your website is going to look like on different devices without suffering. So can you look at my laptop? It is having too much pixels. It is full HD. So it is even going beyond the extra large device. The extra large device in Bootstrap, it is 1,200 pixels. But here my laptop can go beyond 1,200 pixels. So if you want to see how it looks like, so here they say that a smallest phone is 500 pixels. So it means that this rule will start working on this smallest phone. So if I put 500 pixels to look like this, okay? So there we're in small phone. There we're in iPad. There we're in normal laptop. Here we're in big laptops like this one. Okay? So now let us see. The column is not changing, but our target want to show 1 column per row. I mean, one column per row when we are in what? When you're small screens. So to do that, what we'll do, we'll just simply come and now implement these bootstrap loads. So we want to target the smallest screen to show one video. So to do that, you just simply leave this one, call as it is. Call 6. Sorry. If you want something to show 12, if you want to have only one row, let me explain this. If you want to have only one column to show 100%, what does it mean? It means that, let me ask this question clearly before I even go there. Philemon, is still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, keep your microphone on. So why is this one stopping here in the middle?
It is given 6.
6. And 12 divided by 6, it is half, which is 2, right?
Yes.
So what if I want to make it reach here at the end? What should I do?
If it is to stop at the end, then we take 12.
Very good. Because 12 divided by 12 is 1. So it's going to be 1. So I have to put here 12. Thank you so much. You can now mute. So if I come and refresh, can you see? It's now 100%. So it means that if you want to get something to display 100% of your width, you have to give it call 12. I hope you are together. So we have now known that, okay? So let me go back to where we were and refresh. We have 2, okay? Now I want to say that on a small device, when I'm having less than when this website is being browsed on a small device, it should show full screen, okay? It should show 12. So it means that I'll have to come. So if you want to target its smallest device, you just say call, okay? So if you say call, it means that rule will start acting on the smallest device. So I just simply say call 12, okay? Call 12, and I put here maybe call 12. So if I do like this and come and refresh, can you see? They are spending now 100% of the screen, okay? Can you see that, members? It is spending now 100%. But the problem is, if I go to big screen, still 100%. But look at YouTube. If I go to big screen, it shows me 4 videos, okay? But if I go to small screen, I click on inspect, and then I move, you see? When I go to small screen, it shows me 1 video. When I go to iPad, it shows me 2 video. When I go to laptop, it shows me 3 videos. When I go to big computer, it shows me 4 videos. We want to have something like this, so that our website should be responsive. But you see the problem now, right now. When I put 12, it shows 12 from the smallest up to the biggest. That's a challenge then, okay? So we want to limit it, like, okay, when you reach on an iPad, start showing 3. When you reach on a laptop, start showing 4. Okay? So our website should be responsive. So to do that, so what you do first, you first set the minimum rule. Of course, the minimum rule is this one, call 12. So it's showing 100%. Okay? So I want to reduce it now. When it reaches iPad, it should show 2. Okay? So if I want to show 2, that is called what? Call 6. Now that's when you come now to specify SM and MD. Okay? So if you want to reach an iPad, so beyond this one, maybe beyond a smartphone, or start reaching a smartphone, that is MD, like LG. So if you want to say on smartphone, it should show 2. So what should we do? So you come and add here one more rule. So you say this be minimum rule. So this rule will start working from the smallest device. You add another rule, call MD, SM. Okay, you can say SM, but most time we break from MD because we start breaking from what? From a smartphone. From an iPad. An iPad starts at MD, right? So it's just, but SM you can also do it, okay? Call MD. So it means that when it reaches an iPad, MD means an iPad, medium device, okay? or an iPad or a smartphone. When it reaches an iPad, then you put a dash and then you specify the number of columns that you want to show on an iPad. So I can put here 6. So I mean that when it reaches an iPad, it should start showing 2, 2, because 12 divided by 6 is 2. So if I come and copy that rule and also add it there, I just add it there. So it means that this one will implement on the minimum, but when it reaches an iPad, it starts showing this rule until the maximum. Okay? So if I save, come and refresh. If I save, come and refresh, still showing. So I'll move. You see? It is now showing 2, 2. I move 1, 1. Can you see that, guys? Just like YouTube. YouTube, when I move to small screen, it is showing 1, 1. When I move to an iPad, it is showing me 2, 2. When I move to a laptop, it is showing me 3, 3. When I move to a big screen, it is showing me 4, 4. Beautiful. Okay? So we have also achieved that just by an iPad size. When you reach an iPad, we start showing what? 2, 2. Let me check the time that is remaining. Yeah, we're remaining with 10 minutes and then today's class will be over. Okay? So I hope you're together, right? So what if I want to say, like when you reach an iPad, now you start saying 4, 4. So it means that this rule, can you see the rule of an iPad starts from iPad up to above. So if I want to say now, the next screen break will be at MD. So with MD I've already done. The next break screen will be at LG, which is a laptop set. So that is an iPad. So I can come here maybe and add more columns. Let me add more so that you can have enough examples to elaborate. Okay. Can as well do like this. Let me duplicate these ones. So I refresh. Let me change the colors maybe. Info, maybe change this one to warning and change this one what? To dark. So we come and refresh. Beautiful, right? So you see, if I'm having my YouTube videos, okay, if I'm creating something like YouTube video, or if I'm creating a website for news, I'm creating anything, my website can be now responsive. When someone is using a smartphone, I show them 1 post per what? Per column. When he goes on iPad, I show them 2 posts per column. Beautiful. And I want, when they're using what? A laptop, I should show them 3 posts per columns. Okay? So to do that, we're going to add one more rule. So this is the rule that is acting from MD, from medium devices and above. But if we want to add another rule that is going to act from large devices and above, so I'll have simply come and say call MD. Call LG, large, of course, already looked at that. Call LG, 4, right? 4. I think, yeah, because 12 divided by 4, I'll get how many? I'll get 12 divided by 4, I'll get 3, 3. So I'm going to have 3 things. So I'll put that class on every column. So I save, come and refresh, boom. Can you see? I'm having 3, 3 just because I have less videos. I call them videos, okay? But you can get the concept. Can you see? They're now 3, 3. If I reduce 2, 2, I reduce 1, 1. Okay? So this 3, 3 will start up to the top. So if I want to now add the maximum, the last one, which is going to be call Excel extra large 3. So 12 divided by 3 is how many? It is 4, right? So I'm going to have 4 columns on the large devices. Okay? So guys, I hope you're getting it. So this one rule will act on what? On small phones. This one will act on iPads and smartphone. This one will act on laptops. This one will act on big screens like TV or like my laptop. Refresh. Can you see? I'm having 4 columns. I'm having 3-3. I'm having 4-4. I'm having 1-1. Beautiful. So if I come and maybe duplicate so I can have enough more to play with, can just come and duplicate here. Maybe let me look at the colors that have not worked. Info. Which color have not? No, info I've already done it. Warning I've already done it. Which color I haven't played with? Success. And then I think that's all. These are enough. So if I come and refresh, I have so many divs. Can you see? When I'm on big screen, I see 4-4 per column, just like YouTube. When I'm on big screen, I see 4-4 per column. So let us go ahead and reduce the screen, inspect. See? When I'm on small screen, medium, not this. I hope you can get the concept. So if I come and do the same here, inspect. So you see, 4-4. 3-3. Just because I have minimum, that's why you're showing 2, because you don't have too much. 3-3. 2-2. 1-1. So beautiful. And then our website will be what? Will be responsive. Do you have any questions so far? Like, I did not understand anything. I not understand shit. I hope you're getting the concept and the reason why we need this responsiveness. So, that's how responsiveness works. Let me see if we have time. Remaining 4 minutes. So how can you implement it in real world? Still you can do it. Let us do it very fast in the last minute. So I'll just simply come put here Ctrl Shift S and then 17. Implementation. So I can just remove this stuff and I'm going to do it very fast. Okay. Command open. Ctrl O. And then command open this. There's nothing there. Okay. So let us go ahead and elaborate it. So I can just simply put here my div and give here class of row, and then give here maybe my div and give it a class of what? We'll call 12. Okay, so I have here some images, this one and this one and this one, so you can also play with the images. So I'm going to just put here a card. In the video that I'll share with you, I also talked about cards. Card, and then this card will have a div. It will have an img of img stroke 1, and then this is an image that is here, and then maybe we'll have also another div and give it a class card footer, and then here maybe put a h2 or maybe h4 maybe, and maybe put here so that's what our single item. So if I come and open, if I come and refresh here, I'll have something like this. Okay, it's not responsive. So if I add responsiveness, come and give here class. Add a class called img. Sorry, come and give this one class img fluid. So img fluid, it will make sure that this image does not go beyond its grid. Let us give just some. That specifies width. The image is too large. Eh? That specifies width. Or maybe. The image is super huge. Let me see. If I put it outside here. I want to show you how I can implement these grids in real world. Okay. Let me limit it. 100 pixels, 100, just put 100, should work now. So that's our first image. Oh, yeah. I think, yeah. The problem we are doing what? We're having it as full, eh? Okay? So it is full, it is 12, so it's going to print full. So if you want this one to show a 4, so you have to put, if you want it to show 4 on a big screen, so I have to put call XL, and then you give 3, right? Then it will show a space of 4. Can you see? There are 4. Okay? It can take a space of 4, literally. So if I wanted to show 3 on a small lead on a medium device, call what? Call LG 4. You have understood this, so it means that on the small device it will also show that size. And you can say also call MD what? MD6. Yeah. So if I come and refresh, our time is up, yeah, for today. But let me finish this. Okay. So if I come and refresh, you can see that. So let's go ahead and duplicate it so you can get the concept. So I can duplicate it. I'll come and maybe add another image 2 and this one image 3. Maybe here Nairobi. Be here Mombasa. Maybe can duplicate here one more. Can put maybe Kigali. So I can come and duplicate so I can have enough of them. I just want to show you that you may need responsiveness. So I save. Okay. Come and refresh. Yeah. And one hasn't too much height of the other. That's why. Let me, which is that one? The image 2. Let me change the image 2. It's having too much height, so it may confuse you. So everywhere I have 2, can change it to 1. So I can refresh. Can you see? We're having 4 videos, images per what? Per row. If I inspect, I come on iPad, I see 3. On laptop, I see 3. I come on iPad, I see 2. I come on a smartphone, I see 1. Okay, that's beautiful. So they can be your products for your shop, e-commerce shop. They can be anything, but they are making sense of what? Of responsiveness. Okay. So we'll begin by understanding why we need a programming language like PHP. So as we discussed before, we said that websites, they are just a group of files, and these files, they are executed when we go to a certain link. So sometimes we need to perform logic on these files. For example, if we all go to Facebook, all of us, we go to facebook.com, but the content that you'll see in your account is going to be the different content that I'll see in my what? In my account. So what does it mean? It means that there is a logic that was performed to select that content to be shown on your account, and it should be different from what? From mine. So being able to perform such a logic and show different content, for example, that's logic, of course, to show that these guys are coming to the same link, but it should show them something different
on their different accounts, or which is relevant on them, doing such a logic is what we call the back end. Okay, back end development. So the back end development, it is always done on the server. So on the server is a place where we store our files. So we have different languages that we use when you're programming this logic on files. I mean on the server. So among the programming languages that we have the SP, we have PHP, we have Java, we have Python, and so many others. So these languages, they're called server-side languages. They perform such a logic, and then they execute it, and then they send a HTML that we are learning, HTML and CSS, and then CSS is displayed on the browser screen. So this information, or those languages, we use them to do what? To do the logic on the server. And in simple terms, to define a server is a place where we store where we store our website files. So by the time we finish this course, we'll understand what is meant by a server, how to purchase a server, and how to do everything with a server. So all what you need to do is to stick around until we complete this course and go with what we intended to go with. So in simple terms, that is what is meant by a server-side language. And among the server-side languages that we have PHP, which is most simple for everyone to begin with. So if you're a beginner, you can begin with PHP, and then in future you can now consider which language is trending, which language is most required. Then you go ahead and teach yourself. But PHP is very simple for someone to begin with, and once you have basic knowledge in PHP, server-side programming language, you can go ahead and teach yourself any language of your choice. So with that much said, let us go ahead and see how we can get started with PHP. So to get started with PHP, of course you must have a server, or you must purchase a package. But if you don't have that package, so to develop something, then you must have a software that is going to act as a server on your computer. So you will program all your logic without a need of internet on your own computer, and then when you finish doing your project and it is functioning as how you expected it to do, you go ahead and put it on the server, or you purchase a server and then you put it on internet. So that one more software that you're going to need when you're programming a language such as PHP is what we're going to install today in our computers. And then by the end of this class, at least you'll be able to write something in PHP and see if it can execute. So that one software is called XAMPP. For those who are using Windows, you're going to download and install a software called XAMPP. And then if you're using Mac, you're going to download and install a software called MAMP. So you simply come to your browser. For example, you can see this is my browser, and then go to google.com. As you can see, I'm already on google.com here, and then you search a software like XAMPP. You can see things that I've been recently searching. Search a software called XAMPP if you're using Windows machine, called XAMPP. Then go ahead and download it. Okay, click on download, and then you'll see the latest XAMPP is here, and then go ahead and click on download here. So for Windows users, you'll click here, and then you'll be able to download download XAMPP on your computer. If you're using Mac, of course, you can download the latest XAMPP, which is here. Okay, you can download the latest XAMPP, which is here, which is having PHP 7. Which is having PHP 8.1. As well as Windows, you can download this last version. Just simply click on download, then the download will do will start. Okay, so it will start here. So after downloading, me I already have it, so I may not download it. You will go ahead, when it finishes downloading, you will go ahead and install it. To install XAMPP, you just click on it. It will bring you the steps, and then you click on next, and then you'll be able to do to install. So before I upload this video, I'll cut this part and get another video that will demonstrate to you how you can install XAMPP on on your computer of Windows. So to install it is just simple and straightforward. You just simply click on next, 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 and then you can go ahead and install what? And install XAMPP. So I'll put a video that will explain how to do this. Or you can simply come on YouTube and then search how to install XAMPP on Windows. Okay, so click there, you'll find a lot of videos that are explaining this one. I even made a video that does that, so I'll put that video within this one, and then you click next, next, next until you have your what? Your XAMPP installed. I have it. I already have this video. Come to my YouTube channel, just search Learn It with Muhindo. By the way, you guys need to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Okay, Learn It with Muhindo. Learn It with Muhindo. Then come to my channel and then click on new on what? I think we'll click on playlists, and then you'll find, okay, I mean click on YouTube channel, I mean click on videos. You'll find where I'm teaching how to install XAMPP, or you can as well search here. After reaching my channel, just search XAMPP here.
So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to start my localhost. So if you're using Windows, you have to start your XAMPP, and if you're using Mac, you have to start your MAMP accordingly. So I'm going to start my localhost, which is here, and I'll click on start here. So it has already started. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to restart it again. Okay, so if you're having a Windows machine, go ahead and start your localhost, or you start your XAMPP, okay, or your Apache. So after starting that, so we're going to proceed and do what, and see how we can run a file of PHP. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back here to my project, and I'm going to run at least here one file, and we make sure that we're on the same level. So I'm going to copy this name of this file, where I can get it by pressing Ctrl Shift and S, so that I should be able to copy it. Okay, so I'll copy the name, and then I'll open my browser, which is here, and I'll type localhost stroke the learn PHP, and then stroke the file name. Okay, so I hope everyone can do that, and you can see I am able to get a list of variables that we practiced in the previous video. So I've successfully run this file of PHP. So right now I'm going to open W3 Schools, so we can be able to follow the syllabus. So I'll come to W3 Schools and search PHP. Okay, PHP W3 Schools, and then I'll click there, the first search result, and then last time we stopped at variables and we discussed what is meant by variables and everything. So we're going to resume, where we're going to look at strings and a few things that you can do with strings. So a string is just a group of characters, okay, a group of text. So in case you want to handle maybe a name or a sentence, you'll handle in a data type called string. So there are some functions of PHP that can help us to deal with what? With the strings. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a separate file that we're going to use to practice string related things. So I'll come to my project and come and click new file, and then I'm going to call this one 5 underscore PHP strings. I can say string or strings dot HTML. Dot PHP. Okay, dot PHP. So the extension is very important. So I'll go ahead and create that file there. So if I come and run it by just removing this first part, and I put 5 underscore PHP underscore strings, I'll be able to access this empty screen because there's nothing there. So I'll come here and open my PHP tag, okay, and then write PHP, and then I can be able to say, maybe I can say name, I can say first name equals Muhindo. So this is how we create a string. So I can later come and display it here, saying echo first name. So this is how we create a string and we store there the content, and then we do what? We display it. So if I come and refresh, you can see I'm just seeing the results. So what you are saying that PHP has some functions that can help you to deal with your strings. So for example, is the counting of the number of characters in the string. For example, you're doing an application and you want to know how long a sentence is, or how long a word is, or how long a group of texts are. So to do that, you may need an inbuilt function of PHP called strlen. So strlen is a function that will give you the length of string. So I can now say, if I want to display how long this word is, I can say this name. So I call the function. So if I want to tell how long this word is, I'll just simply write strlen. Okay, so when I write strlen, this one will return for me the size of a certain string. So I can pass here maybe this first name, and I pass it here between these brackets. You see, between those brackets. So when I pass it there, I'll be able to get the length of that particular string. So if I come here and refresh, you can see this name Mohindo has 7 letters. For example, if I add here maybe Mubarak like this, so it's going to be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 letters. So if I come and refresh, you can see this name will have 15 letters. So that is how you may know how long a certain string is, by just simply calling this function str and then write the word len, and then you pass there whatever you want to count. Okay, so what you pass here, this function return for you how long that particular word or string is. So that is one of the functions that you may need to use, and it is a PHP inbuilt function. Okay, so we have other functions such as word count. This word count, it can count for us the number of words that are in a certain function. For example, I want to see, so let me comment this one. Okay, for example, if I want to see the number of words in this particular string, I'll just come and write here str word and then underscore count. Okay, str word count, it will tell us how many words are in a certain string. For example, here we have 2 words. So if I come and refresh here, you'll see I'm able to display 2. Otherwise, if I put here another space like this, I can say maybe I can add my third name. Okay, so there are now 3 names or 3 words in this string. So if I come and refresh here, you'll see they have changed it to 3. So this str word count, it will help us to count the words in a string. So if you want to do maybe a logic that will check if a certain string is having more than 1 word, or the number of words that in a particular string, you can use this str word count. So str reverse or str rev, it will reverse the string. For example, if I want to see if I reverse this string, or if I reverse this name, how will it look like, the reverse of my name. So to do that, I can just simply come here and say echo, and then I pass str rev. So str rev, its function is going to reverse the name, okay, or the string. So I can pass there first underscore name, and then I save, and then if I come and refresh, you'll see the name has been reversed. Can you see? So if I want to reverse my name, I can reverse it like that. Is this name even readable? I don't know. Odinihum, something like that. Okay, so that is how you can reverse a certain string. So there are so many functions of PHP. Just all what you can do is just to come and learn about them. So string functions, you can find them here in references. Okay, so if you come in references, you'll find almost all the functions of strings of PHP. See, come under references. So all functions are here. Print, what. So anything that you may want to know about strings, all the functions, they'll be here. So that's all for strings. And in simple terms, a string is a group of text, and then PHP gives us a list of functions that we can use to manipulate or to work with our strings. So I can proceed to numbers. Numbers, as we said, they are numbers as they sound. Okay, so they can help us to deal with integers, to deal with floats, to deal with doubles and all that. So for example, if you want to define a certain number, you can just simply put the variable name and then the number itself. So let us and PHP has given us some functions that can help us to check, that can help us to work with numbers. Among the functions we have is int. So this is int will tell you whether a number is an integer or not. It's integer and is long. So is long tell you whether the number is a long or not. So let us go ahead and see how we can deal with numbers or with some numbers. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a file of PHP and I'm going to call it numbers. So I'll just simply come to my project and then click there, and then I'm going to call this one number 6 underscore php numbers.php. So after doing that, I'm going to now open the curly bracket here, the square bracket of PHP, the angle bracket. Okay, so and I will go ahead and define a number. For example, I can say age equals 100. Okay, so if I want to display this age, I can just simply say echo age. Okay, so this one will tell me the value that I've just added here. So if I come and refresh, let me first get the name. If I come and refresh here, you can see I have the number. So if you want to check whether it is an integer or not, you can use var_dump here. Just simply pass var_dump and then between it you pass the number. So this one, it will tell you the type of variable. So that is a number. A number can as well be a double. For example, if we put a full stop here, a decimal point, and attach the numbers behind it, of course it will be a float. Okay, so a float is something that is having a decimal point. So what we should notice is that when we're defining a number, we don't surround the numbers with what? With the double quotes or with quotes. We just put the number straight. Okay, so we proceed. Let us look at what we call casting or typecasting. For example, sometimes we may want to change a number, a string into a number. Assume that we have, for example, let us say like we have this age and it is surrounded with quotes. Okay, with quotes like this. So you see here it was saying it was a number. Let's make it maybe 100. So as long as when I surround it with quotes, it will turn into a string. So sometimes you may want to convert a certain string into numbers. For example, someone may put something like this. So AB that we have attached is not a number, of course. Then it's just a group of characters. So if you want to get the possible values of a number, then we have to do what we call typecasting. Typecasting, it will get the minimum or the possible values and convert it into a particular data type that you want. So for example, I want to convert this one into an integer. So here I'm echoing it before I do what? Before I convert it. Then after converting, let me echo here a br tag to separate the lines. After converting, I am going to now after printing it, I'm going now to convert it. So to convert it, I'll just simply do what we call typecasting. Okay, maybe I can say age 1 equals. So if I want to convert this particular string into a number, I will have to do what we call typecasting. So I'll just simply open bracket and put the word int. the data type int. So this data type of int, this is it means that whatever you're going to do, it should be converted into what? An integer. So after writing the int, and then you come and open another bracket, and then you put what you want to change. So I want to change this age into a number. You see here it is a string. Now I want to change it to a number. So I just simply put int in a bracket, and then I follow it another one with int in bracket, and then I put a semicolon at last. Then after, I'm going to dump, and we see what we come up with. So what I'll do, I'll just simply come and say, I don't need to put here var dump, in fact. Okay, just you can mute your microphone, please. Okay, so I can say var dump, and I put here age1. Okay, so you see here it is, let me put maybe hr. You see here is before we convert it. Here we convert it to integer, and then we dump it. So you see here it is having some a and b when it is a string. Let us now see when we dump it when it is an integer, and we see what we'll come up with. So if I refresh, you can see this one, it is a string when it is 5, and then this one is just only 100, and it's an integer. So what does it mean? It means that we have found the possible values and convert it into what? Into a string. When we'll start making applications that may require calculations, such applications, you'll find that we'll need a logic whereby you want to deal with the number specifically. So to do that, you'll have to do what? To be able to typecast. Okay, to typecast. So this is what is meant by typecasting, converting a certain data type to another data type. So we proceed. Let us see what these guys talked about. So that's all about numbers. You can come and learn more about numbers here in PHP. So we proceed to constants. So what is a constant? A constant are like variables, except that once they are defined, they cannot be changed. So a constant is something that is not going to be changed. So if you're going to create an application that you will need things that you will not want to change anywhere, either by mistake or intentionally, then you'll have to define them by what? By in form of constants. So once you define them in form of constants, it means that you can reuse them, and then you cannot even do what? You cannot change them. So let us see how you can define constants. For example, let us say you're making an application. So the name of that application is of course going to be constant. So if you want to keep it static, so you have to define it as a what? As a constant. Okay. So let us go ahead and see how we can define a constant. So I'm going to create here another file. I'm going to call it file number 7 underscore php constants.php. Okay, so there we're going to start our PHP, and then after I'm going to define a constant. So how do you define constants? We define constants by simply writing the word define, the keyword define, and then it will pass two things. The first thing, it will pass a constant name, and the second thing will pass the constant value itself. Assume that I want to define maybe my base URL or the application name. So it's advised constant to be written in capital letters, so that you should be able to separate them from what? From other normal variables. So I can say app name, of course has to be in quotes. Okay, and then you pass comma, and then you give its value. Okay, so maybe I can call this one maybe I can say Jumia. Okay, so let's say we are creating an application or a system called Jumia. So a name Jumia, you will not need it to change anywhere in your application. So what do? You define it, okay, like this. So once you define something like this, you cannot change it. It will not be possible to be changed. So let's see how you can access the constant. So to access the constant, you don't need a $sign. You just call the constant name, and then you'll be able to get it. So I can say print, I can say echo, and
I surround it, I can say echo welcome to, and then I'm going to attach the app name. Sorry, okay, let me just put welcome to, and then I'm going to echo the app name. Okay, so this is how we define, and that's how we access. I hope that's it. Let me see. You define and then you access. Okay, this is how you define and that's access. So let us go ahead. Just to access an app name, you just, to access a constant. This is what you call a constant. This is what you call constant. To access a constant, you don't need a dollar sign, right? You don't need a dollar sign. So let's go ahead and run this file and see what will come up with. So I'll come and open the PHP and then paste it here. You can see, welcome to Jumia. So if you try to change this, maybe app name, of course, PHP will not allow you, and then it will create what? An error. So if I come and put a semicolon here and I refresh, you see, it will not allow me. Why? Because you cannot change, you cannot redefine, or you cannot change a constant. So a constant, these will be variables that will not be changing. For example, variables like database connection. You know, the database connection must be static from beginning up to the end. So what you may need to do, you may define those as what? As constants, and so many others. And some other things that you may need. For example, I can put a slogan, maybe you can say slogan of Jumia, shopping made easy. Is it the one? I forgot it. Your day delivered, I think. Your what? Your day delivered. I think that's the slogan. Okay. So when you're creating a mobile app, your systems, you may need some things that will be static, that you will not need to change. So you define them like that. You just write that define, and then you pass the first parameter, slogan, and then the second parameter you pass the value name. So I can put here. I can put there your day delivered, something like that. So if I come and refresh, you'll see welcome to Jumia, your day delivered. Is it the one? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so you can see the simple terms is that things that you will not be changing, you may need to be defining them in the form of what? In the form of contact, in the form of constants, and then also constants, they don't do what? They don't change names. So you can come and learn more about constants here at W3 Schools. Okay. So they're saying that if you define a constant, for example, this one as a slogan, you can as well access it like this by changing the case slogan. Okay. So it will also be okay, no problem. Okay. So if you want to remove, you have to pass here true. I think you have to pass here true so that you can access it even with lowercase, I think. So if I come and refresh, does not allow that. So slogan, you may, constants, you may even define them without, we may access them without doing what? Without using a dollar sign. That's how they are accessed, without using a dollar sign. Wanted to do something like this, but it failed. So we'll try it. Okay. So we proceed to the next topic, which is operators. So operators, they are used to perform operations on variables and values. Okay. And we have different types of operators in PHP. We have arithmetic operators, assignment operators, comparison operators, increment and decrement operators. We have logical operators. We have string operators, array operators, and conditional operators. So we're going to look at most of these, not all of them, but most of them that are important. So arithmetic operators, these are the ones that are used to perform arithmetic operations, such as subtracting, adding, multiplication, division. So if you want to do maybe addition of number, you want to do subtraction of numbers, you want to do multiplication of numbers, so you'll have to use what you call arithmetic operators of PHP. So here are the arithmetic operators of PHP. We have the operator here, and then we'll have its name, and we'll see here its example and what it can bring. So this plus, we will use it for adding two numbers. Even in real world, I think that's how things be. We use a plus to add two numbers. Then we'll have a minus for subtracting two numbers. For example, you want to subtract a certain number from the other, you'll have to use this dash or a minus. We have a star or asterisk. We use it for multiplication. If you want to multiply two numbers, you'll use this star to multiply a certain number with the other. Then you have the division. This one will be used to divide one number by the other. Then you have a percentage or modulus. This one will give the remainder. Okay, if you remember the finite, so this one will give the finite number, or what we call the remainder. So we have the asterisk or star. This one will help us to do what? To do the exponentiation, the power thing. If you want to do something power the other, the exponentiation of the other, we'll use the star to do that. So let's go ahead and do some examples of this. I'll come and I'm going to do all the operators in a single file. So we're going to create another file here for operators, and I'll just simply come to a project, click on this plus, and then come and say PHP. So it's going to be number 8 underscore PHP operators.php. So after doing that, I'm going to come here and paste it here, and then we'll see there's nothing there. So let's go ahead and see how we can implement a plus. Of course, we can just simply do like this. PHP, and then I can say maybe A equals to 20, and then say B equals to 45. Okay, so we're going to see how we can add these two numbers. So if you want to add two numbers, you can define another variable and say C equals to. So if you want to add them, you just simply say A and then use this plus sign and then put the B. So by doing like that, it will add two numbers. So if here we display the C, let us go ahead and display and see what C will be like. It's going to be 20 plus 45, and you know the answer. So if I come and refresh, you can see the answer is 65. So let's go ahead and present maybe all of them on screen by simply using the quotes. I can say maybe A, and then I put here now a plus. Now since this one are just surrounded with quotes, it means they are going to be treated as string, not like a reoperation. Okay, so I can say A plus, and then I put B equals. Okay, so this $sign will just be used to access the values of these particular things. So A plus B equals C, and that's what is the logic, and this is what I want just to display. So if I come and refresh, you can see 20 plus 45, the answer is 65. So if I come and maybe put here maybe 21, of course it will perform the logic, and you can see that. So that's how we perform the addition. So if I want to perform subtraction, I'll just simply put the minus, and maybe I can come and change it on to see a minus. So if I come and refresh, you'll see 20 and 1 minus 45, the answer is negative 24. So that's how we perform arithmetic operations. So when you're practicing, go ahead and practice the remaining ones. Practice the multiplication and see if it will give you the right results that you expect, as well as the modulus or the finite. So we can proceed to assignment operators. So assignment operators, they are used with numeric values to write a value to a variable. So in case you want to save something inside a variable, or you want to put something inside a variable, what you'll do, you'll have to use the assignment operators, and that's what we've been doing. So I will not go ahead and practice this one. For example, if you want to store y in x, you just simply put the equal sign. Okay, so let us go ahead and look at these assignment operators, right? So we have plus y plus equal to y. So this one, what will do, it will just add the two numbers. It will be just like, you can say 1 plus the other. You can as well say minus y. This one is also equivalent to subtract y minus x. So if you have a value, for example x, and you want to do a certain action on it, you may not need to repeat it again in order to do some action on it. For example, you have x and you want to subtract maybe a y from that x. So instead of writing x equals to x minus y, what you may do, you may just simply write minus equal to y, and then it will subtract y and then store it into x. So you can see and play with those ones when you practice. Okay, so we have comparison operators. Comparison operators, we use them to compare, and we will see these ones most when we're going to go and look at the conditions. Okay, so this comparison, for example, you want to compare if something is equivalent to the other, it is identical to the other, or it's not equal, or it's not identical to the other. What we use what you call comparison operators. So among the comparison operators, we have these double equal signs. For example, you want to see if two numbers are equal. What we'll be using, we'll use two double equal signs. Remember, one double equal sign is the one for assigning, but this one is the one for just comparing, not to assign. So here, identical, we'll look at it when we proceed to if conditions. In fact, let's begin. Let me see where are the if conditions. I think they are the next, so don't worry, we're going to look at all these ones. So let's begin them here. So we have what we call, okay, we'll look at them when we proceed to if conditions. Okay, so this one will check if something is exactly the same. This one will check if something is not equal to the other. This one will check if something is also not equal. So these two, they're equivalent to each other. They are the same. So this one will check if a certain value is greater than the other, and this one will check if a certain value is less than the other. This one will check if a certain value is greater or equal to. So we write it by just simply putting the greater than sign and follow it and make it follow and put the next thing as what? At the equal sign. So it will do the logic of checking if a certain number is greater or equal to. So this one is we use it to check if it's less or equal to. So we have increment operators. Increment operators, we use them to increment a certain number. So if you just put plus plus x, what will happen? It will do what we call pre-increment. It will first increment and then return the result. And if you put x plus plus, it will do what we call post increment. It will first return the results and then do what? And then increment. And then if you do minus minus the value, this is called post decrement. This one's called this one is pre-decrement and this one is post decrement. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll have also what we call logic operators. Most of these operators, you'll see them when you look at the if conditions. So these logic operators, we use them to perform conditional statements or when you're making decisions. So they help us to write a certain logic. So we have the and. So the and, it will help us to see if both of the conditions are what? Have been satisfied. So the O, it will be used to check if one of the two conditions is satisfied. And then the ZO, if you learn mathematics or if you learn calculus, you understand the ZO. So the ZO, it will check if either X or Y is true, but not both. So this one will check if one of them is true, but not both are true. That's what we call the ZO.
and then we have and. This will also work as this and then this two bars, these two bars, the standing bars, they also work as what? As or. Then we have this exclamation mark. It will work as what? As not equal to. So we're going to practice now all these ones using what? Using if conditions. So let us go ahead and look at if conditions. Then we'll come back here and we see how we practice each of these ones until we get until we understand. So we are going to come back here. So I'll come and open this one, new tab here. Okay. So this if condition, or what we call conditional statements, are used to perform different action based on the condition. So when you want to make a decision based on a certain condition, what we do, we always use the if conditions. So we have three types of if conditions. The first one of conditional statements, the first one is if condition, the other one is if else, and the other one is if else if, and then the other one is a switch. So let's go ahead and look at the if condition, how we can implement if condition in programming. So to do that, I will simply come here and create if statement. Maybe I'll come and save this one and make it number 9 underscore if dot php. Copy it, and then I'll come and first remove everything, so you can see nothing is being displayed. So now I say that we'll come back here and we see how we can use this one to help us also when I'm making conditions. So the first thing, comparison operators, we had equal sign. So we're going to check if two numbers are equal or not. So if you want to check if two numbers are equal or not, or if two variables are equal or not, we can first define a certain variable a equals to maybe 30, and then say b equals to 30. So if you want to check if these two numbers are equal, what you'll do, you write what you call if condition. This is how if condition is written. You write an if sign, and then you open bracket and close it. So between here, you write your condition, and then after this bracket, you open a curly bracket after them, like this, and then between here, you write what piece of code you want to be executed if these two conditions, if this condition is satisfied or if this condition is true. I repeat, you write if condition, you write if, and then you open bracket. So between here, you put your condition using the condition operators, and then you open curly bracket, and then here you put a piece of code that you want to be executed if if this condition is satisfied, or if the condition is true. So let's go ahead and see and write our if and check if these values are true. We will display that they are equal. Okay, so let us go ahead and do that. We just simply say if, and then you put a. Remember, if we said that when we want to compare two numbers, we use these two double equal signs. So you can say if a equals 2, so you put double equal sign, equals to b, and then you open curly bracket, and then you write here what you want to be executed. So I can simply say echo yes, and then I put the value of a is equal to the value of b. So this condition will only be executed if this condition, this pair of code, this piece of code will only be executed if this condition is satisfied, or if it is true. Otherwise, it will not be executed. So let's go ahead and see. So if I come and refresh here, you can see, yes, 30 is equal to 30. Why? Because we made here 30 and it's not 30. So if it means that if I change here 1 like this, 1, it means now they are not equal. So you can see this piece of code has been skipped. Can you see anything on the screen? No. Yet we have something in our code. So this code in this particular bracket, it is skipped. Why is it skipped? Why is it skipped? It's because the condition was not satisfied. A is not equal to B. 31 is not equal to 30. So as long as it's not satisfied, then the condition and that piece of code will do what? Will be skipped. As you can see, it has been skipped. So now that brings us to another type of a condition statement, the else part. So assume now, what if it is not found? What should be said? So you may need again to attach another part called else. Okay, so you can now say, so instead of checking again now if they are not equal and then you write it, so I can come here and maybe I'll check. Now if they are not equal, I should be able to say that this is not equal to the other. So one way of doing that, I can just simply come and I repeat myself here by saying if A, and remember we said they're not equal, what do we use? We use this piece of sign. It will check if something is not equal. Okay, so I can say if A is not equal, like this, that's how I write not equal, is not equal to B, I should echo. Okay, I should echo this piece of line and say I say no, A is not, let us put here maybe in capital, not equal. Okay, that's right, put here. So this one will be executed if A is not equal to B, then this will be executed. If A equals to B, then this one will be executed. So this is how we write operations. So you can use such a knowledge, for example, when you want to verify a password. Assume that someone is trying to log in into your system and you want to check if he entered the correct password, something like that. So you may use the if conditions to do that. So if I come and refresh now, you can see no, that one is not equal to 30, which is true. Okay, but if you come and say maybe here 11 and put here 11, so what is going to happen? It's going to be yes, 11 is equal to 11. Why? Because the condition is true. So that brings us to the else part. So instead of you repeating yourself here, there is another way of how you can, if you're having such a condition that one is negating the other, instead of you repeating yourself, you can go ahead and do the other way around. So the other way around, you come and attach here the else part. Okay, right, like this, else. Okay, so that's what you call if else, and then you open the bracket. So this if else will be, the else part will be executed if the first one was wrong. So instead of me coming and rewrite it here, I can just simply come and cut this piece of code and then let me just comment it. Okay, so I'll just come and put here the else part. So what will happen? It will first check if A is equivalent to B. If they're equivalent to each other, it will display this piece of code, the one that is in the first bracket. If they are not, it will display the else. Okay, so if I come and refresh, you can see yes, it is equal. So let us come and change, maybe and make it maybe 15, so you can come and see it is not equal. So one of the statement will be executed if the condition is correct. The first statement will be executed. If it's not correct, the second statement will be executed. I hope we have understood that. Now we can proceed to identical. So this identical, it will help us to check if something is exactly equal to the other. Okay, so if I want to check if something is exactly equal to the other, what is meant by exactly equal to the other, because you see we have these two things. We have, let me first command this one, let me comment here. So when I share the code, you can be able to get everything. I think I should comment from here. Okay, so we are going to create our first variable, maybe x equals to 30, and then y equals to 30, but in brackets. So this one is a integer, but it's having 30. This one is a string, but it's having 30. So let us go ahead and check if these two guys are equal. So you can just simply say if if x equals to y, you can go ahead and say echo yes. I can say maybe they are, let me say yes. Okay, yes. And then if they are not equal, I'll put the else part and will accept the no. So I would like you to see this one clearly. This one is integer, this one is not integer, but both of them, they are having 30. This one is having a value of 30 inside it, and this one just having a value of 30 as an integer. So if I come and refresh, first ask yourself, are they going to be equal or they're not going to be equal? So if you refresh, you can see, yes, they are equal to each other. Okay, they are equal to each other. But the problem is, one is an integer and the other one is not an integer. But as long as they are bearing same values, they will be equal to each other. Okay, so now sometimes we may need to put too much restriction on a certain validation. Maybe when you want, maybe even the data type should be the same, because you can see here they have different data types but same values, and it says the same. So if you want also the data type to be considered when comparing, what you do, you attach the third equal sign. So that third equal sign, it will check if they are exactly. So we have two types of equal. One will check if they are equal to each other, but the third one, which has three equal signs, it will check if they are exactly equal. So to be exactly equal means that both of them, they should even have the same data type. So if I come and refresh, now you're going to expect the no. Why? Because this one is of different data type. But if we change both of them to have the same data type, that means that these guys are exactly equal, and it's going to display a yes. If I put one in form of a string, to display a no. But you saw, if we don't use the three equal signs, it will be a yes. Okay, so the data type will not be considered. So I hope you've understood that. Well, that's what you call exactly equal. So you have the greater than sign. This greater than sign will help us to check if something is greater than the other. You can do that by yourself. You can practice it by yourself. And then you have the less than sign. This one will help to check if something is less than the other. And greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. So you can try these ones by yourself. So we can proceed to the next topic. We have looked at the if conditions. So as we proceed, we'll also understand, we'll look at the if else. But for now, we can stop the if conditions and the arithmetic operations, the operators from there. So let's go ahead and open the next chapter, which is going to be the loops. So loops will help us to iterate or to repeat a certain piece of code multiple times. Assume that you have a list of students and you want to display all of them. So you may not need to write one by one, but you may write only one simple condition, and then it can repeat those particular information. That's what we call a loop. Okay, So we are going to look at different types of PHP loops. So the first type, we call it while loop. Another one is called do while loop, and another one is called for loop, another one is called for each loop. We're going to look at all of them. So let us go ahead and look at the for loop. Okay, so the for loop will help us to loop through or to repeat a piece of code until a certain condition is reached. So let us go ahead and demonstrate this. So I'll go ahead and create a new file, which is going to be number 10, and call this one PHP for loop. Okay, I had not saved it properly.
Screen isn't visible.
Okay, so there we are. So as we said, for loops will help us to repeat a piece of code multiple times until our certain condition is reached. So assume that I want to display from 1 to 100. I want to display those particular numbers. So if you do not have the knowledge of loop, what you'll do, you just go ahead and write 1 and write 2 and write 3, something like that, which can be really hectic. So to solve that, you may need to do what you call a for loop. A for loop will help to do these things that are repetitive without you doing it manually by yourself. Assume that you want to display 1 up to 1000. So will you go ahead and write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 until you reach 1000? So the solution to that, you use what you call loops. So I'm going to use for loop to display for me values from 1 up to 1000, and we see even how long it can take for the computer to process and display 1 up to 1000. So here brings us to the syntax that we follow when we are writing a for loop. So to write a for loop, what you do, you write the word for and then you open bracket and close it. Okay, so let me first turn this on to PHP. Okay, so this for loop will mainly have 3 segments. The first segment, the second segment, and these segments will be separated with semicolons, and then at the end a curly bracket that will help us that will put a piece of code that we want it to be repeated. So let us look at different segments that for loop has. So the first segment is the one for writing initializing a certain value. For example, you want to initialize something, you can initialize it from here. The second argument is the one for checking the condition. Okay, for checking the condition. And then this one, the last segment, in case you want to do something that will move the condition, you can put it there. And then here between, you can write the piece of code that you want to be repeated. So let's go ahead and create maybe here a $i, okay, and initialize it to what? To 0. So I mean that we have initialized I to 0, and the first section or the first parameter of PHP is done. The second one, you check, you create a condition. You create a condition that must be reached. I mean that in case it is reached, the project, the piece of code should stop. So I want to display 1 up to 1000. So what I'm going to do here in the section of condition here, I'm going to say 1000 is less than, 1 is less than 1000. So what does it mean? It means that as long as 1 is less than 1000, this condition will be repeated, or this block of code will be repeated. So that's how we write a condition. And then the last one is the either increment or decrement. So in case you want to increment this I, because it has to increase until it reaches 1000, so you have to increment. So if I want to increment, I come in this last section and I put plus plus. Remember, I've already looked at plus plus. Is a different way of how you can add 1 on a certain integer. So you can see the section here. We initialize. Here we create a condition, and then here we increase. So by doing like this, I can go ahead and echo the I itself. You see, I want to echo the I want to display it. So I can say I, and then maybe don't mind about the dot, but as a proceed, that's what it means. And then I, and then put a comma, and then a semicolon. Okay, so it means that this piece of I is going to be repeated until I is more than 1000. So for example, when I is more than 1000, let's say 1001. So is 1001 less than 1000? Of course no. And then it means that project will have, this piece of code will do what? We'll have to stop from there. So let us go ahead and run it, and you see what we've come up with. So I'll come here and refresh. You can see it did not even take a second to write 1000 what? 1000 numbers. But if they ask you to write them without a loop, it can even take like 2 to 3 hours. It can take even the whole hour to write this. But you see, with just a 3 piece of codes, we have a great results like these ones. So those if for loops, they are very, very important in creating systems, and as we proceed, you'll see that we really need for loops. We're going to proceed from where we stopped at in the previous class, and if you were following, you realize that we stopped at PHP for loops. So today we're going to proceed with PHP functions. So without wasting much time, let's get started. So if you still remember, last time we had installed XAMPP. We had run a basic PHP file, and I'm going to help you remember, or we're going to have a recap of what I'd looked at in the previous videos, whereby we talked about something like having the PHP server on your computer. As you can see, I'm using MAMP. So if you're using Windows, you're supposed to be using either XAMPP or WAMP. So for me, I'm using MAMP, and the main point is it will be used to run our PHP files. So remember, when we installed our MAMP, we said that there is a place where we're supposed to keep our PHP files that are to be executed, and that place was the htdocs. And then you know where htdocs is located. If you're using your Windows machine, you just simply go to disk C, and then you'll see a folder of XAMPP, and then you go to open that folder, and then you'll see a folder called htdocs. So in that htdocs is the place where you save your web applications of PHP. So my htdocs folder is already here, so I'm going to open it. So it is this one. So if I open my htdocs folder, I'll be able to see my web projects, and they are here. So you remember the last time we were practicing, I created a folder called Learn PHP, this one here. So I'm going to open this folder in Visual Studio Code, so I should be able to edit or create more code. So let me create a new instance of Visual Studio Code, and then I'm going to drag and drop the folder into Visual Studio Code. So this is my Visual Studio Code, and this is the folder. So I'm going to open this project by simply dragging and dropping it into. If you've been following, we have covered most of things up to functions of PHP. So if you are not following, I recommend you to go and watch the previous videos on this very playlist. But if you're on the same level with us, then no problem, we can proceed. So today we're going to look at PHP arrays, and what is meant by PHP super global arrays, when do we need arrays, and how we can implement PHP arrays in real life. That's what we're going to cover today. So I hope you're ready to do this with me. If you are, then let's get started. So we're going to follow W3 Schools
syllabus. Of course, you can access W3 Schools by searching it from Google, and then you go to PHP section, and then you can find the PHP array section. So for the sake of notes to read and more details about what I'm teaching, you can come and use this resource to learn more about different topics that we'll be covering. For loops and if conditions and the rest. So if you are new here and you don't have idea about what we've looked at in previous topics, I really recommend you to go and watch previous video classes in this same playlist so that you can be on the same level with us. But if you're already somewhere and you understand things about PHP at this level, or you want to practice and proceed, then no problem. We can go ahead and proceed from here. So today we're going to look at something new. We're going to look at how we can handle forms of web, of how you can collect. We're going to look at how we can collect data from users. So if you have ever asked yourself how you're going to collect data from users, for example, when people provide you their username and passwords, or when people provide you their information, let us say their names and the rest, and you want to see how you can deal with this data, this is the right video for you and how you're going to work with it. So with that much said, let's get straight and you understand what is really meant by a form. So as I said before, a form is just an HTML element that we use to collect data from what? From users. Okay, and I've already said the type of information that can be passed through the form. You want to collect the file, you want to collect the user profile photo and the rest, all those stuff, the name and the rest, those things, they come through what we call a form. So on web, we basically have two types of a form. So the first type is called the get form, and the other type is called the post form. We are going to look at what is made by get post, and then also do some practical practice about it, and also go ahead and look at what is meant by the post method of form. Then we'll go ahead and discuss when we need the get method of a form, and also when we need the post method or type of a form. At the end of the day, we'll look at different scenarios of when we need one and when we don't need the other. So that is what we're going to cover in this video, this one, and then maybe the next one if this one does not be enough. So with that much said, we're going to go straight into practicals and see how we can handle these different forms. So let's get started. So the very first thing, we're going to create a file. We're going to create a fresh new file, the one that we're going to deal with to create the get form. In fact, we're going to begin with get form. So I'll come here to my project. I've already opened my project in Visual Studio Code. If you don't have idea what is meant by Visual Studio Code, just check a playlist on these videos and then begin from video number 1. You'll understand what's meant by Visual Studio Code. And I've already started my WAMP, my MAMP. Okay, so if you're using Windows, you should have started your XAMPP or WAMP. So if you don't know what is meant by WAMP, XAMPP, MAMP, the servers of PHP, then please just feel free to go to the first video and learn what is meant by WAMP and XAMPP. So for me, I've already started my local host or my MAMP, the one that I'm going to use to run the PHP files. And then the next thing, I'm going to create my first file of PHP. I mean my file of PHP, the one that I'm going to use for handling the forms in get method. So I say new, and then I put here 17, for example, PHP form get. This is how I've named my name. I mean the name of the file. So why do I begin with 17? I begin with 17 because it is the 17th file in this folder. So I want this file to be organized so that in case someone looks at my code, they should be able to know I started from here and then went to this file and the other file. That's the whole point of why I'm beginning by numbering the files before I put the file name. So that's 17 underscore PHP underscore form underscore get. So it means that it's a PHP get form, the one that I'm going to collect the information of get. Okay.
So after creating the file name there, so the next thing I'm going now to do what? To write the logic of the form, okay? Otherwise, if you didn't know, I can as well collapse this one like this, okay? So I'll collapse it so I can have enough space to work with. So the first thing that we do, we're going to create the interface of the form or the HTML so that the user should be able to fill something. And then later, we'll go ahead and write now the logic of getting the data of this form and then work with it. So let's go ahead and create the form itself. So to create a form, we'll first begin by writing our HTML5 structure. I hope you know how to do that. Just write HTML5 in small letters, and then if you're using Visual Studio Code, they will suggest for you everything. So that's my HTML5 structure, and then I'm going to put here form gate. So after doing that, the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to write now the form itself, okay? So I'm going to write the form like this, okay? And then here, I'm going to put the data that I want in the form, okay? That I'm going to submit in the form, the information. So we're going to begin by writing, maybe we're going to collect the first name, okay, the name of a person, then his age, and maybe his country. Okay, we're going to collect the name of the person, the age, and the country. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll begin by writing an input like this, an input tag, and a element, and then I give it type of text. So another very important, a very important field, that attribute that you must note in an input, you must leave in an input, is the name attribute. Otherwise, if you don't give the name attribute, if you don't provide it, then it means that that particular input will be ignored. Why? Because we'll have no way of how we can know that this is this particular input. So you should always give the name attribute. So I'm going to go ahead and give name. So the name of this one is going to be name. So it means that I'm going to collect the name of a person. Okay. And then I'm going to give a placeholder. Placeholder is what the person will see on their screen as the name of this particular attribute. So I can put maybe full name. So it means that people, when they'll be editing this screen, this form, they'll be seeing the word full name on their interfaces. So I can put here maybe BR tag to break the lines, and then I'm going to create another input that I'm going to call input, that I'm going to call country. So I'm going to give it a name and call it country. Okay, and then I'm going to give this a placeholder, and I'm going to call it country. I will call it country. So after doing that, I'll go ahead and provide the field for the age. Okay, so I'll just go as I said input, and then maybe the type can be maybe number, because I want to limit to numbers. And then I can give the name and call this one age. I can give it a placeholder and call this one age, like this. Okay, so after doing that particular form, or after doing a simple form like this one, then the next thing is we are going to see how it looks like on the interface. So I'm going to copy this form name and then go to our browser. Okay, I've just copied this particular file name and then go to our browser. So in this browser, I'm going to put localhost, and then I put stroke, then the name of the file. And it's called what? Learn PHP, and then the name of the file, which is 17 underscore PHP underscore form.get. So make sure that you put a correct file name. So press enter. So when you press enter, you'll be able to see this. Okay, be able to see the full name, the country, and the age. Can you see? Full name, country, age. So what does it mean? It means that now we have a form that we can collect the information from what? From users. So let's go ahead and provide a place where now a user can do what? Can now submit the form. So here you see I have just a form, but I have no way I can click on submit button. So let's go ahead and give this person a submit button so that they should be able to click something and then this form is submitted. Okay, so to do that, I'll just go ahead and put here another PR tag. Then let's go ahead and put a submission button. So I'll just write here the button. Okay, and then I'm going to call it submit. It's what the user should see. And always remember to put here one more extra field called type. Okay, so the type is going to be called submit. Okay, so it means that the user, this form is purposely for submitting. I mean, this button is purposely for submitting this form. So that's so beautiful. Right now we have something that we can collect the first person's name, the country, and the age. So with that said, now let's go ahead and see. But I hope the speed is not too much. I hope you're getting it. I hope you've learned how you can create this input, and I hope you've learned how you can create this submit button. So the next thing is going to be now filling this form and submitting it. So to fill this form, you're having here full name. So I can give Muhindo Mbarak, and country I can give Uganda, and age I can give 26. Okay, so I have filled these things. So the next thing is to submit. So I'll click on submit button, and then you'll see the form has been submitted, but nothing has been done. So before we proceed, I would like you to know that there is something that has changed. We might have not observed it, but there is something that has changed. So look at this URL, okay? There is the information that we have just uploaded has been appended to this URL. Can you see this question mark? Let me copy it so that you can see it here. So this is the URL. This is the main link up to here, but there is something more that was added after. They separated our URL with the question mark, and then they started adding name equals this. And then they put and sign, and then put the age, and then put another and sign, and then put the what? The country. So what does it mean? It means that this URL is encodable. We can encode it by ourselves, okay? So once we encode it by ourselves means that we can as well even use it even without a form. And that is what is meant by the get. So the get is a type of a form that can be passed, or that is passed through the through the file URL, or through the URL, or through the link, okay? Is a form that is passed through the what? Through the link. So we will see how we can encode this so that we can broadly understand the get method of a form. So after doing that, it means that this form we did not specify anything, but by default it was submitted to the same link. It was submitted to the same URL. And then after being submitted to the same URL, the data that we submitted this form, it was encoded and appended to the what? To the link of our what? Of our file, or of the file that we're executing. So meaning that by default, the action or where your form will be submitted, it will be submitted to the very URL that you are on. And also by default, the form will be submitted to the what? To the post. In the form of what? In form of the get. So if you don't specify that it should be the post, or it should be it should submit to the specific what? Specific file. So that is how we handle what? We handle forms. We submit forms or write HTML forms. Now, the second part of it is now how do we receive these forms so that we can deal with them in PHP or handle this data in PHP. So to do that, we have things called super global variables. We have variables called super global variables. So super global variables, they are PHP variables that we use to handle the data that is globally accessible, or that we can access globally. For example, the get, we have a super global variable called the get. Another one is called post. Another one is called cookies. Another is called session. Another one is called server, and so many. But here the most important one that we're going to look at today is called the get super global variable.
The get superglobal variable is the one that is going to enable us to collect the data from the form that the user has submitted through the get method. So we're going to write a simple logic of PHP of how we can collect a form using the get superglobal variable. So I'll come on top of the file here on the very top, and then I'm going to open a PHP tag here, okay, and then here I'm going to I'm going to echo a pre-tag like this, and then after I'm going to dump everything that is in the get superglobal variable. So this is how we dump things not in PHP. So I'm going to simply say print _r and then put the $_ get in capital letters. Get in capital letters. So this is how we write superglobal variables of what? Of PHP. You write $ and you put _ and then you write a superglobal variable name, and it should be in capital letters. Then here maybe I can close the pre-tag here from here, right, like this. Okay, so if I come and refresh, you can see whatever was submitted here, I am able to receive it here. So whatever is submitted here, I'm able to receive it here. So what does it mean? It means that if I remove this one, you can see this is our get variable. Can you see here? The array is empty, so it means that the data that we submit is submitted through the array, and if you don't submit anything, the superglobal variable of of get will be what? Will be empty. Can you see that? So also one more thing, just a little bit ahead, we say that this form can be encoded manually. So it means that if I add here something like and it means that you want to add another parameter. I can say maybe sex equals male. Okay, so I press enter. You can observe that still this this variable of sex has been added to what? To a get. So it means that you can encode this You can encode this URL to whatever things that you want, even though you don't have the form itself. Can put here and maybe DOB equals to 1994 08 something like this. Okay, like this. Okay, so if I do like this, can you see date of birth 1993, this one? So it means that this URL code can be encoded. Okay, so but if you remove everything, you see there is nothing there. Okay, so I hope you've understood how we can get the data that has been submitted from the get form of HTML and receive it in PHP. So now the question is, another question is now, how do we manipulate the data now? Okay, how do you manipulate the data? Now the data has been submitted. Now how are you going to handle it? So to handle it, as we saw, it was just nothing but a what? But an array. But so it means that we can handle it in form of a what? In form of an array. So before we so let me just go ahead and submit. Okay, like this. Okay, so it means that we can collect this name, but like this, by saying name equals to get, and then we pass name like this in square brackets. So what does it mean? It means that the names that we were providing here in our inputs, in our HTML inputs, these names, okay, they are the ones that we receive from the other side in PHP. Otherwise, I say that if you don't specify these names in a certain input, then it means that that input will be ignored because it will be meaningless. There is no way we can receive it on the server side. So always make sure that you specify the what? The name. So here I have the name. So now I can go ahead and get the country. Okay. Then I can go ahead and get maybe the age. Was it age here like this? Okay.
So like this one, I can be able to access these variables in that way. So let's go ahead and refresh. So I'm going to remove everything so that we should be like we are new on this form. Okay. So can you see there's an error? There's an error. What's the error talking about? It's saying that undefined array key name at this particular line, and also undefined array key name at this particular line, like that. So what does it mean? It means that we have come to this form for the very first time. As you know here, as you see, I removed everything for the very first time, and the name is not set inside the get, and the country is not set inside the get and the age. So what does it mean? It will end up giving you warning or crashing. So what does it mean? It means that there should be a way of how we should check if there is data that is being submitted before we start doing what? Before we start handling that data. And how can we do that to get rid of such kind of errors? So how can we do that? Let me remove this one. We can do that by checking first if there is a name that is coming, and then we go ahead and use the name. So how will I do that? I'll just simply say if. So in PHP, there's an inbuilt function is called isSet. IsSet will check something if it is set or not, and it will not cause an error. So I put here if isSet, and then open bracket, I put the $sign underscore get, and then I specify the name. So I'm going to check if the name of get is set. Once it is set, then I'm going to go ahead and execute this particular bracket here. So I can cut this one and I put it here. So it means that I have collected, I will only collect the name, the country, the age, only when this name is set. So if I come and refresh, like this, submit, can you see? So it means that there's no error. There's no error, right? So let's go ahead and now see how we can manipulate this data, okay? So to do that, I can say echo, and then I put the name, or I can put the, like this, I can say your name is, and then I pass the name, and then put comma, you are, then I put the age, years old, and you come from, and then I put the country. So by doing like this, it means that we'll have got the ability for us to do what? To collect the data from the user and then manipulate it, okay? Or use it in our PHP. Can you see that? I'm just checking if the name is set, and then after I collect the name, I collect the country, I collect the age, and then I display the name, the age, and the country in the form of a what? In form of a sentence. So I'll come and refresh. Can you see? Your name is the name, you are the age, and then you come from the country. So you see, that is really beautiful. It means that we can now collect the information from the user and manipulate it. So I'll come and refresh, and then come here and give your name, your country, and maybe let me say Bwambale Muhidin. Your country maybe Kenya, and the age maybe 45. And then I submit. Can you see? Your name is, your age, you are this, and then you're coming from this. You come from this. So alternatively, I can manipulate this form from the URL. I can put here maybe Kule Swale, something like this. Like this. Can you see? I'm manipulating this data from the what? From the get. So get has some advantages. Get method, it has some advantages. At the same time, it has some disadvantages. So when you proceed, you'll see when we need get and when we need what? When we need post. But at this point, I hope you now have the idea of what is meant by get and how to handle the get form. So this is the form. and this is the input, and then this is the submission button, and then this is checking if something is set before we start using, and then here we are getting the name, here we're getting the country, and here we're getting the age, and then here we display. So don't just sit and watch, just watch as you do what, as you practice. Let us meet in the next video where we are going to look at the post super global variable, or at the post method. But before we go to that video, in fact, if you want to specify a method that you want to use, you specify it from here. For example, if you want to specify, to be specific that this form is for get, we just come here in the form tag and then write here method, attribute method, and then you specify the form by writing something like get. Okay, then here HTML will know specifically that this form is for get. So you have an idea of how we may also need to do what, to specify a form for the what, for the post. So let us meet in the next video where we are going to look at the post method of a form, and we're going to look at the post method, what is meant by post method, when we need it, how to use it. Then we'll also go ahead and compare what's the difference between post method and get method, and when do we need to use these two in different scenarios, if time allows. So we have a lot of things to cover, and I hope you're ready and prepared to cover everything with me. If you are, then let's get started. So what is a post method? I may not know the exact definition of post method, but I'll give it the way according I understand it. But if you want to understand really the exact definition, go ahead and search what is meant by post method on Google. They'll give you the exact answer. But in simple terms, a post method is another type of a form that we submit in background. Okay, if you have followed the previous video, you saw that when we submitted the form of get, the data was being passed through the URL. Okay, the data was being passed through the URL, and I don't think that's a good practice. In some cases, for example, assume that you're dealing with passwords and the rest. So it wouldn't be a good practice to pass the data in what? In the URL. So that is why they came up with what? With the post method. Post method, the data will be passed in the background or in the headers of what? Of the request that you're submitting to the what? To the server. So that is the difference between the post and get. But putting that aside, post and get is almost exactly the same. But when we finish this video, we'll go ahead and discuss what's really different. For example, can a get method submit a file? Can get method submit a file, for example? Okay, so can a get method submit any size of data? We'll go ahead and look at that. So, and we see, can post submit a file? So what's the difference exactly between these two? That will be done by the end of this video or when you're finishing. So we have a lot to cover. Let's get started with, let's jump straight into what? Into practicals. So I'll switch to my text editor, and in here I'm going to create another file. I'm going to create another file. I'll just come here and say new file, and I'm going to call it, I'll just come and say here new file, and I'll call it 18, and then php underscore form underscore post. Okay, there we are. So there we are. Okay, so this is a super fresh new file. Okay, so you can just even write here something like that post, and then go and check it. Okay, so I assume I've already started your XAMPP. I hope you know what is meant by XAMPP. Me, I've started my MAMP. Okay, so if you're using Windows, you have XAMPP, and you should have started. You should have started it. So I'll come here and remove this file name and keep it localhost stroke learn php stroke 18 underscore php underscore form post. So there, it means that we are now on our post page and we're good to go. So Now let's go ahead and now start seeing how we can make this, or we can make use of this post. By the way, I can collapse this file listing from here by toggling from here. Eh? So if I click there, it will be collapsed, which is okay. So that I should have enough working space. So I'm going to open what? I'm going to open our HTML5 structure, and then I'm going to put here the title as form post. Okay, then from here I'm going to go ahead and create now our form like this. Okay, form. Then I'm going to specify the action URL, which is nothing for now. It's going to submit on the same post or the same form. By the way, by the end of this class, I'll show you how you can submit also in different file. So after doing that, I'm going to go and my English though. I don't know English. Okay, I'm going to create a what? I'm going to create a form, a first field. What are we going to collect in this form anyway? We are going to collect the username and password. So let's go ahead and collect the username and password. So I'm going to put an input and call this one. Remember, you have to give it the name. If you don't give it the name, then it will be ignored. So I'm going to call this a username. Okay. And then give a placeholder. I'm going to call it username, so that what the people will see on their interfaces. Username. And then I'll put here some BR tags to break the lines. And then I'm going to provide another one called password. Okay. So if you want to hide this password, you can put type as password. Then it will be changed to dots. And then what the user will see here, it will be password. Great. So we are now able to collect the username and password. So let's go ahead and now put the button for submission. Okay, you can call it login or anything. By the way, there's another way of how you can create a submit button. You can create a submit button like this. You can simply write an input like this and then call it submit. Okay, and give it a value. Okay, and this value you can call it maybe login. So value is what will appear on the user's interface, and then the type, it will know that this is an input of type submit. So those are two ways now. The first way, we did it in this way by just simply writing our button like this and then specify as submit, and then we just specify here the type as what? As submit button like this. So these are two alternatives of how you can write your what? Your submit button. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how they look like. Okay, so I'll save, and then I'll come to server, to a browser, refresh. You see, these two guys look exactly the same. You cannot differentiate them, and they really do the same the same piece of task. Okay, so I'll comment this guy like that. So to comment, you press Ctrl Shift and the letter A. Press Ctrl, hold it, and letter A. That is how it is done on. Is it Alt? On Windows, maybe you try Alt, then the Shift, and then the A. But on Mac, it is Option, Shift, and A. Okay, so that's it. So I've commented that. So it means that now we have created our simple form that a person can use to provide their username and password. Okay, so their username and password. So now let us go ahead. Right now, if we leave it like this, it's going to remain a get form, a plain get form. A plain get form. So but right now we want to change it to what? To a post form. So to change it to post form, what you're going to do, you just simply come here to form and give it a method. Okay, method like this. Okay, method. And then here in this method you specify the form type. You can write post. So it means that the method of this form is going to be post this time. It's not going to be get. And then after specifying the method, you can that's it. Let's go ahead and refresh now. Refresh. Now you can see the method is post. So this time you're going also to learn how we can submit to a different file. Okay,
So to submit to a different file, let us create that file first, okay? So you're going to create that file here, and then you're going to create it like this. I'm going to call it 18.1, so that it should be different, 18.1, and the naming will remain the same because the task is the same, okay? So 18.1 underscore PHP underscore form underscore post, like this. Now, this is the file that will be handling the form submission. This is the file that will be handling the PHP code, okay? So we now have two different files. This one, the one that will handle whatever the user has submitted. This one, the one that will handle the display of the form on the screen. Now, after doing that, the next thing is we are going to see now how we have specified the post. So now the next thing is if you don't specify where this form should be submitted, it means that this form will be submitted on the same page. So what do? We specify where the form will be submitted by giving another attribute called action. Okay. So this action attribute, it is where you can specify the URL or the method, the post where, the section or the file to where this form should be submitted. So since they're in the same folder, I'm just going to put the second file that we just created, 18 underscore, then the same 18.1, okay, and then the same name, the same file name, okay. So it means that I'm referring to this particular file, okay. So it means that when this user will submit, this form will be redirected to this particular file that we've specified here. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll give here refresh, give my password, my username, mobile and password 4321. Okay, so let's go and submit. Click on login. So one thing that you should realize that when you click on submit, the file changed to this one. Okay, it changed to the new file that we specified that the form should be submitted. So it means that if you don't submit the form will be submitted to the same link. If you don't specify the form where it should be submitted, it will be submitted to the same link. If you specify where the form should be submitted, it will be submitted to that particular file that you have specified to. So let's go ahead and refresh here. So now, right now, when you try to refresh, they'll ask you to confirm to submit the same data. Unlike get, we were not being asked to confirm. Okay, so for the posts, we're asked to confirm. So the next thing that you should observe that here in our post, the data that has been submitted has not been placed or has not been added to the link that is receiving this file. But previously in the post, in the get, all the data that we were sending or that we were submitting, it was being submitted to the what? It was being added to the what? To the post. To the file that we're submitting to. So that's the difference. So if in case you're dealing with secret files, secret information such as passwords, don't use get. Why? Because get exposes data into URL. But if you're going to handle things like password information, then endeavor to use the post. Why? Because with post, the data will be hidden. It will be submitted through headers. So that's great then. Now let us see now how we can receive this data in the post. So likewise to the post, if you want to receive the data, you'll have to use the super global variable of what? Of the post. So if I come here and echo a pre-tag like this and come and say print underscore r and then pass the super global variable of post, which can be written as, or which can be accessed as a $ underscore and then capital letter the word post like this. Okay, so by doing like that, we'll be able to get anything that has been submitted to this file in form of a what? In form of a post. So should we come and refresh, you'll see that we have got the username and the password. So it means that now if you have this username and password, then it means that you can now manipulate this data and use it to do anything that you want. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that. Okay, so but the difference is this data was not added into what? To our URL. So that's the whole main difference between get and post. So I can now come and access this data. For example, username equals what has been sent here in post. Here, username. Okay, and then password equals, and then here what has been sent in password here. Okay, so we have the username, we have the password. So we have accessed both of them. So I can as well now display these pieces of data by simply saying echo your username is, but never do that. Never display people's username. I'm just using this one for practice. Your username is this, and your password is $sign password. Boom. So like this, we'll be able to manipulate whatever data that the user has done what? The user has sent to us. So let's go ahead and refresh. Boom. Can you see? Your username is Mobahood and password is 4321. And this data has been got through what? Through the post. And another thing that should observe, we cannot modify this data along the way. Remember, with the post, since we could access the URL, we were able to modify the data with the get, But with post, you cannot modify unless the data has been submitted originally as it is. So that is how we create the post, and that's how we receive the what? The post. Let's do it one more time. Let us just go through it one more time. So for the post, you specify the post. Then you specify the action. Though you can leave this action and then submit to the same file like the way you did in get. It is also okay. Okay? Then you create your inputs by, and remember to specify the name attribute in your what? In your input. Otherwise, if you don't specify the name attribute in your input, it means that that input will be ignored. And then you specify the password, okay? Sorry, the other input with its valid name. And then you remember to put the what? The submit button. Then if you want to receive this form on a different file, you specify the file inside the form tag in the attribute of action. And you can see I have two files, one that is submitting the form, the other one that is receiving the form. So this is the file for receiving the form, and you can collect the data that has been submitted through through post, like this, by writing $_ the post sign, then the username. The name of the name that you want to collect. Also the password, the post, and then the password. Then we can go ahead and display this by just doing it in that way. Okay, so that is how we collect the username and password from users. So it is very important, really. It is very, very important to do what? To know that a post cannot be modified. So with that simple introduction, that's all. In fact, that's all you need to know to get introduced to posts and get. So I now know you know the post method. In fact, don't just watch the video. Please get your hands dirty and start writing these pieces of code. Don't just watch like you're watching a movie. You have to watch as you practice. Otherwise, if you just watch like a movie, then it will not be helpful. So let's go ahead and Google some difference between get and post. Okay? So there's some articles, of course, that can be talking about this clearly, but W3 schools, of course, they're talking about it. So let's go to W3 schools. So you have looked at post, get, now let's see. Now, what's the difference? So that the main methods have post and get. These put head and the rest, you can look at them later. So these are the difference. What the hell?
Okay, so the guest request can be cached. Okay, requests remain in the browser history. Requests can be bookmarked. In fact, even in the GET, the history will remain in the browser. You can bookmark the GET. Requests can be never dealing with sensitive data. So don't deal with sensitive data inside the GET. Okay, requests have length restriction. So with GET, you have a length restriction. You cannot submit any too much data. There is a length restriction there. Okay, so also in GET, requests only used to modify, only used to request data just as it is. Okay, so don't use a request to anything that you think it is going to modify your database. Okay, so requests, just use it maybe when you're searching, when you're doing anything like that is not going to go straight to your database, because requests through GET can be dangerous. Why? Because they are accessible. Someone can modify them. So that's how we use GET. So GET, you will use it for things like your search or your filtering, something like that. Then you can use GET. But if you're going to post something, you're going to add something on your website or in your web application, then never use GET method. Okay, this is a little bit length. I thought it was a summary. I'll close it. Okay, so that's a brief definition of posts of GET. Then here is something for posts. Requests are never cached, so every time you submit a request and post, it is taken afresh. Post requests do not remain in the browser. Okay, you cannot bookmark a post method. For example, this one, you cannot bookmark it with its data. If you bookmark it, you'll have bookmark only the end file, but you cannot bookmark it with data. That is self-explanatory. Requests cannot be bookmarked. Requests have no restriction to data length. So with posts, we have no restriction with data length, meaning that we can even do we can even post even a file. So that is all about posts. So you can come and learn more about post versus GET on W3 School, so you can get a really clear picture about posts and GET. Hello and how are you? In this video, I'm going to show you how we can upload a file to the server, or how we can upload the file in PHP. So let's go ahead and create a file that is going to handle that. So I'm going to come here and say 19 underscore PHP underscore file underscore upload dot PHP. So that's the name of our file, and then I'll come here and give stroke name of the file here. So that is how we're going to upload the file. So we're going to follow W3 School steps and of how a file can be uploaded in PHP. So in PHP, it is very easy to do what? To upload a file. Okay, first of all, make sure that in your php.in file, files are on. The file uploads are on. Of course, by default, this one comes while file uploads on is activated. Okay. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to write a form that is going to upload this particular file, right? We're going to write a form that is going to upload the file, okay, the file itself. So to do that, we just simply come and write here. So I'll collapse this one. Let's go now and write the HTML form by simply writing maybe HTML5 and put here the title, file uploading, or file uploading here. And then after, we're going to go ahead and now put the fields. So the first field that we'll put is the field for the selecting the file. Okay, so I can write here maybe my p tag and say select file to upload. Okay, so it can be a picture, it can be anything. Okay, so after doing that, I'm going to create an input that is going to now handle the uploading of that file. So the input type here is not going to be text, but rather it is going to be file. So type here file like this. After doing that, you have to specify the name, just like the way I told you. You cannot skip the name. give it the name, and then it is going to be maybe file, okay, whatever you call it, okay. Maybe I can say maybe my profile photo or anything, okay. So if you want to limit the user to specific extensions, you can write here another attribute called accept, okay. So maybe you can accept .png, we put separate with comma, .jpg, comma, .jpeg, comma, .gif. So what does it mean here? It means that we will not accept other type of files apart from for images, okay. So if you want documents, you can then put .doc, .docx, .pdf, whatever you want, okay. So these are the file extensions that I want to be submitted or to be accepted only. So after doing that, we're going to go ahead and create our submission button, okay. So it's going to be a button submit, and then come here and make sure that you give it a type of submit. So after doing that, let's go ahead and refresh the page and see if these things are reflecting. So just simply come to our browser, come and refresh. Beautiful, the form is there, only that we need to break it here. Now let's go ahead and refresh. Boom, we have it. Select file, and then we have the field for selecting the file, and then also the submit. So therefore, there are more things that you must specify in order for this form to do what, to be accepted as a file uploading form. First of all, you have to surround it with a form tag. Then after doing that, we have to put the action is optional. Of course, if you don't put action, it will be submitted to the same file. So the other thing that you have to do is to add the method, the encrypt type method, okay. So let's go ahead. In fact, let us create another file for uploading for working with the logic, okay? So I'll go ahead and copy this file, and I'm going to create another file that's going to work with the logic of submitting the file. So I'll paste it. I'll come here and create a new file, and I'm going to call it 19.1, okay. And then it's going to be the same thing, 19.1, the same thing. So it means that this is where we will handle the upload logic. So let's go ahead here and do what, and give the action. So the action is where we want this file to be submitted to. So I'll go and say action. You specify it in the form field, and then you put the name of the file that should handle that logic, and make sure that you're pointing in the right file name with the right file path that is should handle this uploading. So after doing that, now the next thing is to put this method of post. Otherwise, if you put the method of get, then it will not be accepted, okay. Method post. You can build it in capital letters and small letters, no problem, okay. So after writing the method, so the last one more thing that you have to put is the encrypt type, okay. So the encrypt type is going to be multipart stroke form data. Otherwise, don't do any mistake when you're writing this. Should you make a mistake in spelling, then it will not work, okay. So those are the things that you must specify, that you should specify in order to upload a file. You must specify the post, and you must specify the method as a post, and specify the encrypt type, which is multipart stroke form data, form dash data. So after doing that, so it means that now we are good to upload a file, okay. So after doing the form, I hope this form was straightforward. You can as well do it in your own time, okay. So now let's go ahead and now work on the logic of receiving this file and upload it to a server. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and submit, refresh here, then click here. So when you click here, you realize that they will show you the files of extensions only. The computer will only show the files of extension that you accepted. For example, if you put here maybe only PDF, you see here they are showing me images. Can you see? They are showing me images. So it means that if I put here only PDF, let's say PDF, okay. So let's refresh and see. It means that other file will not be accepted. Only PDFs are being accepted. I hope you can see that. Okay, I hope you can see that. So you can limit your users on which file they should do it. They should pick from their browsers. So I'll go ahead and select a file, a picture. Let me select this one. Okay. So after selecting the picture, then I'll have to submit. So click on submit. So it has taken us to this second form, but there is nothing that it has been done, and there is nothing that is showing. So if I refresh here, can you see? Nothing is showing. So what does it mean? It means that now we are good to work on the logic of uploading now this file, really uploading it to the what? To the server. Okay. So to do that, I'll simply come here, open the tag of PHP. Okay, question mark PHP. And then from there, we're going to now start working with the logic of uploading the file. So we'll scroll down and you can read these notes of W3 Schools if you want to follow along. So the first thing is you have to specify the target or the directory where you want to put this file. Okay, you have to specify the target where you want to put this file. So you can come here and specify the target. Okay, the target is going to be the folder where we want to put the file. So I'll come here and create a folder where I want to put my uploads. Right click here, new folder, I'm going to call it uploads. Okay, uploads. So it means that things that I'll be uploading, they'll be coming here. I'll be putting them in this upload folder. So I'll come here and put /. Okay, so it means that the remaining thing is now to concatenate there the what? The name. So let's see how we can do that. So, but before we proceed, I would like you to know that there is a super global variable that handles files upload. Okay, so that super global variable is called files. So let's go ahead and dump what is in the files, and then we see how we can handle it. So we can simply say echo, and let us put our pre-tag, so that thing should be separated properly. Okay, so echo print underscore r, and then put $ underscore files, sorry, in capital letters. Okay, files. So this is the super global variable that handles the uploads. So let's go ahead and refresh these files. Can you see what is inside the files? It is having the file that we have uploaded, which you named as photo. Okay, if you remember here, it is photo. The name is photo. Okay, so it is having that file, and it is having its array, and its array is having some information that we think is going to be helpful to us. For the first one is the name of the file. So this is the name of the file that has been uploaded. The type, it is an image. Then the temporary file location. So this is the temporary file location. So in case when they upload a file before we put to a server, this file will be temporarily saved here with this logic. So if I refresh here, this temporary name will change every time because it has not to be predictable. Then here the error. So the error will be changing. So assume that someone uploaded a corrupted file, a file that is having some issues. So there was some network issues, something like that. You can check the errors from here. So if you reach here and the error is not 0, then you know that there is some error code, that there is some problem that has happened. So always make sure that when you're uploading the file, you can even check for the error, and the error is 0. So here is the size of the file in bytes. So before you upload the file, you may need to check if this file is not too heavy as how you want, or is too little by in form of size. You can check the size. Here I have not done the logic of what? Of uploading. So you can check the size and make decision. So you can reach this by just specifying the photo or the name of the file, and then you come to its size. You'll be able to get this one. So here it is in bytes. So if you divide it by 1,000, we'll be able to get its KBs. Okay. So this is 1.8. What? It is 18 KBs? Yeah, it's 18 KBs, I think. Yeah, that's how it is. Okay, so it means that in this variable files, this super global variable of files, it is having important information of files that are being uploaded to what? To our server. So now we proceed. We have got the target. Now the next thing we are going to get now the file path, or the file name, or the file where I want the file to go. So if we want to specify where the file wants to go, we can do something like this. First of all, maybe we can say maybe file path, okay, maybe path, okay. So path, file path, where it should be uploaded, equals to the target, which is the folder that we are uploading, and then you concatenate. You still remember concatenation, joining two strings, okay. So you can concatenate there the name of this file. So how can you reach the name? Of course, by specifying the super global variable of files, and then you specify the name of this file that is being uploaded, which is what? Which is photo, right? And then you specify the name of this file, okay, which is name. So by doing like this, we can be able to get the name. So if I die here with what? With the file path, I'll be able to know the file path that we want. Can you see? It's going upload stroke the name of the file that you're uploading. So this is the folder, and this is the file that I want to put the what? The photo. That is great. So after doing that, now the next thing is what else? So I've got the file. So here I can check if the upload is successful or not. So by default is success. And now here we can convert the extensions to be to what? To lowercase. So here, in case you want all your files to have a specific extension, you can do that from here. So after doing that, now we are going to upload the file, okay? We are going to upload the file. So here we are checking image size. So here, this is how we can get the file size, and then check here if the file size is what you want. Okay. Then the next thing is now to do the upload. Here, in fact, we are just trying to validate. Okay. We are just trying to validate. You see, here I can check if the file image is up to what you want, and then here you can now set whether things are okay or not. So after setting that, but here the most important information is to get the upload and the file path where we want to put it. So after doing that, now the next thing, you can check if the file is existing. You see, this is how you can check the files exist. Okay, so by just checking the path if it is existing, okay, by using this method. Okay, so if you don't check that, then the file will be overwritten, but that is optional. You can do it when you want. So the next thing is now to upload the file. These guys, they make things complicated. Let me go straight to the point. Okay, so this is how you upload the file. Okay, so you just say move upload file, and then you specify the file temporary name and the target where I want this file to go. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So you can just simply say to upload the file, you can say move. Okay, so if you want to check if this file was uploaded successfully or not, you can surround it with if condition. But this if condition is what? Is optional, right? So it just helps you to check whether it was successfully uploaded or not. So you just say move. This is an inbuilt PHP method. It's called move what? Move uploaded file. So the first thing, you specify the path, the temporary name of the file. Okay, so it's just going to be the same here, but here is going to be temp, this temp name that we dumped here, if you still remember. Oh, it's no longer there, but this, okay, temp name, TMP name, temporary name here, if you still remember. So put there the temporary name. Then the next thing that you do is now to put the file path that you want to upload. You put it there like this. Okay, so this is the file path. You know, it's just a folder and the name of the file. And then here we can die, or we can echo and say file uploaded successfully. Okay, so you can put here now the else part and say failed to upload the file. Okay, so that is how we do it. We upload the file. Now let's go ahead and refresh. Refresh. Doom. File uploaded successfully. So if we come here to our path And then we come to our uploads. Can you see? A file has been added there, which is really great. Can you see? It has been added there. So if you refresh, it is going to be overwritten. So that's why we may need to also first check if the file is existing or not. So let's go ahead and maybe display the file that we've just uploaded. So here on success, I can maybe put here maybe in a H2 tag like this, and I say upload successfully. And then after, we can now go ahead and display the file. Okay, so to display the file, I can just simply say echo and say img and say src equals, and then put the dots, and then you're going to put here the file path. Okay, so the file path is here, of course. So it's going to display the file, I hope, where I've uploaded it. Okay, so refresh, file uploaded successfully. So you can specify here maybe the width, width equals maybe 100. Save, refresh, boom, file has been uploaded successfully. Maybe we can make it maybe 300. File uploaded successfully. So that is how we upload files in PHP. Let's go upload another one, by the way. It's interesting. So I'll go ahead and upload another one. Oh, what was the name of the file? Remove this dot. Oh, shit. And the full stop. 19 underscore. Okay, there we are. So let's go ahead and upload the file. So you come here, upload this one. Okay, submit. Boom. File was uploaded successfully. So that is how we upload files in PHP. Then you can go ahead and use them in your application. So assume that you're making an application that should allow people maybe to upload their profile pictures. That's the whole logic. Then the remaining logic is maybe to now save this picture name in the what? In the database. When someone deletes the picture, his account, the picture should be deleted also. Those are the remaining things. But here the main point is that is how we upload a file in PHP. Introduce you to something completely new, and that is database. I'm going to explain to you what is meant by database. Why do you need database in our web application? But most importantly, I'm going to introduce you to the language that we use to communicate to databases, and that is SQL. So we have a lot to cover, and I hope you're ready to do this with me. If you are, then let's get started. So in the very first place, we're going to begin by explaining what is meant by database. If you want to understand what's meant by database, just simply come to Google and search database, the word database meaning. Okay, so in simple terms, database means a container that we use to store the information on what is that we use to store information. Then we can use that information to dynamically update our web application. That is what made by database in simple terms. So it means that if we were to make if we were to make a website or web application that is going to serve many users, what we do, we don't create a separate website for each user, but what we do, we create a database for those users, and then we collect the information, and then we start dynamically showing that information that is relevant to particular users. So that's why we need databases. In simple terms, database is a container where we do what? Where we keep our information that is dynamic to the web application. For example, if you're going to collect the product's name and the prices, what we do, we create that information and keep it in the database, and then later we start querying or fetching that information from the database and display it in different parts of the screen of our web application. So you might have not got the whole concept at this moment if this is your first time to hear about databases, but along the way, don't worry. You're going to practice this. You're going to do practicals, and you'll understand everything as we start doing practicals. So in simple terms, you've now known that database is a place where we keep what?
where we keep the information. So it is just kind of separate technologies that we use to keep what? The information. For example, we said that we have PHP that we use to do the logic of what? Of the web application, but it's not PHP only. There are other also programming language like ASP, Java, and the rest, Python and the rest. But we chose PHP. So among the things that store the data, there are also many technologies. For example, you can come here and say examples of what? Database examples, okay? So you'll see we have my SQL, that is the most popular. At the moment, we have Microsoft Access, Microsoft SQL Server, we have Oracle, and others. So those are different types of, or examples of what? Of structured database. So these are different technologies, these are different companies, but they have one thing in common, and that is the language that we use to communicate with these databases. So that language is what we call SQL. So you can search on Google and search what is meant by SQL. So you'll understand this, what is meant by SQL, by saying that SQL is what? Structured querying language. So it's a language that you use to query the what? The databases. So all the technology that we have looked at, like Oracle and the rest, MySQL, they support this SQL, but the only thing, they are just slight changes that we use to do what? To change in order to align to that particular technology. But all of them, they support one querying language. So that's what we're going to learn today, and then we're going to see how we can communicate to databases. So once you have a database, then your application will be dynamic. For example, you can have multiple users. You can now have being able to log in and being able to log out. You can be able to create a mobile application, a music application that can serve multiple songs at any time. You can be able to create a news application. You can be able to create an e-commerce application that can serve different products at different time. Why? Because you have the power, or you have the power of what? Of databases. So in simple terms, database is a place where we keep what? We keep our content. So since it's a place that we keep our dynamic content, it means that there is something big that you have to understand, how this database keeps that content, how we access it, and how we manipulate it. So we manipulate using a language called SQL, okay? And that's what we're going to learn today. And then we're also going to do practicals of what? Of databases. So I think you've got enough introduction to database, but along the way, you're going to understand when you start doing practicals. So we are going to begin by looking at what's meant by really SQL. So let's get started now, okay? So to have database on your computer, first of all, you need to install it on your what? On your computer. But if you have already XAMPP in your computer, most of the time XAMPP comes with what? With my SQL database, and it's the one that you're going to be using for practice. So if you already have XAMPP or WAMP in your computer, you'll have an interface like this one, okay? So once you have it installed, the next thing that you're going to do, you're going to start it, okay? You're going to start the database. So you have to click on Apache and you start the PHP, because this PHP, this Apache PHP, is the one that you're going to use to do what? To practice using interface to communicate the what? To the database, okay? So you have to start this Apache. Then the next thing that you have to start is this MySQL, okay? This one. So you have to start those two. So once you start those two, then you'll be able to, if they start successfully, or if you install XAMPP. If you don't have XAMPP, just pause this video and do what? And install it, okay? Pause this video and install XAMPP on your Windows machine. If you already have it, don't bother, just start it. Make sure that you start my PHP Apache and then you start MySQL. Then you click on this admin, then it will take you to a place where you're going to do what? You're going to use to practice, okay, once they have started. So with that much said, so I'll hope that you successfully started what? Installed XAMPP, and you successfully started the Apache, and you started the what? The MySQL. So Apache is the server that we're going to use. Then MySQL is the database itself that we're going to use to do what? To practice or to test the SQL that you're going to learn, okay? So once you start those two, so for me, I have Mac, so I'll have to start it also
I'll just simply come here and open my map, and then I click on start here. So when I click on start, it means that now my application has done what? Has started when it shows here green. Okay. So once it shows green, so the next thing will be now to proceed to the what? To the database, and I see the interface. So as I said that we are going to use phpMyAdmin or PHP to communicate to a what? To a database. Though PHP is completely standalone programming language that it does not depend on what? On MySQL. Likewise to MySQL. But with PHpMyAdmin, it will be very simple for us to interface with what? With MySQL database. So if you're in Windows, just come and click on this icon. If you have successfully started, click on this icon of what? Of phpMyAdmin, this one, okay, here. And then, or you can go to localhost, then stroke the port if you have the port, and then stroke the word phpMyAdmin. So for me, I already have it. So I'm just going to proceed to my what? To my database by just simply coming here and say localhost stroke phpMyAdmin. Okay, so if you're in Windows, just simply write like this. I hope it will work, but for Mac you have to do something like this. So when I open, this is what I will do. This is what I will see. Okay, so this is the interface. It is a PHP interface that you're going to use to practice the what? The MySQL database or the SQLs. Okay, so I hope you can reach that point. If you can't reach that point, then please don't proceed the video. Just pause the video and fix everything until you can what? You can reach this point. So I've successfully reached here. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm now going to create the what? The database. But before we create the database, first of all, let us first understand really why we need databases. Okay, so databases, we say that they are just containers. So it means that when you're creating a database, you have to first consider, is this container really required? For example, right now we are learning what? We are learning databases themselves. So it means that we're going to need an independent database that we are going to use for practicing. So if you didn't know, every project that you create, it needs maybe at least, okay, for good practices, every project needs a what? A separate database that you'll use to do what? To practice in it. Okay, or I mean to do that particular information of the project in it. For example, you're making a school management system. So it will be very good practice to do a specific database for a school management system. If you're making maybe a bank application, then do a separate database for bank application. If you're making maybe an e-commerce website or a store, what you do, you create for each an independent what? Independent database. Why? Why? Because you don't need this data to do what? To be mixed. So now we have what? We have our phpMyAdmin. So the first thing that I'm going to do once we land here, let us first look at it. Here we have database, we have SQL, we have status, we have user accounts. So we'll look at these accounts as we proceed, but for now we may not even need to bother about them. Then we'll have the export if we want to export this database and the rest. So here we'll have a list of databases that are already what? Already in this particular database. So we're going to create a database that we're going to use for practicing. Okay, that we're going to use for practicing. Then as we proceed, then we'll start creating maybe a final project or a real project. That's when we create a what? Another again separate database. So let us go ahead and create the database of practicing. So creating a database is really straightforward. First of all, you can use the interface, this one, or you can use the query or the SQL and say create a what? Create a database. So for the very first time, let us see how we can use an interface. So to use an interface, after you have arrived here successfully, the next thing you have to proceed is to click on databases. So if you click on databases, you'll see a list of other databases that are already existing. And to create your new database is really pretty simple. You just simply come here and put the name of your database and click on create. So when you click on create that database, it will be created for what? For you. So that is one way of how we can do it. We can create a database using the what? Using the interface. So the other way of creating database using the interface is through SQL. I mean, the other way of creating database, okay, is through what? Is through SQL. So let us look at the SQL that we use to create a what? A database, so we can do what? We can understand. So you simply come to SQL. So in this tab of SQL, it is where we execute SQL commands. For example, you want to write any SQL and you want it to be executed. This is the place that you do what? We execute. So before we execute any SQL, first of all, let us look at all the databases that we have by just simply clicking on database, and then we'll see the list of all the databases that we already have in our what? In our project. So I'm going to create a new database. I'm going to call it practice. Okay. So I'll come here to SQL. So I've already shown you, like if you want to create a new database, you can just simply come database section here and write practice, for example, the database that you want. Okay, and then click on what? And create. But for me, I need to use SQL instead. So I'll simply click on SQL and then I come and create the database. So the command for creating the database, or the SQL of creating the database, we do it like this. We write the word create and then we would say database. Okay, and then after you put the name of the database. So I'm going to call it practice, like this. Then you put semicolon at the end. So when you execute this SQL, it is going to create for us a fresh and new container, or the fresh and new database called practice, if it does not exist. So you can as well first save this SQL so that you can reuse it later. And so for me, I'm going to save this SQL somewhere so that I should be able to do what? To share them with you. So I'll come and open my project of PHP that we've been using, and I'm going to create here a new file. Okay, I'm going to create here a completely new file that I'm going to use to do what? To write the SQL. So I just simply can say new file, and I'm going to call it number 20 underscore and 20 underscore database. 20 underscore database create. Okay, or I can say create database, I don't know, whatever, create. Okay, so let me just put everything here, databases. Okay, and then you have to put .sql. So .sql means that you're putting the extension of SQL so that this file should be treated as a what? As a SQL file. So I press enter. So this is where I'm going to be writing my commands of what? Of SQL. So let us write again the command of doing what? Of creating a table. Of creating a database. Of course, we said we just simply write create in capital letters and then you write the word database. You may write even in them in small letters, but it's good practice. For the words or the keywords, you write them in capital letter. Then your own words, you write them what? In small letter. For example, then if what is following this is the name of the database. Now, since the name of the database is coming from us, so it will better be in what? In small letters. So I can say practice, but it is optional, but just good practice to do like that. So this is going to be a command that is going to create for us a database. So if you want to comment, you can do those two lines like this, then you'll be able to comment. Okay, so say create database, create database SQL. So this is just comment, it has no effect. Okay, so I'll go ahead and copy this SQL and then go to our PHP admin, and then I click on what? On SQL, and then I paste there the SQL. So let us go ahead and run it. So to run the SQL, just simply come here on bottom and click on this go word. Then you'll see database has been created successfully. So if I try to create this database again, what does it mean? I can copy this command I created. They'll tell me that this database does already exist, which is really helpful. So if I come again to database and then I click on database section, you'll see that you will have one more database, which is practice. You can see here. So it means that we have successfully created our first database. So when you click on that practice, then you'll come to this section where you have nothing. Why? Because we have nothing because we have not added there anything. Okay, we have not added there anything in our database. So as we said that a database will be just a single container that will be supporting a single project, or the single project that you'll be using to do a specific thing. For example, you're creating a school management system. So it means that you'll have one database for school management system. So it means that that container will contain multiple types of information, though it is just about school management system. So it means that it will have to contain students, it will have to contain teachers information, it will have to contain the subjects information, it will have to contain the marks, etc. Likewise, if you make a separate database of products, so it will maybe, of e-commerce, then it will contain the products, it will contain the orders and the rest. So for us, we've just created our own database. So it is here, independent, and we have not decided what it should contain, okay? So to decide what it should contain and to put it there, you have to do what we call tables. So tables, if we come here and search what is meant by what? Database table. Okay, database table. So in simple terms, a table is now a group of a specific what? A specific structure. You can see a table is a collection of what? Of related data held in a what? In table format. Okay, so a table is now, just as it sounds, it is a structure that will hold specific information that is related to each other. For example, this is a table of what? This is a table of albums. Okay, so it means that albums, they have same information or related information, and they're being kept in a what? In form of a table. As you can see, we're having album ID, album name. So all the records that are kept here, they have almost same structure. So information that have same structure, we keep it in what we call tables. Likewise to other things, like for example, this one are what? These are customers, and you can see we are keeping the information of that is in same structure, and we're keeping them in one table. So there is no difference. So what you're going to do is we learn how to create now these tables and what they mean to us. Okay, so a database is the one that is about a particular project, and then tables, they are inside what? Inside database that are about, or they are the one that are about different what? Different types of data. We can have a table. We can have a table of students. You can have a table of teachers. You can have a table of subjects. You can have a table of courses. You can have a table of anything, But as long as it is having the same structure of data, then that can be an independent table. You can think of it. Don't say that you're going to have a table of females and the table of men. I don't think those may need to be two tables. They can be the same table, but you have where you can ask for sex, male or what? Or female. So just like the way you can fill these daily forms, that many people can fill a form, and this information can be saved in what? In a table that can suit that particular form. You get it? So we're going to see how we create different tables. So you can look at different examples of what? Of tables. Now, for example, we're going to create a table of what? Of users. For us, we're going to create a table of users. Okay? So meaning that that table is going to contain particular data called what? Called users. Okay? So let's go ahead and create this table. So that is the syntax of creating a table is like this. Okay, you just simply write create table. Okay, let me just show you from W3 Schools so you can get it clearly. Okay, so I've learned how to create a table. Database. So how to create a table. So to create a table, you just simply say create table. This is the syntax. You say create table, then you give the table name, and then you start giving the columns with their data types. Column with their data type. So it means that every column that will be in that particular table, these are the columns. I think this one that are understanding. Okay, these are that are standing. They're the one that we call columns. So for us, we're going to create these top ones, and then each column will have a particular data type. Okay. So we have a lot different types, different data types of what? Of SQL. Of database tables. For example, we have variable character. Variable character is the one that we use to do what? Is the one that we use to store variable characters. For example, if you expect the character to be changing and it will have a maximum number of characters, then you'll have to store it in what? In variable characters. So there are so many data types. We'll come here and look at them. But for now, we're just going to go with integers and what? And variable characters. So let's go ahead and create a table. So you say to create a table, you just simply write, let me put here first a comment, how to create a table. So to create a table, we just simply come and say create table, and then this table, you give it a what? You give it a name. So I can call it maybe users, okay? Users, okay? So after I open bracket like this, and then I start giving the column and the data type of that column. For example, these users will have an ID, and this ID will be of type of what? Of integer. So that's how we do it. So another thing, this user will have a name, and this name is going to be a variable character because it's going to change every time. Okay, I mean people don't have same length of names, so have to make it variable character. So to make variable character, just write var char like this, var char, and then you open bracket. Always remember to open bracket and close them, and then you pass the number of maximum values or maximum character that you expect here. So I can say 255, and then I come and put here a comma again, and then I can as well duplicate, okay, and then put my what? Put the country, I mean put the age. So our age is going to be also what? An integer, okay? So int, and then we create now the age, and then the next thing is going to be the country, okay, the country, okay. So the country is going to be also varchar, and then you pass the what? You pass the maximum number of these variable characters. So I can say they're also 255. So this can be pretty enough for me to get a table that I can start with, and that's how we do it. Create table, and then you specify which table name you want, and this table should not be existing in that particular database. And then after, you go ahead and give the properties. For example, I've given the property of ID, the property of name, and the property of what? Of age, and the country. So let's go ahead and copy this. And by the way, in integer, you don't need to specify the what? The length of the character that you need. So I'll go ahead and copy that, and then go and run it, okay? So I'll come here and say SQL, and then I paste it, and then press go, so I can do what? It can create, it can run. So the table has been, I mean that the SQL has been run successfully, and we can see here, when it comes to practice, we have at least one table, which is this one, okay? We have only one table called users. So if you click on these users, of course, we'll have to see a list of our users, but you can see there is no one there. There is no one in that list. So that is one way of creating a table. So to delete a table, you do it like this. To delete a table, you just simply say how to delete a table. Okay, so to delete a table is simple also. You just simply write drop table, and then you put the table name. For example, drop table users. So let me go ahead and post, and we see, and run this as, and we see. So I'll copy that, and then come to SQL injection, and then come to SQL here, tab, and then paste it there. Okay, so it means that this one is going to delete the table of what? Of users, because I want to show you how we do it in what? In the interface. Okay, so they will give you a job, I mean they'll give you a question. Do you really want to delete users? I can say yes, meaning that they are going to be deleted. So if I come back to our table of practice, okay, or is it? I'm not refreshed. Okay, so come to table of practice now. And you can see there is no any table there. So now let's go ahead and now create. So this is how we create a table using what? Using SQL.
Now let us say go ahead and create the table using what? Using the interface. So to create a table using the interface, you just simply come to your database, and then you'll see, if you don't have a table, you'll see these things. If you already have a table, you can just simply create it from here. Okay, because this one will be here. If it is not here, it will be next door to the table itself. So I'm going to go ahead and create from here a database. I will just simply say practice, like the one that you did before. So you just put here the number of columns that you want in that database. You begin with the database name, the table name. So I can come and say practice, like this. And then I give here the number of columns. Okay, so if I want 4 columns or 5 columns, I can go ahead and put them. Then I go and say go. So after doing that, the next thing that I'll have to do, I'll have to give the columns their names and their properties. So I can simply say here the column name is going to become ID, and then after doing that, you specify the type of this column. So these are the different data types that MySQL supports. So I can go ahead and say it is integer, and then I say the length of this. This is not necessary, as we said. For the integer, you don't need to specify the length. And then after, I go ahead and say the default value. So if we don't insert anything here, what should be the default value? You can leave it as none. Collation, you just leave it as it is. And then attributes, leave it as it is. Then the most important part here, you can say it if it can be null or not. But the most important part here is auto increment. So auto increment means that everything that will be adding here, the record that will be adding here, it will be automatically increasing. So it will be increasing automatically, and that need to be a what? A primary key. So a primary key is a unique identifier that you have in a database. That is very important. If you need to identify anything in a database, we need a what? A primary key. So a primary key is a unique identifier of what? Of database. So if I want to make this first column the ID to be having a primary key, to have a primary key that will automatically be increasing, I'll have to mark the here as it is here. Then it means that here as index, you see it has been marked as what? As a primary key. So you need to have only one primary key in your what? In your tables. Okay. So the next thing I can say now the name. So after, I can say it is variable character, and then it is maybe 255. So once you set the name and this up to this here, the name, the name of the attribute, the name of the column, the type of the column, and then the length. Then these others are optional. You can leave them. But the most important part, always make sure that when you begin your table, it has an ID, and that ID at least should be auto incrementing for the better safety. It can work even still without auto incrementing, but for the better, you better include auto incrementing ID. So after we have the name, the next thing that you're going to have, we say that we have the age. So age is an integer. I don't specify the length, and then maybe I can have country. Okay, so maybe I can put sex, and then sex is going to be also a variable character that's going to have a maximum of maybe 10 letters. Okay, female, FE 6. Okay, so maximum can be 10. Okay. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to have maybe country. Okay, country, and then country is going to be variable character, and maybe 2255. Okay, so that is enough for us to come up with a table. Okay, so now after you've done that table, you can even cheat and preview your SQL. So to preview your SQL, you just simply come here and bottom before you run it. So you want to see your SQL before you run it, and you see this icon here, preview SQL. So when you click on preview SQL, you'll be able to see the SQL of creating a table. So I can as well copy it and even modify it somewhere, then I run it by myself. You see, this is this is the SQL. Create table, practice. Okay, the practice. So this is a practice table inside practice, and then after we give it ID, it is integer, not null, and it's auto increment. So this is how you implement the auto increment. So not null is an optional parameter, but it means that this one cannot be what? Cannot be null. It means that when you're inserting something, we must include there something. Okay, so that is how you create the what? The database. I mean the table. You can as well remove even these options. These ones, the engine. Okay, so after you've created the SQL, you can go ahead and run it. Or before you even leave this space where we clicked on preview SQL, we can still run it from here. Okay, so let me go ahead. I've just messed up. Okay, so I'm going to put it here in SQL, and then I paste it here, and then I say go to run it. So when I click on go to run it, you see under practice we now have a what? We now have a table. Under where is it? Practice. We have one table called practice. So if you want to add another table, you just come here to this new. Okay, click on this new. You'll be able to add another what? Another table. But for now, this is how we add there what? A table in the database. So you can see having a table of I that will store for us ID, a name, age, sex, and what? And country. So we'll stop from there today. In the next class, we will look at now how to insert there the data. I recommend you not to just watch. I really recommend you not to just watch, but watch as you do it, as you practice, and that's the best way of learning. So we understood why we need databases in our web applications, and also we saw introduction of databases. We went ahead and set up the environment for databases. For example, we set up my SQL database on our computers. We went ahead and started MySQL. We set up the phpMadmin. We went and created our first database, and then also we created our first table in the databases. So I hope at this level you understand what is meant by database. You can create your own database, as well as creating at least one table of one table in a database. So from there is where we're going to proceed from, and I hope you're ready to take it over from here with me. So if you are, then let's get started. So in the very first place, you can see I've opened this file where I'll be writing these SQL that I'll share with you. So I'm also going to open here the database interface that I'm going to be using to practice this one. So this is the database that we created yesterday or in the previous video, which is called practice, and we created a single table there called also practice. So you can create a table at the same time it is having the same name as the database, so it's not wrong. But this is a table of of users. Okay, so to save time, let us go ahead and recreate this table so that we can nope, we will not create that table again. We already have it. Okay, so let's go ahead and now proceed from there. Okay, we're going to proceed from there. So the next thing that we're going to learn today, you're going to learn how to insert data into this table that we created yesterday. So there are three ways in fact of how you can insert data into this table. So the first way, you can use the interface itself. So I hope everyone can be on this point, can reach here. You can install your XAMPP, you can start your phpMadmin, you can start MySQL, and then you can also create a database, and also you can reach up to this level. This is my phpMadmin. So now this is the table the database and the table that we created yesterday. So today we're going to learn how to insert their data. So to do that, the first way, you can use the interface. So to use the interface is just first go to the database, and then you click on the table that you want to insert data in, and then you click on on insert. So when you click on the insert, they'll give you an interface where you can punch in data. For example, here they say the ID, you can fill it here. They ask us the name, you can fill it here. The age, you can fill it here, and then after you click on go to insert this data into the database. But there is also another way. Now the SQL way, or inserting data and using using SQL, and that's the most important today. So let's go ahead and learn how to insert data into the database. So to insert data into the database, you have to write you have to write a query. So first of all, there is when you want to insert everything in the table as it is here. For example, the ID, the name, the age, and the name, the age, the sex, and the country. So if you want to do that, first of all, you have to know how your data is organized. Okay, you have to know how your data is organized, and then later you go ahead and write the SQL that will allow you to insert data into this one. So the other way is to specify the columns that you want to insert data into or in, and then after you write the SQL. So let's begin with the better way, which is to insert data by specifying the column that you want to insert into. So to do that, I'll just simply come here and write a comment. Remember, this file, I'm just writing it to do what? To keep the records for you so that I can share it with you. So I'm going to put here insert data. So to insert data, we say you can write the insert keyword like this, insert, and then you put the word into, and then you specify the table. As I said, the keywords, it's better to keep them in capital. Then the tables, the names of variables, you specify them by your by your name. So you say insert into, and then here you specify the table name. For example, our table is called practice, okay, in small letters. And then after, you open the brackets like this and then close them, okay. So after opening the bracket like that and then close them, the next thing you'll have to specify is the columns in which you want to insert data in. So for example, we say the ID is a primary key, as we saw here, is a primary key, and it will automatically be increasing, okay, auto increment. So you may not need to insert into the ID. Why? Because ID, it is automatically increasing. So for this ID, you may leave it. Then the next thing, we have to specify what you want to insert into. For example, we want to insert into the name, then comma, we'll enter the age, okay. Then the next thing, we'll enter the we'll enter the sex, and then the country, okay. So these are the things that you're going to do to insert into. So after specifying the column that you want to insert data, the next thing you have to write outside this bracket, make sure that at the end of this you don't have you don't have a comma. So the next thing here, you have to write the word values in capital letters like this, values, okay. Then you open bracket and close it like this. Then you arrange the values of this according to the way you organized them here, okay. You arrange the values you're going to insert into these columns according to the way you organize them here. So for example, the first value that we said, it is a name. For example, I can begin with my name, Muhindo Barak, and then the next thing is the age. So you remember, age is an integer. So an integer, you don't need to surround it with with quotes. You can leave it even the way it is by writing, for example, 45. So it means that it will begin with the name and put in this column, then the age of 45 and put in this column. Then the next thing is is a sex. So sex is a character, so I can put male. And then after, we can put the country. For example, I can put here Uganda. And then at the end of the day, at the end of the column, you put a semicolon. So that is how we do that's how we write a command that inserts data into the into the database or the SQL. So let's go ahead and insert this. Let's go ahead and execute this into the database, and you see how it will insert the data. So to do that, I'll come to our interface, and then I click on the database that I'm interested in, which is this one. And then I'll go ahead and click. Remember, I already have one table. You see this practice table, but this practice table is empty. There's nothing there, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do and run this SQL by simply clicking on, first making sure I click on the right database, then I click on on SQL. So I grab whatever thing was there and I paste there the SQL, insert into this, and then that's just we've written it, okay. So it should not be having an error. Then you go ahead and click on the go. So when you click on the go, you see inserted row ID 1, and then it took this number of seconds. So if you click on practice table right now, you'll be able to see that your data has been inserted into the table of practices, so which is really great. So you can see ID 1, this is automatically increased from 0 to 1, and then we inserted the name, and then the age, the sex, and the country. So let us do that one more time, and then we see how we can proceed.
So we say that you say insert into, then you specify the table practice, and then you open bracket and close it, and then you specify the columns that you need to insert into, age, and then sex, and then country. Then after specifying the columns, outside each you put values like this, values, and then you open the bracket and then put semicolon at the end. So after doing that, you come then back to this in bracket, and then you start specifying the values that you're going to enter in this table according to the columns and according to the arrangement of the columns that you made in this first bracket. So the first arrangement, for example, you can say Boambale, this is my young brother, Bale, Mahidin, okay. Then the next thing is to enter his age. For example, I can say 34, and then and remember the integer you don't specify, you don't put the quotes, only strings you put the quotes. So the next thing is sex. For example, I can say male, and then the next thing is what is country. I can say maybe Kenya. Then I'll go ahead and copy this SQL. Okay, I'll copy it. Okay, so after copying it, I come and run it here. Okay, I come and run it here. So click on practice, and then you see we already have one query. One record. So click on SQL here, and then paste it, and press Ctrl and Enter to run it. So if it successfully enters, and then you click on practice, then you can see we have what? We have the second table here. We have the second record that has been inserted into into our table. So that is literally how we insert data into database tables. If you want to learn more, you can come to W3 Schools, come to SQL, and then come to insert. Okay, come to insert it too. And then here you can get enough notes of how you can insert data into the table. For example, this is how we do it in the first style. So this is the second style. You just don't specify. You see, this is the second style. Just see here carefully. This is the first style. Insert into the table name, then you specify the columns, the one that we are using, and then you put the values, and then you specify the values. But there's another style whereby you can just simply say insert into, then you specify the table, and then put values without specifying the columns. So in this style, the second one, you must fill all the information. You must fill all the rows, all the columns that are there in the table, and you arrange it as how they are here. So this is kind of dangerous. Why? Because if you misarrange the columns, then it will not work. You'll end up having wrong data whereby one column has been inserted into another column. The other thing is this one, for this style, you must insert into all the columns that are available into that are available in the table. So it means that if you're going to insert a few records, for example, if you're going to insert a few columns, for example, you remember we were not inserting into the ID. We were not inserting into the ID, because the ID was auto-incrementing. Then it means that this style will not be applicable. Okay, this style will not be applicable. Why? Because you're entering into you're going to leave one. So it means that you have to specify also the ID. And remember, if you enter duplicates of the ID, the query will not work. Okay, you'll get an error of entering multiple primary keys. Okay, so this is how we insert. This is an example, and then you can see what this is another example. You can see then the data was inserted into the table. So in simple terms, that is how we literally insert data into the tables. So to save time, I'm going to insert here some dummy data. I have here some dummy names that you're going to use to do what? To practice. I'm going to insert them into the table that you're going to use to practice. So I'll copy them, and then I'll come here and paste them. And then I'm going to duplicate this query and use that to do what? To insert this data. So I'm going to insert this person here, and I will simply come here and paste here his name, and paste here his age, and maybe say here is female, and then say maybe
This person comes from Rwanda. So let me just pause the video so that I can insert them offline and I don't waste much of your time. So I've created here some SQLs. You can look at them. They're nothing but SQL for inserting. Okay, insert into this, then age, and then the values. Then the columns, and then after the values, and then these are the values. We've got here some names, and then the sex, and then the country. So I've put semicolon at the end of each line to separate two different SQL commands. So you can also pause the video and create your own. You can pause the video and create your own. So these are the ones that I've just created. So what I'm going to do, I'm now going to execute them so that I can do what? I can have these columns inserted into my table. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll just simply copy all of these new ones that I've just created. Okay, so I'm going to execute all of them at once. By the way, that is also possible. So I'll just simply come to our database, and then I click on the create database, and then I click on SQL. And then from here, I'm going to paste there the commands. These are the commands, okay? So after pasting there the command, I'll go ahead and click on the go to do what? To get them inserted. So you can see all the commands were inserted successfully. It means that now if I click on my table of practice, I can see all the commands and all the names that are that have been inserted. So I hope you can do that, and you can see different names, different countries. Okay, so which is really great. So pause the video please and do that right now. Okay, so after inserting the data, so it means that we have learned how to insert the data into SQL. So now we can proceed to another thing. Okay, in my books. So we're going to proceed now to select. So select is a command that we use to collect data from from the databases. Okay. So the next thing that we're going to learn is now how to select this data from the database. So we have learned how to insert the data into the table. So the next thing is how to access that data. So to access that data from the database or from the tables, we use a command called select. So select, you write it like this. So these SQLs will be there, and I'll share them with you. So I'm going to put here select command. Okay, or select SQL. So the syntax of writing select. So the select, as I've said, select will help us to collect the data from the tables and then display it or work with it. So if you want to select the data from the table to display data that is in the table that we just inserted, use this command of select, and this is how we write it. Just write that select, and then you specify the columns that you want to display. Okay, you specify the columns that you want to display. For example, if you want to display all the columns, you put a star. Okay, then after doing that, you specify the table, and before you specify the table, you say from. So this from, it means that you're going to select all the columns from, and then you specify that table. So we're going to select from the practice table. Okay, select all from this tab, we call it all. So this means that we have written just a simple command which says select all from from the practice table. So this command is going to get for us all the records that are in the practice table and do and display them for us. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll just simply come here and say click on the right database and then click on on SQL. So I'll just come and paste here, select all from practice. Okay, so when I click on go, you can see these are the results. You see, showing 0 up to 17, and we got for you 18 records. So here we are able to get all information in our table, all the IDs, all the names, all the age, the sex, and the what, and the country, and you are able to do what? To access it. So that is how we write a command that is going to display, or that is going to collect the whole data that in a what? In a particular table. Select all from the specific table, and then when you click on go, it will do what? It will get for you everything in that particular table. So I hope you have understood how we can select the data from what? From specific tables. So after doing that, now the next thing we're going to learn now how to select specific columns. For example, here we just selected all the columns. Okay. So if you want to select specific columns, for example, we want the name and the age. Okay. So to do that, you just simply say select, and then you specify the columns that you want to select. For example, I can say the name and then you separate them with a comma and then age. Okay. Then after from, you write from, and then you specify the table that you want to select from. So this command means that we are selecting the name and the age from this practice table. So if I copy this command and I come and paste it, you see here I have every column. Every column is there. So I'll come and run it. Let me zoom out by simply clicking on SQL, and then grab everything that was there, paste there, select name and age, and separated the comma from the practice. Press enter. Then you'll be able to see that we have selected the names and the ages of what? Of people. Still, you can even select maybe only the names only. Okay. Or you can select only the name and the country. Okay. For example, want to do that, just simply come and say select name, comma, and country, and maybe age. You can even change the organization. And then after, you say from, okay, from, and then you specify the table practice. Okay, then copy it and then run it. So you can see you're selecting the name, the country, and the age. Okay, from the practice table. So, and that's how we've got, okay, we've got the name, the age, the count, and the age, and this is how we wrote our what? Our SQL. So in simple terms, that is how you select and collect data from what? From tables. If you want to learn more, just simply come to W3 Skills. You'll to get the notes that you do what? That you may need. We're having select, and the select information is there. We're selecting specific columns and selecting everything. That's all you need to know about basic selection or basic collection of data. From what? From that's the SQL of selecting what? Data from what? From the tables. So the next thing that we're going to look at today is the conditioning. Okay, conditioning. Sometimes it is most of the time it is we don't need all the data from the what? From the tables. So you may need to give some conditions so that you can achieve exactly what you want. For example, if you want only male users or male users, then what do? If you want only females, if you want people who at the specific age, maybe who are having greater than age or less than age, something like that. So if you want to do such a thing, then you'll need one more part of this of this selection SQL, and that's what we call a where. So where, it's where we put a condition and specify exactly what we need to access from from the database. So let's go ahead and see how we can do this where. For example, if I need to select students, or I mean if I need to select records which are having specific name, okay, specific ID. Maybe I want to select a record number 5 only. So to do that, you have to add a what? A where. So let's go ahead and do that. You can just simply say select all from, and then you specify the table practice where, and then you specify the condition here. This way, specify the condition. So maybe I want a student, a user whose age, whose ID is 4. So what does it mean? It means that this query is going to collect for me a user who has ID 4 only, okay? Who has ID 4, or users who have ID 4. So let me go ahead and copy that and run it here, okay? Select everything and paste, okay? So let's go ahead and run it. So when you run it, you see we only got one result here, and this is a specific user that the one that we asked for, exactly the one that has come, okay, who has ID 4. So only columns that reach a specific condition, they're the one that does what? That come, okay? So if you want more notes about where, just simply come here into where, and then you'll be able to do what? To get such a, you will be able to get the specific what? Specific conditions. So I've selected using a specific ID. So these are the things that we use. These are the operators that we use in a where. So this, we use it for equal sign, for equal. So if you want to select something that is exactly equal, use this one. Exactly greater than, we use this one. Less than, we use this one. Greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Less, not equal, and then we have here between. Then you have the like for searching, and the in for specifying a specific bracket. So we're going to practice each one of these, and maybe by the time we finish, then we'll have understood how we can practice with any of them. For example, I've already practiced this one, but let's go ahead again and practice the equal sign. So if I want to select maybe a user who has my name, okay, so I can just simply say select all from practice where where name equals, and then if it is a string, still you have to surround it what? With single quotes. Then you put Muhindo Mubarak like this. So if there is any user who has a name of this kind, then it will be coming, it will be showing, okay? All those users will be showing. So let's go ahead and run this SQL. Paste there, press Ctrl and enter. You can see we have one particular user who has this name, okay? So after doing that, so this is our database, and this is our table that we're dealing with. So in the previous class, we showed the equal sign where, okay, condition. So today we're going to look at the greater sign, okay? For example, you want to get the people who, you want to get users who are having greater than a specific age. So how do you do that? So to do that, you just simply write your SQL and say, let me write it here, and just simply say select all from users, okay, all from practice, then you put a where, and then you specify the column. For example, we want to select all users who are having more than 20 years, okay, or having more than 20 years. So to do that, you just say select all from users, from practice where age, then you use this greater than sign to do for the greater sign, where age is greater than 20. So it means it's going to get for us all the users who are having more than 20 years. So let's go ahead and run this SQL by just simply coming to our database and then click on SQL, and then you're going to come here and paste. So when you paste, then you'll be able to see we'll be able to see what? We'll be able to see all the users who are having more than 20 years. So if you come here to the table, to the column of age, you see we're having the users who are having more than, who are more than 20 years. If you go ahead and say who are more than 30 years, you'll see still will get the results of users who are more than 30 years. So you see, they are just 8 users who are, they are just 9 users who are more than 30 years, you can see. So those who are less than 30 years, they have been left because they do not meet our condition. So we can go ahead and do as well for the list. So I can say I want users. So I can duplicate this one. I select all from users where age is less than 20. Okay, so it means that it's going to show us the users who are having age that is less than what? Less than 20. So I can go ahead and run that. You can see we're having only these two users, one who has 11 years, another one one who is 11 years and another one who is 16 years. So that is how you write the less than or the greater than sign in SQL. So this is less than or greater than. So this is whereby you even include those one in the margin. For example, if we say less than or equal to, okay, less than or equal to, so I can go ahead. Then it means that if there is any user who has 20 years, he will also be included. Okay, so there is no one who has 20 years. Let us see the age, exactly the age. For example, let us say users who are less than who are less than 23 years. Okay, so to do that, you just simply say select all from users who are less than 23 years. 23. Okay, so if we do like this, you'll see we'll get 3 users. There are 3 users who are less than 23, whereby 23 itself or any user who has 23, he was not included. Why? Because 23 is not less than 23, but is equal to 23. So if you want to include the equal, you just also, if you want to include that margin, you just simply add this one, less than or equal to, you add that one. Okay, so when you add that one, it means that you've also included the equal. So you see, even that one of 23 has been brought back. Okay, so you can go ahead and practice the greater than or equal to, the not equal, and then let's go ahead and specify the range. Okay, let's go ahead and practice this between. So this between will allow us to create a range. For example, we want to select users who are between specific age. Okay, let us say that we want to select the users who are between 20 years, okay, and 40. So to do that, you just simply say select all from users where select all from practice where age is where, how to write this between, where age between, and then is you open here a bracket. I put the minimum, which is maybe 20, and then the maximum 30. Okay, so here you're going to get the users who are between 20 and 30. I hope that's the syntax. Come and run the SQL. The SQL between is not correct. Let me see how you write the SQL between. Just forgo the syntax. So this is how we write the between SQL. We don't put the equal sign, we just say where between 20, and then you put and like this, and then 30. Okay, so you just say select from this where age between, then you specify the minimum, and then you put the and sign, and then a maximum. So it means that here it's going to get us people who are having age that is who are between 20 and 20 and 30. So if I come here and run the SQL, you can see we've got the results of people who have between 20 and 30 years with 20 inclusive. Okay, so that is how we write the SQL that can allow us to specify a condition in form of what? In form of a range. You can also go ahead and play with it. So we have another one called like. This like is very, very important. It's very important. We use it most of the time to search for something. So if you want to search for something, we use this like, okay? So it will get a specific value and compare it. If it has something like that, then it will go ahead and get those values. For example, if you want to get all the users who are having, or who have names that are having letter A, okay? Letter A. Okay, let us say who have the name that having letter JA, okay? Or letter A, let us do that. So to do that, okay, let us select the users whose name begin with letter A, whose name begin with letter A. To do that, we use the like clause. So you just simply say select all from practice where, and then you put what you want to search. For example, you're searching into names, so you can say name, and then you put like this, okay? Then after doing that, now you specify, put double quotes like this, and then here between you specify what you're searching for. So if you look for names or names which begin with the letter A, what you do, you put a percentage sign, okay? You put a percentage sign, and then you specify the letter that you want. For example, like this. So it means that it's going to search all the names that are beginning with letter A. This percentage sign means begin, okay? Begin with what? With letter A. Then this is the name, the keyword that you want, okay? So if you do like this, we can copy it, and then we come and paste it here. Run the SQL, and then you'll see. I think it's supposed to be at the end, okay? Yeah, it's supposed to be at the end. So names that begin letter A, that's how it should be written. The other one was names that end with letter A. So you can see you're having only one person whose name begins with the letter A. This one means that begin with letter A, and then following this equal sign means like the percentage sign means like the rest should be ignored. So here it will get for us name that begin letter A. So if we say name that begin letter J, you can do like this. So you come and run it, SQL, run it. So you see, here we have two names that will begin with letter J. Still, you can even search a part of string, like you want name that begin letter JA. So if you put here JA like this, then only name that begin with this particular characters, these particular characters, they're the only names that are going to do what? They're going to be displayed. So go ahead and run the SQL, paste it there. So you can see we're having only one name that begins with the letter JA. So if you want to start at the end of the string, like at the end of the string, for example, we want names which begin with, which end with letter K, okay? For example, something like that. So to do that, you just put the equal sign, the percentage sign at beginning, and then it means that this is like, okay? And then end with K. So you can put here, this to replace these dots, you could replace them with what? With the percentage sign. So to do that, let's go ahead and copy and paste it here. And what you'll see, we have only one name that ends with letter K. So it cannot be only names. You can even do the same on other columns. Okay, you can even do the same on other columns by just simply changing here. For example, I can say country that end with letter A. Almost every country ends with letter A. So you save and come and run it here. Paste. You see, only users which have country or which are in the countries that end with letter A are the one that has been what? Displayed. Remember, we have only one other user who is some users who are from Burundi. But Burundi ends with letter I, so they were not displayed. So that is how we specify the like. We use the like. It is very important. Then the other important part is the between. So if you want to search the user who is having between, so here what we are going to do is just say anything that's having between, and we're having these specific characters, and then continues. So if we want to, like, maybe to search anything that is having between, in between it there is this specific character or characters, what we do, we replace these percentages with a percentage sign, and these dots also with the what? With the percentage sign. So what it's going to do is going to search anything that has this letter, okay, anything that has this letter, and then display it. So if we copy and then come and paste it, so it's going to search anything either in the middle or at the beginning. You see, it is displayed. So you see, Burundi does not have letter A, okay, so that it is not what? It was not displayed. So if I come and write here, maybe paste and then write run, because there's no run in the word Burundi. So if I run it, you see, Burundi has come. Why? Because it's having letter RUN between it. And the other countries like Rwanda, Tanzania, and Kenya, they don't have RUN. So you see, only Burundi has come. So what does it mean? It means that if you want to search something that has between it there is a specific condition that you're giving, you surround that thing with what? With a percentage sign, okay? Surround that particular phrase or character or characters with a what? With a percentage sign. So that is how we do it. Okay, that is how we do it. So we can proceed to something else. Okay, so we're going to go to now to the and. So you can come and make sure and practice this one and then make sure that you understand it. In fact, this in should be a task for you. Just come and try and search for yourself what is meant by SQL in, and then learn it, teach it to yourself, as that you should also be having that particular skill of teaching yourself something. So this is where, and then you specify in, and then you specify here some phrases. So anything that is having this in, what you've put in will be listed. Okay, it's also another important thing. Okay, so just try it. I don't want to spoon feed you everything. Try it and teach yourself how you can do the in thing. So that is how it's done. Now let us proceed to the and condition. Okay, the and or conditions. So now sometimes we need to combine our conditions. For example, I want to search all users in Uganda, but I want only female users in Uganda. So what does it mean? It means that I'm having already two conditions. I'm having two conditions and I need to bind them together. I want all the female users from Kenya. I want all the male users from Tanzania. So the first condition is specific country. The second condition is the what? Is the sex part. Okay. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that. How we can combine two conditions together. So we have two prepositions. The first one is the or, and the other one is the and. For the and, it means that both conditions must be qualified or must be met for those results to display. And for the or, means that one of the conditions should be correct for the result to appear or for the record to be displayed. So let's go ahead and see and get where the users are specific, and then we put the and then you see how we can specify. For example, now what's our target? We want to get all the users who are from Kenya and they are male. Okay, so how do we do that? We say select all from practice where country, that's the first condition, country equals to Kenya. That's the first condition. So here up to this point, it means that we'll get for us all the Kenya people, all the people in what? In Kenya, all the users in Kenya. And if we want now to put the condition, the second condition, okay? So you put here and, okay? Then you specify maybe sex, okay, equals to male. So it means here it's going to get for us all the Kenyans but males, or it means it's going to get us the male in Kenya. So that is how we combine conditions. So let's go ahead. So these are two conditions, both of them combined together. So let's go ahead and run this. So I'll just simply come here to SQL and then paste it there and run it. So you can see we have got all the people in Kenya, but only male ones. Okay, so you can as well come and say maybe I want only female ones. Okay, so I can just simply say SQL, come and paste here. So you see I'm getting only female users in Kenya. So that is how you combine the condition. You can even make it complex. You can say I want all the users in Kenya that are having age that is greater than specific age, greater than what? Maybe greater than 20. So it means that here is going to get for us all the Kenyans who are more than 20. Okay, so I'll come here and write this SQL here and then paste it here. So you see, only Kenyans, but who are more than 20, they're the one that has done what? Has displayed. Maybe I want only Rwandans who are more than 20. So I'll just simply come and put here Rwanda. So don't just watch as you do what, watch as you practice. I hope you are understanding this point. You can combine conditions. That's the whole point that we're trying to make. You see, these are Rwandans who are more than 20 years. You can even add more condition. For example, I want only the male. Okay, so on this condition, you can still go and add another and. Okay, and say sex equals to male. So it means that you are going to get all the users in Rwanda that are more than 20 and that are male. Okay, so we're going to get male users who are more than 20 and they live in Rwanda. So those are the three conditions binded together. So if I come and run the SQL, you will see that we have got only results or records that satisfy our condition. The first condition, it should be a Rwandan. Okay, so of course you see only Rwandans in the country column. The second condition, you should be having age more than 20. You see on the column of age, all of them, they are more than 20. The third condition, it should be they should be male, and you can see they are all male. So all the conditions are combining together. You can still add more condition in case you want to, but if you have no result, then to show you no results, or it should show you no column if the conditions are not met. So that is how we do what? That is how we write conditions with AND. So AND means that all the conditions must be met. Okay, all the conditions must be met. So we have another scenario where we need like one of the conditions should be met in order for the results to show. For example, we want to get people who are both in Uganda and Rwanda. So it means that you need either to be in Uganda or to be in Rwanda to show up. So that one, we use what we call the O. Okay, we use what we call the O, and then that O, it is where we'll get users who are either in Rwanda or in Uganda. So let's go ahead and do that. So to do that, just simply select all from practice where country equals Uganda. So that's the first condition. So that is the first condition, and then you can say O. So what does O mean? It means that as long as you're one of these, as long as you satisfy one of the conditions that we are going to provide, then you'll be listed. O country equals to Kenya. So what does it mean? Here we're going to get Ugandans and Kenyans. Okay, select from country where, select from practice where country equals Uganda or equals Kenya. So as long as you satisfy one of these conditions, you will be displayed. If you don't, they do not appear on the records. So let's go ahead and run that SQL, paste it there. You can see we're having only two kinds of users, the Ugandan and Kenyans. Okay, we have Ugandan and Kenyans. So that is how we write the O part. Okay, sometimes you need just as long as satisfy one of the condition, you it should be listed. So that is when we use O. If you want both of the condition to be satisfied for you to be listed, then you use the what? You use the AND. So that is how we deal with what? With SQLs. So with that much said, now we can proceed to something else. So I've learned the where and then the and O. So the next thing that we're going to learn now is the order. Okay, sometimes you need to do what? You need to order. Okay, maybe you want to order in ascending or descending. So if you want to order your results, what you do, you use what you call order by. So let me go ahead and select all users and we order them according to the age. So I can simply say select all from practice. Then I say order by like this. Okay, order by country, order by age, and then say order, is it order by age? I forgot how to try the order by age. Is it? It's I don't know. I've forgotten how to write the order by. From or have not put the from. Okay, select all from this order. Why am I suffering? I can as well click here and then I'll see the order by. See order by. Okay, I've got it. You say order by, and then you specify the column that you want to order with. For example, you can say order by age, and then you specify the order. Okay, you specify the order. So we have two types of order. We have ascending and descending. So if you want to order in ascending, you just write ask like this. If you want to order in descending, you just write desk like this. Okay. So let me order them ascending. Okay. So what does it mean? It means that you are going to get all the users, but they are ordered by the age, beginning from the youngest to the eldest. Okay. So let's go ahead and run this SQL by simply coming here and click on SQL and then paste. So you can see we're having users beginning from the age of what? Of the youngest age. Okay, 11, 16, not according to the ID, but we have ordered them according to the what? The age beginning from the youngest. You can as well even order in descending. So if you want to order in descending, you just simply put desk like this. Okay, you put descending like that. So by doing like that, we'll be able to get users who are ordered in descending order. So come there, paste. You can see the users who are ordered in descending way. So beginning from the top up to the bottom, and beginning from the eldest up to the youngest. So that is how we order. That's how we order. You can order according to the names. For example, I want to order according to the alphabets of the names. Okay, so you just simply select all from users where the name, order by name, and then say ask. So here we're going to order ascending, as in ascending order or alphabetically. Okay, so come and paste. So you can see we're beginning from the A, B, then C, then D, like that, and we are ordering according to name, not according to what? To IDs. So you can go ahead, pause the video and practice this order by. That is how we order. Okay, that is how we order. So we stop from there in today's video. In the next video, we're going now to look at the update and how we can delete and how we can find the maximum, the minimum, the average, and then we can see how we can proceed from there. But I hope at this point you've understood how we can select according to the order. I hope you've understood everything that we've covered here. Okay, but this is only possible if you watch as you practice. But if you watch like a movie, then I doubt you may not get stuff. We're going to look at the update of database, the delete of records in the database, and we'll look also at how to select the top, how to select the maximum and minimum, count the average, the sum, the like, and the in. So that's what we're going to cover in today's video, and I hope you're ready to do this with me. So if you've been following, we already have our practice database, our practice table as well as database that we're using for practicing, okay? So sometimes you'll need to update the records inside your tables in the database. So to update those records, we have a special command that you use to do what? To update. And that's called an update SQL. So let us go ahead and see how we can update something in a table. For example, I will maybe let us assume that you made a mistake. Muhindo Mbarak is 25, not 45. So if you want to do that, then you will need to write an update SQL. So how do you write this update SQL? We are going to change the person with this ID to 45. His age to 25. The first thing that you do, you write it like this. So this is updated. Okay, so you just simply say update, and then you specify the table that you're going to update. You're going to update the practice table, and then you specify what you need to update by simply saying set, like this, set. Now, what do we need to update? We need to update the age. For example, we need to update the age from 45 to 25. So you just simply say set age equal to 25. So after doing that, the next thing that you have to do is to put the condition, which exactly record you want to update. Otherwise, if you don't put a condition, then it means that all the records in your table are going to be updated. That is very, 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 very dangerous. So in every update SQL that you write, always make sure that you put the where clause and specify a record or a group of records that you need to update. For example, how can we specify that we need to update this record of Muhindo Mbarak? We can only specify that not only, but one of the ways we can specify that is through using its ID. Since every record has here its own ID, so if you want to update this record, it is better to update it using its ID. But you can update even using other conditions, just like the way we did in where. So you just put here where. Remember, you already have knowledge about where. So whatever we learned in the where condition, okay, you can as well put it here. So I'm going to say where ID equals to 1. So it means it's going to get for me the records which are having ID 1 and then change their age from wherever they are to this new age that I've specified here. So I'll just go ahead and copy it and then come to SQL and then run it. Okay, run it. So when I run it, you can see one row was affected. So if I come to this practice table, you can see Muhindo Mbarak is no longer having 45 years. He's no longer 45 years, but rather he's 25. So that is how we update a record in a table of database. You can as well pass multiple conditions. For example, you say I want to update also his country. So I want to update his age to 30, and then you put comma, and then his country to Somalia. Okay, so it means that it's going to update this and this at the same time. So it means that you can even put comma and specify more columns that you want to update in the same SQL. And then the most important part is the where condition, is where exactly do you want to update. Otherwise, if you forget to put this where, then your whole SQL will lose meaning and will just mess up everything, okay? Unless it's how we want it to be, to update everything. So that's our SQL that is going to update the age and the country of the user with ID 1. Okay, so let's go ahead and run it by simply coming here to the database and click on SQL and then paste it there. So you can see one record was affected. So if you come to practice, now you can see Muhindo Mbarak is having now the age of 30 and he is from Somalia. So that is how we run the update SQL. That's all you need to know. You just write the set and then you specify the columns and then the where, and specify the condition that you need to be met in order this update to be updated. So that is how we do it. Now we can proceed to delete. That's how we do the update. Now we proceed to do what? To the delete. For example, you need to delete some records from your table. What do? So you have to write the delete what? The delete SQL. Okay, you have to write the delete SQL. For example, I need to delete this user number 18. So this is how we write the delete SQL. We just simply say delete from, and then you specify the table from practice. Then the most important part is the where. Otherwise, if you don't put the where, then everything in your table is going to be deleted. So where is very important. So I put the condition where, then you specify, just like the way we did the previous wheres. Where the ID is 18. So I can say where the ID is equal to 18. So once you run this SQL, it's going to look for users who have ID of 18 and then drop them. Okay. So let's go ahead. You see, we already have here one user who has ID 18. Let's go ahead and run this SQL. Okay. Paste it there, run it. You see everything that involves delete, they'll first warn you. Say okay. Then you can see one row has been affected. Okay, one row affected. So if I click on practice, you can see we no longer have the user who has ID 18. So that is how we do what? That is how we delete. So in case you want to delete records with specific conditions, you just simply write delete, and then you specify the table, and then after you give the condition. And we have already seen how we can create this condition using the previous where that we looked at. So that is how we delete. So the next thing that we need to do is so we proceed and learn how to select the maximum value. So assume that you want to get the maximum value in a specific column or in a table. So let us say you want to get the eldest user in this table. So there we use what we call max. Okay, we use what we call max. So you can come and learn about this max SQL max in what from W3 schools. So this is how we do it. You say select max, and then you specify the column, and then after you do what? You specify the table. So let us say we want to get the maximum age from what? From the users, of the maximum age from users. Okay. So to do that, we just simply say select max, and then you specify the column. For example, we want to say the maximum age. So here you're going to get a user who has you're going to get the maximum age, okay? From what? From the user. And then you say from users. From practice. So by doing like that, we're going to get the maximum age, okay? From the user. So go ahead and run this SQL. Can you see? You're having 65. So the eldest person in the users table has 65 years. Okay. So that's how we select the maximum. Okay. So what if you want to select the minimum? It's just the same syntax, but the only thing here is specify min. So it means that here we're going to get the minimum age in the what? In our SQL, in the table of practice. So you can see we're having the min as 11. So I mean that the minimum age, or the user has the minimum age is what? Has 11 years. Okay. So now you can as well get the average. Okay, you can as well get the average. So in case you want to get the average age, so if you want to get the average age, you just simply say the average like this. Is it? Average? I don't know. Average. I think, yeah, average. Okay. So here I'll get for us the average age of users, of average age in this table. Okay. That's not average. Select average. Is it AVG? Let me see. This is how you select. Select AVG, not average. Just AVG. Select AVG age. Then yeah, it means that you're going to get the average age from the what? From the users table or from the practice table. So let's go ahead and run that. Select everything. So come here. Paste it. So you see, the average age is 32.2 whatever, 0.2941. So do you know how we get? You know how we get the average age? Of course, it divides. It gets the sum of all of them and then divides by the number of all the records. So that is how we can get the average. So we've learned how to get the maximum, the minimum, and then the average. So the next thing that we're going to look at today is how we can get, how we can write nested SQL. So here you can realize that we are getting only the records. Okay, for example, if I say maximum, we are getting only the value. Now assume that you want to get the user who has maximum age. So what does it mean? It means that you have to nest that SQL, or you have to combine that you have to nest it. Okay, so to nest an SQL, it's just simply say select all from users, from practice. And what is our target right now? Our target is to get all the users who have, the user with the maximum age. Not only the maximum age, but we want to get the user who has the maximum age. So in here, we're going to combine the what? We're going to combine the SQL by just simply putting where, and then in the where condition here, you put a bracket. You put age equals to, and then here you put a bracket. Now in this bracket, it's where we're going to select now a user who has the maximum age. So it means that whatever result or whatever value that will be returned, it will be compared to the age. And then if that age is equivalent to that what you have specified here, then that user or the records of that particular user will be returned. So that is how we can nest the SQLs. So let's go ahead and nest it from here. We can say select. Now here we can write another SQL and say select max. You specify the max, and then here you specify the maximum age, of course, max age. Select max age from practice. So by doing like this, you're going to see the thing is we are going to select all the records about, all the columns about a specific user, and the condition is that user should be having the maximum age. So the maximum age that will be received will be compared to this one. So whoever has the maximum age will be returned. So I'll copy this and then I go and run it here. And you can see we've got a person who has the maximum age. So that is how we write nested SQLs. So what does it mean? It means that here still you can write your own SQL as long as you return a specific value that can be comparable. You can also write it here. Can you see? So there are two SQL nested. So for example, I want to get the user who has the minimum age, so I can just simply put here min. So I'll be able to get the youngest what? The youngest user. So let's go ahead and write that SQL here. Paste it. You see, I'm able to get the youngest user. So that is how you select the minimum and the maximum. So as we finish or as we conclude, let us learn how we can select from multiple tables. Okay, sometimes two tables might be related and you may need to select from both of them. So to do that, we're going to create one more table and we see how we can select this from multiple tables. Okay, how we can select records in multiple tables. So to do that, we need what we call a primary key. A foreign key. A foreign key is a record or a column that is used to reference another table. For example, you see this is a table of users. Okay, now assume that you're having another table of maybe products, but these products, they might be belonging to users. So it means that a product table must be having a foreign key or must be having a value that will be used to identify its owner. So to do that, let's go ahead and create another table by just simply coming here. We're going to call it maybe products, and then it's going to have an ID. Of course, this ID, I can call it product underscore ID, product ID. And then after, we can specify the ID is an integer, and then you make this ID auto increment. Okay, make sure that you do that for having smooth work in your database. So the next thing, this product will have a name. So I can as well say product name. Okay, let me just leave this as ID because there's something that I'll need to explain. Okay, so this product has a name, we call it name, and then you can call this one also. It will have text, maybe text, it's of variable character, and then the name should not be more than 255 characters. So after doing that, the product will have price, and then you can just simply put this price, maybe it will be an integer. So those are the three columns that we're going to record about products. So let's go ahead and create this table. Oh, now the product will have an owner, because this product must be belonging to someone. So let's go ahead and say owner, and this owner, the only way we can identify an owner uniquely is through their primary keys. Okay, and remember, primary keys were integers, so we have to leave this column as integer, meaning that it's going to reference. We'll use it for referencing the primary key of the user. So let's go ahead and create this table by clicking on save. You can as well first click on preview SQL to see your SQL first. This is the SQL, okay, and then you click on save. So you click on save, you can see we're having now another table of of products, which is having the ID, the name, and the price, and then the owner. And you know this owner is going to be nothing but the ID of the owner of this product. So let me go ahead and put this products table here, products table there. Maybe I'll share it with you. So after doing that, so the next thing that we're going to do is now to put their data into this product table. But before we put their data in this product table, we first need to know the IDs of these owners. Okay, so let us say we have owner, ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to number 17. So what we're going to do, we are going to reference these IDs. Okay, we're going to reference these IDs. So to do that, I'll just simply come and insert into the table, of products. To do that, just simply say insert into, and then you specify the table, which is called products, of course. Insert into products, and then after you open bracket and specify the columns that you need to insert the records to. So the columns are, of course, we are having the name, so we'll specify the name, followed by price, and then the owner. So after doing that, you have to now specify the values by just simply putting values keyword. And then after putting values keyword, then you open bracket and then specify the values now themselves that you want to insert. So the first value can be rice. Okay, that's a product. Then followed by its price, maybe 12,000, and maybe followed by the owner. So since we know that we have owners from 1, 30 minutes, 15. Okay, so from 1 up to 5. So you have to specify here maybe 1. So meaning that this product is going to it's going to be owned by user with ID 1. Okay. So we can as well duplicate this one. Okay, and then maybe this one can be sugar, and then you can say the owner is also ID 1, and maybe the price is 15. We can as well duplicate this one and say be called salt, and then the price is going to be maybe 1,000, and the owner is 2. Let us duplicate this one and call this one maybe a soap, and maybe the owner is also 1. So by doing like this, it means that we have created some values that we can insert into the table of products. Let's go ahead and insert them there by just simply coming here and then click on SQL, and then press enter, and then these records will be inserted into what? Into the products table. So if we click on products table, you can see we're having some records that have been inserted there. So now the question is now, how can we get these records connected to their respective owners? Okay, so that's why it comes the magic of selecting from 2 or multiple tables with conditions. So you have to be here very, very much careful to see how you connect these 2 tables. So the point is, it is product table that is depending to the practice table, meaning that we're having here the owner, and this owner is a primary key or is a foreign key that is coming from the primary key of what? Of practice. So what we're going to do, we're going to select from these 2 tables, and we're going to add a condition that should be satisfied for these 2 tables to be what? To be connected successfully. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to say select all from from products, comma, practice. Okay, so doing like this is going to, if we just leave it from there, what does it do? It's going to cause what we call a Cartesian product. It's going to get every product and assign it to every user. So it's going to be products number times the number of users. So let's go ahead and run this SQL and see what we'll come up with. So what we're doing here, we're just selecting from 2 tables. So let's go ahead and run this SQL. You see, we're having how many columns? So many columns, more than the number of users. So what it has done, it had got every product and assign it to every user, because we did not specify which product belongs to each specific user. So now you're going to see, and that's what we call a Cartesian product. Everything in one column is assigned, in one table is assigned to everything in another table when you select from multiple tables. Now we are going to add a condition that is going to remove this Cartesian product, or that is going to make it specific. So we already know that to connect these users and these IDs, the only thing is to use what? Is to use the where condition. So let's go ahead and do that. It's to use the owner column. Okay, it's the only thing that relates the users table with the what? With the products table. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to say we add here a where condition and say where. So if you want to specify a specific column from a specific table, you just simply say products dot owner. So what does it mean here? It means that you're specifying the owner column in the products table. Products dot owner equals to practice, our tables is inside what? Inside practice, equals to practice dot what? Dot id. So it means that we are comparing, for the results to show up, the ID of a user must be equal to the ID of a product or the owner of a product. Then like this, these tables are going to be linked. Then we will not have more Cartesian product, because we'll have connected only users who have the specific ID are the ones who should show their respective what? Their respective products. So if I copy this and go and run it, then I'll be able to get specific results. You see, we're having now specific results. Okay, only for products and their respective users, they are being shown here with their respective country or their respective owners. So we have here sugar that belongs to this person, we have salt that belongs to this person, and the rest of the products. So that is how we select from what? From multiple tables, because in many scenarios when you start making a real world application, you realize that you'll need to select from what? From multiple tables. So that is how we select from multiple tables. That is how we make the nested SQL. So I hope you're not just watching this as a movie, but you watch as you practice. So that's it for today. I will share this SQL file with you, and I put the link in the description of this video. And that's it for the database introduction. I hope you've been following as you're practicing. If you're not practicing, I really recommend you to really practice. Otherwise, if you don't practice, then you're doing disservice to your own self. Okay, we are going to look at how we can design databases, or what we call entity relationship diagrams, a thing that we use to create or design databases. So we're going to look at the reasons why we need entity relationship diagrams in our applications and how we can do some for ourselves. So in the very first place, I will assume that you've been following our previous videos up to this point. If you are not, I really recommend that you should start by looking at the video that we've been creating in this very playlist. But if you were following, then it's okay. We're going to get started straight from where we stopped at in the previous video. So the first question is we're going to look at what we call ERD, or what we call entity relationship diagrams. If you search and read about entity relationship diagram, you'll understand that this is a structure or a model that we use to relate different entities or different models or different things that we use in our web applications. For example, when we are going to start creating real web applications, you realize that we are going to have a lot of entities in play. So, and these entities will need to be related to each other. So when you're designing your web application, the first thing that you'll always do is to first put down together everything that you're going to use, or that is going to make it to do a role in your web application. So after realizing what you need in your web application, the next thing that you'll need is to relate them, how they're going to be related to each other. As you can see in these images, we are having different entity diagrams. For example, you can look at this one and this one and this one. So if you search about it, you realize that this is how our different our different modules in a web application, they're related to each other. So with that much said, let us go ahead and see how we can create different web applications and different entities that will take place, and we put down different entities that will take place in our web applications, and then we see how we can make them related to each other so we can have a smooth web application. So the first thing that you'll always do is, before you're creating a certain application, is to first draw for it an ERD, or what you call entity relationship diagrams. So after drawing an ERD, so the next thing that you'll have to do is now to create now the database before you jump straight into the database. Otherwise, if you go straight and start creating databases before you relate different models or different entities, how they are going to play in your application, then you'll, at the end of the day, most of the time you always regret. Why? Because you realize that there are things that you did not plan for, and you're getting them. Oh, there are things that you thought that you'll need, and you already put them there. So the first thing that you always do is to first realize the entities that you need in your web application, or in your mobile application, or in whatever software that you do. And then after, you design an ERD, or a relationship diagram. So once designing it and making sure it is okay, that you do not need more or less, then you go ahead and design for them a database. So it is a very, very, very crucial step that you always do in software development. So I hope you've got now enough introduction. Let's go ahead and design one entity for ourselves. So the first thing that you do, there are softwares that you use to design database. So as we said, there are so many softwares that you can use to design your ERDs. So among the software that you can use is Lucid Charts, but still you can go ahead and search for different ERD designing tools. Just go to Google and search ERD designing tool. You'll find a lot of suggestions that people are giving you, where that you can use to design your your ERDs. So go ahead and look through them, and maybe you may come across one that is better than mine. But for me, I'm comfortable and I'm okay with Lucid Charts. So let's go ahead and do what? And create an account on what? On Lucid Charts. So to go to Lucid Charts, you just simply go to your browser and put in Lucid Charts, and then you'll be able to get the very first search result of where it will have the Lucid Charts itself. So you can as well, after getting the Lucid Charts homepage, now you can go ahead and do what? And log in. So if you want to create an account using email and put here your email, it is always problematic, but you can log in with an existing email by just simply coming to this login page, and then you click on, for example, Google. So you log in with the Gmail, of which I believe every one of you might be having one. So I already have this account, so I can click on one of my email to proceed to Lucid Charts, and there I am logged into what? To Lucid Charts. So once logged in, so the next thing will be now to create an entity relationship diagram. But before you reach here, of course, you may get some pop-ups. You may get some pop-ups that are asking you to do what? To do maybe the roadmap, but you can close them. You can close them until you reach here. So this is my workspace in my Lucid Charts account. So the next thing that I'm going to do is now to design an entity relationship diagram, what we call ERD. So to do that, you can simply click on new, and then you select here blank document. But since for me I already have some document, and you're limited to 5 documents, by the way, on a free account. So I'll not create another document. I'm going to use an existing one. But to create a fresh one is really simple. New, and then Lucid Charts, and then you click on blank document. So let me go ahead and open this document that's already there. And if it's your first time, really you'll get some pop-ups that can really disturb you. But what you can do is just to skip or to close until you land on a fresh and new blank document like this one. Okay, so here we are. We're going to draw our ERD, but we have not determined what we're going to do with it. So the first thing that you do is to determine which software you want to do. Of course, before you create a software, first of all, you must have you must have an idea. So there are different software that you may need to do. Among them, the one that you're going to learn how to create, or the ERD that you're going to do, for example, today, we're going to learn how to create a news application ERD. Just going to be a simple entity relationship diagram for a news website or a news application. So what we will do, first of all, you can get somewhere to note. Let me get here somewhere to note, and then first determine the tables or the entities that I'm going to need in drawing this ERD. Okay, so this is my notepad, and I'm going to write some things that I'm going to need to create this news application, news app. Okay, so the first thing, of course, that I may need in this news application, first of all, we will need users. Okay, so you can think and note down things or entities that you're going to need in your application. So of course I'll need users, so I'll begin by putting users. So I'll need users because these are the users who will be able to post, or maybe even to write some comments. So the next thing that I'll need in my application, I'll need a post. So post, these are the news now that people will be reading, okay, accessing and doing all the rest. The news, the real content itself. So those are called what? Posts. So maybe what else shall we need? Maybe we will need comments. Okay, so people should be able to comment on a certain post, and maybe also we may need also the likes. So likes is who has liked a particular post, and then lastly we may need to record the views. Okay, like who read this particular news post. So I think those are the 4 main tables that I may need in my news application. All these are the 4 main there are 5 main entities that I may need in my news application. So you can also think for yourself and determine different posts that you may need in your particular application. It can be a music application, it can be an e-commerce application, it can be a school management system, etc. So that's the first step that you do. You first determine which tables or which entities you need in your application. So after determining each the entity that you need in your application, so the next thing is now to relate them. Okay, to relate them. Hence this process being called entity. Hence what will come up with being called the entity relationship diagram. So let's go ahead and create our first entity relationship diagram for this news application. So the first one is users, then post, then comments, then likes, then views. I think views can come after likes. I don't know. I think views can come after the post, then comments, then likes. Okay, so let's go ahead and now create this application. So these are going to be different tables. So I'll come now to my Lucid chart here. So the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going now to do what? I'm going to design. I'm going to put my first table. So here you'll find the shapes. So let me just first go through the Lucid Charts UI. So here you'll find the menu that will help us to do what? To navigate through the through this application here. Then here we'll find the important tools that you may need, for example, bolding and the rest, to format our diagram. Then here we'll have now the shapes that we'll need to input into our diagram. So these shapes can be divided. They are divided into different ones. Two different sections. We have that one of shapes here. We have this one of containers, and then you have this one for what? For the one that have not linked any data. So let's come here to shapes. Okay, let's come here to shapes. So here in shapes, you can add what you need to look at straight when you start designing. So to add, for example, this one that you'll find there, they may not make sense for you until you add some for yourself. So let's go ahead and add some shapes that we'll need when you're designing when you're designing an ERD. To do that, you click on this shape library. So when you click on shape library, you can go ahead and search for the shape that you need. So for example, what we need right now is entity relationship diagrams, or ERD. So go ahead and type here entity, or like this, or type ERD. then we'll see entity relationship here. So click that one and you can see examples on what they talk about them, and then select it and then say use shapes. So you can see here we have got more shapes that have been added to our tab, but you can as well find them here. These are for the flowcharts, these are the containers, these are UML cases, these are the entity relationship diagrams are not there. Just come here on top and add them by yourself. Okay, so after adding them, you can as well arrange them. You can even remove them. So these are the most diagrams that you're going to use almost in our entire relationship diagram designing. So we have that one now. So the next thing that we're going to do is now to look at different items that we will need. First of all, have these plain items. This plain one. This one will just have a table name and then the fields that are that will be added in the table. This one, you'll have the field and then the field value, what it does, and then also the field name. Then this one, you will have a field and then the field type, and then the field, the field key, whether it's a primary key or not, then the field type, and then here the field the field type, whether it's a string or integer or what. So this one you can use it to be much more specific. So I think we're going to use this one with 2. Okay, so each of these one will represent a table. So I'll just simply drag and drop it there. Okay, so after drag and dropping it there, you can increase the font if you want maybe much more clear things, and you can as well do what? You can as well do the zooming. You can as well zoom it. You can as well zoom your field. So this is our first entity. I can as well zoom it like this. So that's our first entity, or what you can call our table. So after doing that, now we say that our first entity is going to be users, or what we're going to record users. Okay, so we're going to record users. So I'll begin by saying users. You can as well bold it. So that's users, and then we can remove here and put PK. PK stands for primary key, and then we can remove these other fields in case we don't need them. Okay, these ones. So PK means a primary key, and if you follow in our previous videos, we say the primary key is very important for every entity relationship diagram, because a primary key, for every table or for every entity, it's the one that we'll use to uniquely identify a certain record in our table. So let me go ahead and remove these fields because we may not need them. Okay, so after doing that, now the next thing that we're going to do is to determine fields that we're going to collect in users for users. So the first field, of course, will need the ID, and that is the primary key. So after creating the ID, so the next thing, let me first save. I'll save by calling this one my ERD. Okay, so the next thing after creating ID, so the next thing we'll need maybe the user's first name, and then after we'll need the user's last name. So we may now need to duplicate this one and insert it below it. Okay, duplicate it. So to duplicate, you just right click and then click on duplicate here like this. No, and I want to duplicate a specific column. That's what I want to do. Select the column, right click. I want to duplicate this row. There is a shortcut that you used to use. Here, so right click on it and then come to, okay, click on it, and then here there's a shortcut that I used to use. Let me look for it. Okay, it is here. Right below. Okay, so when you click on below, here, they'll give you another row below it. Okay, though there is another one that I thought that can be much more better. This one is fun shading. Okay, so you can select here, and then you can say maybe click on this plus there to increase it. They changed it, and you can click on this one to reduce it. Okay, this one. So I can click on this above to add more rows. So I can go ahead and delete these keys because I don't need them. There was a way of how you can duplicate a specific row. So after doing that, now the next thing is to add more fields. Okay, so we have had those fields. So the next thing we're going to add another field. So you have the first name of a person, the username, the last name. So what else can we need to define a person or the user? We may need his photo, a profile picture, and maybe some details about this user. And then now we need this person to be able to log in. So we may collect his user name and may also collect his password. Okay, so the username can be the email as well. Okay, so that is the entity relationship diagram. So if you have more columns, you can as well reduce them. If you have more rows, the more fields, you can as well reduce them by clicking on this up. Okay, this down to reduce them. So now we have that table of that table of users. So it means that when we design our real table of users, these are things that we're going to put, or these are the fields that we're going to put in that table of users. So we are done with this first fields. Okay, so after getting done, so the next thing is now the posts themselves. Okay, now the post. Okay, so let's go ahead and duplicate, copy this, and then paste it. You can as well copy this table by right clicking on it and then say copy. Okay, then or you can just press Ctrl and C, click on the table and then press Ctrl and C, and then Ctrl V to paste it. So you have now two tables, but this table I want to use it for for posts. So what I'll do, I'll come and double click here and write posts. So now we determine things that we're going to use for posts. Now first of all, the post will have an ID, of course, so that's an ID. So the next thing, the post will have a title. So the next thing, the post will have the description, all the details, and then we'll have the photo for the post, or what we call the thumbnail. So that's, I think, all we need to do to record a post: the title, the details, and and description. So I can remove the remaining columns that I don't want. So those, okay, maybe also the one who posted this post, the person who posted this post. So it means that if we need to record this post alongside the person who posted it, it means that then this post is going to be related to the user, because we will not need to put all the user's information to this post. So all what we'll need is to connect this post to this user. So here you're going to put user underscore ID. So when when the user will be posting, we'll be getting that user's ID and record it here, so that the user is related to the post that he or she posted. So that's how related. So later we'll draw the relationship. Okay, so after putting the post, so the next thing that we'll have to do is now the views. So every person who views a post, we have to know who has viewed it, or views the number of views that we have on a post. So let's go ahead and create the view. So we'll go ahead and copy the post and then we paste it. So we're going to do and give this post a view. We're going to create another table called views. So the first thing that we'll have to do in the views table, of course, is to add the ID. As you can see, I've added the ID. So the next thing is, maybe we may need to see the time when this person or when this post was viewed. Okay, which post? Not before we put the time. First of all, we will also need to know which post does this view belong to. So meaning that again we're going to have a foreign key. This one, the one that we call in fact foreign key, because it is a what? It is a key from an external table. So we're going to have also another foreign key here, and the purpose of that foreign key is the post itself, okay? Or the view, I mean the post where this view belongs to. So we're going to put here post underscore ID. So since this ID will be coming from an external post, then this one will also be called foreign key. So now maybe we may need also the time when this post was created, when this view was created, okay? So I think that's enough for us to record the view, because we don't need to connect this one to a user. Why? Because sometimes someone may not be logged in to view a what? To view a post. So we will need just an ID of a post, and then the post ID, the ID of the post, also the ID of this very view, and then also maybe the time when this view was made. So we can go ahead and remove the remaining columns. Okay, so that is what? The view. So the next thing that we're going to do is now the comments. So we have to know who commented, or what went, how the comments. We need to record the comments. So a comment is going to be also an independent what? An independent table. Why? Because we need to have some details about what? About the comment. So I'll copy the table and paste it there, and then go ahead and put here comments like this. Then in this comments table, we will need, of course, the comment ID, which will be the primary key of that comment, and then we will need the post where this comment belongs to. Okay, so it's going to be also a primary key, a foreign key, post ID. So it's going to be a foreign key. Why? Because this one is going to depend on a post on which this post does this comment belong to. So after doing that, then we'll need a person who made this comment, or the user who commented this. So this is going to be also a foreign key. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and say user underscore ID. So this is also going to be a foreign key. Then now we'll need the comment itself, okay, or the body of the comment. You can call it body, you can call it detail, you can call it whatever, description, anything. So I can call details. So details is where we'll now put the real comment, and maybe we may also need to record the time when this comment was made. So this is going to be the time that when the comment was made. So I can call it created. Okay, so that is what we'll need to record the comment. We need the comment ID itself, the post where this comment belongs to, and then the user who made this comment, and then the comment itself and the time when this comment was done, was posted. So after doing that, the next thing we'll need the likes. Okay, now who liked this comment? Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Of course, going also to be another independent table, but will look much more like this views table. So let's go ahead and paste this views table. So we're going to put here likes. Okay, so the first thing will be the primary key, which is ID, and then the next thing, the primary key, the ID of this particular like. The next thing is going to be the foreign key of the post where this like belongs to. So the next thing that you're going to put here is, of course, another foreign key of a user who liked this this post. So it means this post. So to like a post means that you need to be logged in, and you will need to collect your foreign key. So, and also then the time when you like, you don't write anything details in that like. You just, so maybe you can add another like type, whether it is a dislike or like, but for now let us keep it simple like that. So all our tables have been designed. So all our entity have been designed, and we can see all of them that we'll need to create a news application or a blog application. They are there. So now the next thing is now to relate them. Now the relationship. That's why I call entity relationship diagrams. So to relate these entities is just to connect these diagrams, so that in case another person want to contribute to our application, he can look and simply understand how our application design, and then they can also be able to contribute towards it. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to connect this post with the what? With the post with the user who posted it. So what shall we do? You just move your mouse over here. Move your mouse over over the primary key, and then you move the mouse to the post here. So now these diagrams, we have what we call the relationship type. Okay, so these relationship types, they can be seen by the end signs here. Okay, by the end signs here. Let me increase the width of this so it can be seen clearly. Okay, so relationship types can be defined by one to many, means that one person can post one person can post many posts. That's what we call one to many. So to do a one to many, we just simply design, we put here, and then we come and select here the beginning type and put here the one which has one, as you can see here, one sign, this bar sign, this one. Okay, and then the many one is the one which has many distributed sign at the end of it here. Okay, so if you click here and you click here at the end, so this on the beginning, this one's on the end, then you click here the one with many. So what does it mean here? It means that one user, well, that's why you see here there's one, can post so many posts, which is really true. One user can post so many posts. So that's it. Now the next thing is now to relate. I think this foreign key, this post has been related now. Okay, so the next thing is now to relate this. Now to relate this post with views, every foreign key must be connected. So to relate this post with views, so how shall we do it? We'll just simply say so this one has a foreign key of post ID. So one post can have many views. One post can have many views. So how shall we do that? By just pointing here the ID and then come and move it here. And maybe you can increase its width. Okay, so it means that one post can have many views. So that is understood. So the next thing is connecting the comments. So the comments has two relationships. The first thing is the person who commented on this. Okay, so how shall we do that? We shall just simply, of course you can as well put this one here. Okay, let us put it here. So you can come and move your mouse here and then move it here. First of all, begin with the user. So you can, of course, space them. You can space your columns. So I'll go ahead and increase. Okay. So now what does this one mean? It means that one user can have many many comments. Okay. One user can have many comments. So let's go ahead and design also and connect also this post ID. So I'll just go ahead and click on this one and then come and move this one here. So this post ID, it is coming from this post. So let us go ahead and zoom it and increase its width. So what does this relationship mean? It means that one post can have many comments, which is really true. One post can have many comments. So we are remaining with likes. Likes, we can put it on top. Let us go ahead and move these guys So I'm going to, okay, you can as well move the like here. You see the good with the Lucy chart, you can just as well move it like this. So after, you can zoom out, you can move, you can select your charts, move them down, like this. Then you can move this guy down here like this. Okay, so now how are we going to do this one? It's going to be, first of all, the post itself. So I'll just move this ping here on post and then point on likes. Then we can also increase it. So what does this one mean? It means that one post can have many likes. Then lastly is now to connect the user or the friend key of user ID. So how shall we do that? By moving here our mouse to the user ID and then move it to the friend key of the user, and then we can have like this. Okay, so how shall we do that? But here for the user, one user can only have one like about a particular post. So you're going to do what? You're going to do it one-to-one. So to do it one-to-one, so you just simply click here and then come and change this one and do it one. So what does it mean? It means that one user can like only one post at once. So that's what it means. So by doing like this, we'll have come up with with our entity relationship diagram. Then after, we can export this entity relationship diagram. Okay, so you can view it in full screen. You see, I hope you can understand that. I hope you can now look at this and make and know how things are related to each other. So when you start designing your application, or when you design your application, you're now good. You now really know how these entities are related to each other. And that's how we do the entity relationship. So go ahead and do your own, and you just come up with an idea. It can be a mobile application. I mean, it can be a music application. It can be an e-commerce application and the rest. But go ahead and pause the video and create your own. Okay. So after doing that, now you can go ahead and export this ERD so that your friends can, or even you to remind yourself, can see how things are related to each other. So let's go ahead and export it. So to export it, you just simply come, for example, this one, I'll name it first to what? News, News application, So I'll have to export it. So to export it, you just simply come to File and say, and you'll see here, Export. So you can export, you can export to PDF. So if you want this file to be exported to PDF, you can do so. You can export it to PNG. You can export it to JPG or to any type that you want. So I'm going to export it to what? To PDF. Okay. So when I click on PDF, it will process, and then my file will be ready. Okay. My file will be ready. As I'm not seeing it. Okay, here is the PDF. So before the export is made, they can ask me if I want to export a specific parts. Okay, so in case I want to export a specific parts, I can say custom here, and then I can crop only the parts that I want. Okay, for example, I can say I want only this part, so that I should not waste some space. I can do like this. Then I say crop. Then when I click on crop, I will given a preview. If I still want to crop it more, I can still as well crop it more. And then after, I can now export this PDF file. Okay, I can export it by just simply click on PDF, and then I click on. I've just again removed my. My custom crop. Okay, the crop is okay, and then I click PDF, and then I go ahead and say download. So when I click on download, you'll have now your ERD downloaded. It's processing. And news app ERD. So when I click here, now I can see my ERD there in PDF format. Okay, and I can as well put now this one in my GitHub, so that in my GitHub repositories that when I do what? When I want to remind myself about the diagram, I can just simply come to that. By the way, let us go ahead and do our GitHub. Okay, let's go ahead and do our GitHub and do our GitHub source code. So to do that, I'll just simply come to my browser, and then I click to desktop, and then I click to GitHub, where I always keep my GitHub repositories. And then there is one for learning web. Oh, learning web we did not put it there. You put it under htdocs. htdocs is on desktop here. So I'll come to learn web. Is it learn web or learn PHP? Learn PHP. And then I can drag and drop and throw here my what? My ERD. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. This is my ERD. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay, there it is. I'll select everything here and I put it in this folder where there is the content. Okay, so after doing that, I'm going to open my GitHub and push, and then you can also pull from that side. Okay, so and that will call it a day. Learn web. Is it learn PHP from 0 to hero? This one. Okay, so ERD added, commit, and then push. Okay, so after doing that, for you can come to our GitHub, to my GitHub, which is GitHub Mobahood. There, then click on repositories. Then you'll be able to see my public repositories. You can search learn PHP from 0 to hero. This one. Okay, so click on it, and then you'll see all the files that I've added. It is public, so you can access everything. You can even see the ERD that I've just added right now, where it's already there. Okay, you can even download it. So hey, you can go ahead and do what and play with my source code. Okay, to ERDs, or entity relationship diagram designing, and we designed our first ERD. So today we're going to design another ERD so we can keep our hands on practice and understand the whole concept of designing entity relationship diagrams. So without wasting much time, let's go straight into business. So as you can see, I'm already on lucidcharts.com. So I'm going to go ahead and log into my account so that we can design another diagram. So I'll click on login. So if this is your first time to learn about ERDs, you just go and search Lucid Charts. Then Lucid Charts, it's a place where you can design different entity relationship diagrams. So I'm going to open the same design that I had yesterday, and from there I'm going to add another one because I'm limited with free account. I'm limited to the number of documents that I can create. So let's go ahead and create a new document if it's your first time here. But if you already have some document, you can still append on that very document that you used before. So I'm opening the document that I used before, and then today we are going to design a music web application database or entity relationship diagram for a music web application. So as it is loading, let us first determine the tables that we're going to have in our entity relationship diagram of a music application. So I'll open here a place where I can create some notes, and then from there I can do what? I can list items that I'll need to create what in a music entity entity relationship diagram or in a music database. So let's go ahead and create a new note. As this guy is loading, it has loaded, and then from here we are going to I'm going to identify different items that we'll need in a music entity relationship diagram. So the first thing that we're going to look at here let me go ahead and zoom so you can see clearly. So the first thing that we're going to look at, of course, we will need artists. Okay, we'll need artists because a song will depend on what? On an artist. So let's go ahead and create what? An artist. So we need an artist, and so that's an artist. So that's the first entity or the first table. So we need a table that will record the details about what? Artists. So the next thing that we'll need, I think we'll need, before even create a music or the music itself, we will need a category of music, what they call genres. They call them genres, but for us we can call it category, music category. So, or songs categories. Okay. So after having songs category, the next thing that we'll need now, maybe we may have a song itself, and then from there now we'll need users. I mean, okay, song will have views. Okay, we'll have plays. We call them plays. We'll have plays, and maybe it will also have what we call downloads. Okay, downloads, the number of downloads. And then we'll also need users, the users who will be maybe uploading these songs, or the users who will be viewing or using this system. So those are the how many tables? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tables that I think we may need. But you can go ahead and add more if you say maybe you want to need also the number of what. If you need also to include comments, if you need to allow artists to log in, if you need to have category of users, so all those things you can go ahead and what? And add them. So after doing that, so the next thing is now to design the what? The table. After identifying the entities that you need, now the next thing is to design the entity relationship diagram for that application. So let's go ahead and do that after we have identified the tables that we need. So likewise, to any idea that you come up with, you have to first identify the tables or the entities that you need. So let's go ahead and design our entity. So this is what we did yesterday, but I can as well create another space in the bottom here that I can use to design another thing. Okay, so don't mind about what you created yesterday. So let's go ahead and design from here. So if it's your first time, you'll need these entities here. You'll need entity here, and to add these entities here, this diagram that you're going to use in designing, you just simply come here to shape library and search ERD. So you'll see entity relationship diagram. Go ahead and click on it, and then click on use shapes. Then by doing like that, you'll have these shapes that you're going to use for designing. So now let us go ahead and start designing our database or the entity, the relationship diagram. So we'll go ahead and add this first one. Let me zoom it. Okay. Let me go ahead. I think we should use this one. I don't know which one we should use. Let's use this one. Okay, I'll use that one, and then I'll go ahead and increase its font so you can see clearly. Then I will go ahead and do what? And zoom it. Okay, and then I can move this guy here. Okay. This one is not like that we used yesterday. I think we should use this guy. Come and copy this one. Maybe use it here. So I want to copy this one, and we use it here, but you can create a new one, no problem. So I'll come and paste it here, and then we're going to determine what we're going to have in our users table from here. So in our users table, it's always common. Of course, we'll begin with an ID. So we have say ID of this user, and then we put a primary key. Then we have the first name of the user, the last name of the user. You can have a photo of the user. Then we'll have the details about the user. Then you can go ahead and collect maybe their phone numbers. Okay, their phone number. If what you want to use them for, what for logging in, phone number, and you remember if you want to, I want to zoom this guy here. And if you want to add another column here, we just simply come here and click on this one. Then we'll be able to get another column on below it. So let's go ahead and collect the email address. Okay, just write email. So this is the table of what? Of users. You can also as well create it by just simply clicking here and then drag and drop here. Then you keep on feeding the information. So after creating that, so the next thing that we're going to do, we are going now to create another table of what? Of artists, because the songs will depend on what? On artists. A song will be made by an artist. Okay, so instead of recording the artist's information on the song, that will lead to the data redundancy. So it's better to have artists separate and the songs are separate. So let's go ahead and create a table of songs. I can copy this very one and I paste it here. Then I remove everything by just simply clicking here. I mean this arrow down for fields. I reduce it like this. So you're going to call this one artists. Artists. So an artist will have a name. We can record an artist name as one. Just will have a name. So the next thing, the artist. Let me first add more columns here that we're going to use. So I can just simply do like this, and then I remove the fields, So after having the name of an artist, okay, just have a name, and then the next thing, the artist may have maybe bio. The next thing, the artist may have what else can you record alongside the artist? He may have a photo, his profile photo. The next thing, you may have maybe his Facebook link, Instagram link, and maybe you may also record their YouTube link. So that is information that you may need about an artist. Maybe you can record also their date of birth, okay, when they were born. DOB, date of birth. I can just write date of birth like this. So that is the information that will be recording about what? An artist. Okay, so for a song to be there, we'll have to have this information about an artist. So after having that, so the next thing is to draw the next table. So the next table is going to be the categories. Okay, categories, or what we call music genres, the genres. So I can go ahead and copy this one, put it there. So we can go and search the correct spelling of genre, music, genre. Is it like that? I don't know. Is this genre something like this? I don't know. Genre? Yeah. It's like this. Genres. Okay, yeah. These are the types. The types of music. Call them genres. Genres. I don't know. So I'm going to put those categories here. You can call them genres. I'll paste here the name. So after doing that, so the next thing is to have the genre ID, the genre name, and maybe about the genre. And maybe you can have a photo for that genre, and that's it. So we can remove the remaining columns. So a music will belong to one of these. Any song will belong to one of these category, or what we call the genre. So after having the genre or the categories, the next thing is now going to be songs. Okay, songs of what? Of users. So let's go ahead and create a table of songs. So to create a table of songs, I can duplicate an existing table like this one, and then I paste it here. So I'll go ahead and rename the name of this table as songs. So let's look at different things that we may need to collect about songs. The first thing is the ID of a song. The next thing, before we even collect the name of the song, we will need to get its artist. So we're going to put here a foreign key that is going to reference the artist here. So going to say it's going to be artist like that underscore ID. So that is the artist ID. So the next thing, this song will have a genre, as we said. A song will have a what? A genre. So it's going to be genre underscore ID. So after having, so this will reference somewhere here and this one will reference somewhere there. So I have to put here FK, standing for foreign key, meaning it is a key, is a primary key from another, is a key that references a primary key from another table. So after doing that, the next thing we are going to do, we are going to now start putting the information about a song. A song will have a name. The next thing, let us put some columns below it. Okay, and remove this one. Remove this one. So the next thing will have a name. I mean, the first thing, a song will have a name. The next thing, the song will have the link, MP3 link, okay, where someone can download this music. Okay, MP3 link. You can put a song. It can have a video link where someone, YouTube link, or where someone can view this song on YouTube underscore link. It will have the date when it was created. We can just simply put here created, or the date when it was uploaded. What else shall we need about a song? The number of plays. Of course, the number of plays is going to be referenced from what? From the play table. I think this is the information that we may need about a song. Maybe we have to also give it a photo, because when someone is previewing a song, you may need to view it in form of a photo before they click it. Photo. Another thing, you have to give this song about it. So the information about it. And if possible, we can also add some lyrics, but we will not complex it like that. So information here will be the ID of that particular song, the artist, the one who sang this song, then the genre ID or the category of this song, then the name of this song, then the MP3 link, and then the YouTube link, and the date when this song was created, then the photo of this song, and the album photo. I don't know how they call it, and then the about us. You can go ahead and create even albums for these songs, okay? And the album may belong to what? May belong to an artist, and this song may belong to what? To an album. Go ahead and do that, okay? So you can do that. You can add that more table of albums, So after doing that, the next thing we're going to have is the plays, okay? So plays is going to stand for the people who play the song. So when you play a song, we will not just record that you've played a song, but we record the time you played this song and where you played from it for enough statistics, okay? So let's go ahead and create a special table for songs plays. So I'll go ahead and copy an existing table like this one, an existing entity, and then paste it here. And I'm going to call this one what? Plays. Okay, plays. So each play will have an ID, and then of course a play will depend on what? On a song. To play a song, to play something, there must be what? A song. So here going to be a primary key, a foreign key of what? Of a song, which we're going to call it song ID. So this one will be referencing this ID of a song. This key of a song. And then the next thing, this play, of course, will be referencing also the person who played it. But sometimes you may play a song without being logged in. So this can be optional. So you may leave it, but still you can go ahead and put it, but you may leave it. So the next thing you have to do is just to create it when this play action was created, or when this song was played, or when this play happened. So we can remove the remaining column. So it means that every time we play a song, we have to record the time when this song has been played, and also the person who, the time when it has been played, and also the song itself when it has been played. So we can know enough statistics about the song plays. And then the last thing is the downloads. When someone downloads a song, we can go ahead and do it and record that information. So you create another table for downloads. Okay, and each download will have a unique ID, and then we'll have a song ID, of course, the one who the song that was downloaded. So you can go ahead and say, to download a song, you must be registered first. So it means that you also will now need to record your what? We'll now need to record your user ID. So I'll go ahead and put here user underscore ID, and then maybe here we can go ahead and put now the date when this download was happened, or the date when someone downloaded this song. So that's the information that we may need to do what? To record. Okay, so that's it. So maybe one more thing that we forgot is the song. When you upload a song, we have to know which person uploaded it. Okay, so here we'll need your user ID. So let's go ahead and do it and submit, and create one more field here for user ID. It's going also to be a foreign key. User ID. In fact, we can put it here on top, so that all the foreign keys should be on top. Okay, so let me undo that. I'll come and click here, and then I insert a row below it, and then I'm going to call this one user underscore ID, and then this one's going to be a foreign key, because we need to know a person who uploaded this song. User underscore ID. So if you also want artists to be able to log in, okay, if you want artists to be able to log in, what does it mean? It means that also we'll need to give them accounts. Okay, and then from here you can give here an artist, and you connect it with what? With the user ID. You can go ahead and do that. So those are our tables. How many tables are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tables, but they are not related. Okay, so these are entities, but they are not related. So let's go ahead and create the relationships between these different tables. So this artist, since we say that, okay, if we want to allow artists to log in, then it means that you have to add here also a user ID. So for that, this profile will be connected to the artist. But most of music applications that we create, we don't even allow artists to log in. We just upload for them upload for them songs on our platforms. So let's go ahead and leave this artist table independent. So the next thing is this Gina. Okay, as you can see, Gina does not also have a foreign key. So the next thing is this song. So a song has what? Foreign keys. So let me put it here in the middle, so that it should be able to be connected with other tables. So the first foreign key that it has the first foreign key it has the one who uploaded it, okay, of a user. So you can, the first key it has the artist, or the one who owned this, the user the artist who sang this song. So let me go ahead and strategically bring this table on top, and then this one here on bottom, so that we cannot have the crossing rows. Like we should have less of the rows that are crossing. So what is going to happen here is going to be one artist can sing many songs. I repeat, one artist can sing many songs. So I'm going to begin here from primary key of artist, and then I move up to here artist. Let me increase the width, the width of this line, so you can see it. So you can see the relationship here. One artist can sing many songs. So that's our first relationship there. Okay, so that's our first table there, and that's our first relationship, and it's done. So the next relationship is the Gina. Okay, the Gina. So it means that one Gina can have many songs. So I'm going to begin from Gina here and move my arrow up to this Gina ID. I can also increase its width, or the weight of of this arrow. So you can see the relationship there. It means that this ID will be referencing this ID. This foreign key will be referencing this ID. So when you adding a song, we will have to select the Gina in which it belongs. So it means that we'll have artists first, then genres first, then genres, then adding a song, because this song will depend on what? On genres and artists. So before add a song, we'll have to have some records for genres and artists themselves. So the next thing here is going to be now the foreign key for user. We have to know which user uploaded this song. So we'll have to move this one here down to here, meaning that one user can upload many songs. Let me go ahead and increase the weight of this guy. So you can see one artist, one user can upload many songs. One user can upload many songs. So that is our relationship. So the next thing is going to be now the plays and downloads. So these plays and downloads are also going to depend on a what? On a song. So what I'll do, I'll move this play on top here. So we have here a number of plays, and then we are going to connect it with what? With users who play these songs. So I'll go ahead and move this table of plays on top here, because it has a foreign key that is referencing the song ID. So next time, the next time you create a table, you should always avoid these tables to cross, okay, the lines to cross, because if they cross, they may confuse users. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to link this table with the song. So the point here is one song can have what? Can have many plays. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move my mouse from here. Move my cursor from here up to the song ID. So it means that one song can have many plays. So the next thing that I'll do, I'll have to increase its weight. This one here. The number of pixels. Okay, so there we go. So that's it. So one song can have many plays, and this is where we'll be recording the songs plays in this table. So after doing that, the next thing is now the downloads. So the downloads, I can also bring it to this side also. So maybe I can move this guy down here. I can move this arrow here. I can move this arrow down here. This table here. And then I move this arrow here. And then the next thing that I'm going to put this table here like this. So you can organize them in a way that they're not congested and they're not intersecting. So after doing that, so the next thing, I'm going to now link these downloads with what? With the ID of plays. So I'll go ahead and move my ID from here up to here. So I can increase its weight. I don't know whether I can even change its color. I think it can change it from here. So if you want to make some difference, you can as well change the color. Click on it and then click here. Okay. Like this. So that someone can know the difference. Okay. So those are the what? Those are the downloads. These are the downloads. I can move this song ID on top here. Something like that. Okay, so that's our ERD, and we're done with organizing it. So you can move it, you can select everything there and move it around. So let's go ahead and zoom it so you can now see it clearly. So let's go ahead and relate these tables. We have the downloads. We have the songs, and the songs will have a primary key of ID, the artist ID, and the genre, and then the user ID. So this user ID will represent the person who uploaded this song, and this is the foreign key. In fact, let me put here FK. So after having that, can move this one to this side. Can reduce the width of this one. Okay, so we have the ID. We have the user, the songs, and that's the information about songs. We will have its MP3 and the YouTube link and the date when it was created. Then we'll have the information about what? About users or the person who uploaded this song. And then we have the artist, the song where this song, the owner of this song, the person who sang this song. Then you have the genres, the categories, and this is how they're related. One category can have many songs, or many songs can belong to one category. Many songs can belong to one artist. Then here, one song can have many downloads. Many songs can have, one song can have one download, can have many downloads. So this one download can have many songs. This relationship is not okay, so I'll have to delete it and write it afresh, beginning from here up to here, meaning that one song can have what? Can have many downloads, which is correct now. So you can exit here and then increase its weight. So after doing that, the next thing is to relate the plays. One song can have many. One play can have many songs. That's not correct. One song can have many plays. So you have to begin from here and move it up to here. So let me also again and increase the what? The width. One song can have many plays. And one song and one user can upload many songs. So that is our entity relationship diagram for what? For a music application ERD. For a music application system or web application. So the next thing, we're going now to export this one and add it to our GitHub for our friends to look at, or for you to remind yourself another day. I'll come here to file. Let me first rename this one maybe to songs. I'll come here to file and then say export and then say PDF. So from here we can come and crop a specific space that we want by just simply clicking custom and then crop here and crop here and then say crop. So from there we have this specific field that we want to download. Then you can go and say download. So it will process it, generate it, and then make it ready for download. So the processing is complete. Songs ERD. Okay, you can say music app ERD. So that is our music app entity relationship diagram. Okay, so I'm going to add it in GitHub repository so you can also be able to access it. So to do that, I'll just simply come to our GitHub, which is under htdocs. I hope you're following that GitHub repository. I'm going to show you where it is located. htdocs, and then I'll come to learn PHP. Learn web. Where is it? Learn web. Learn PHP, and then from there I'm going to drag and drop the new ERD to this section. Come to downloads, show file, and then I'll drag and drop it here. So if you want to access this ERD or this content, then I'll come to my GitHub and then I push it. So I'll come here to learn PHP and then say music ERD added. That's the comment, and then I'll push it. So if you want to view this information on GitHub, you can find the link in the description of this video, or you just simply come to my GitHub, which is github.com/mobahood, and then search and come to my repositories, and then you'll see this repository of learn PHP from 0 to hero. So from there, so you can see even the ERDs and the source code that I've been sharing with you. Then you can as well download this source code and have it in your computer in form of zip or in form of the real files. So that's it for today's video. Let's meet in the next video. We're going to proceed by creating another ERD. Goodbye and see you. Hope you'll not miss. And remember to subscribe to my YouTube channel if you haven't too.